I think that's what's underrated that he brings to the quarterback position, as well as the enthusiasm. He's kind of mild-mannered off the field, low-key. When he puts the pads on, he turns up the intensity dial. Watch him here throw across his body to Craig Yeast in the end zone. Here, whip a strike in the end zone for a touchdown to Yeast again. Watch him throw across his body here against Penn State. Questionable arm strength now feels like he is throwing the ball and is more comfortable than he's ever been. Look at that completion percentage. That's where the accuracy comes in. And he did this, Chris, against SEC competition, against some of the best athletes in the country. Tim Couch, to me, has a chance to be a superlative NFL quarterback.
Well, 36 touchdowns, 15 interceptions last year.
If I'm going to spend $27 million on somebody, I'm going to nitpick even. I'm going to nitpick by nitpicking. You have to look at him very closely. The reason I looked at Tim Couch as close as I did is I was uncomfortable with his grip. He has his index finger up real high on the ball. That causes him to palm the ball a little bit more and not really get the pop on it. When you look at the release, you look at the revolutions, the ball just looks like it just hangs in the air with a little bit of a wobble. And then here, you can count the revolutions when he releases the ball into the flat. This is a total of 5 revolutions, and the ball travels some 20 yards. That is not efficient nor sufficient enough to be able to go out and throw the ball well. Had a chance to sit with him last night. He's changed his grip. The picture on your right screen shows what he used to do where he didn't use the laces. And now you see him move his fingers back a little bit so that his pinky is on the laces. He's able to get more revolutions on the ball, therefore making it a tighter spiral and a harder throw.
You talk about 5 revolutions. I got American, French, and Russian. What are the other 2 revolutions?
The other 2, I'm going to come up with the other 2 in a minute.
All right. Well, we delve through the history books. There are some hot spots, certainly below where the quarterbacks are being selected, maybe as early as the 3rd pick, Cincinnati. Hot spots, hot buttons. Who better to discuss it? Mike Tirico, Chris Mortensen. Fellas?
All right, Chris, thank you. If more decisions are made at 1 and 2, is Cincinnati fielding offers, and what are they thinking about trading the number 3 pick? We heard Ed talk about.
Well, as Ed Werder mentioned, yes, Cincinnati is talked with the New Orleans Saints, but they have also made an outrageous demand of the Saints. And here's what's going to happen. Right now, they are pretty much sold on their #1 quarterback, Akili Smith. They will listen to New Orleans one last time if the Saints want to call when they're on the clock. I think they're taking Akili Smith.
If that's a tepid spot, then we've got the really hot spots where people are talking deal. Sean alluded to it at number 4.
Well, Ricky Williams right now holds the key, at least to the drama, I think, in this draft, and that is whether the Colts take him or not, and whether the Saints deal with Washington Redskins. Then it becomes really fluid at 6 with St. Louis and Chicago, and a couple other trades to talk about here. Quarterback deals. The Ravens have got a deal in the works for Tony Banks from St. Louis. Then the Ravens will deal Eric Zaire to Tampa Bay. Oh, this concerns Dante Culpepper.
Sure.
And all those things. Oakland tried to trade up to get Dante Culpepper.
The headline story, though, from 4 to 11 could be deals done.
That's right. We got some fun then.
Hot spots to watch for sure. Boom.
All right, guys. Well, we could have the 5 quarterbacks as early as the 10 spot, 11, or certainly by 15. That has never happened before in the history of the NFL draft. History-making day. We'll be back. This is great history, and history resumed here in 1999. The Browns are on the clock, and there is the look inside the war room. Carmen Policy, the dapperly dressed Carmen Policy, would expect nothing less. The vice president, GM, and former hero in San Francisco, now hopefully a hero in Cleveland, Dwight Clark, is in there in the Browns. Of course, not a lot of suspense, but they have 13 picks throughout the day. We will go there early and often. Will this class of 99 be similar to the class of 1983, in which John Elway was drafted, you forget, by Baltimore, but of course, by the end of the day, he was traded, and the rest was history. Todd Blackledge by the Chiefs was the next pick that year. Look at the youngster, Jim Kelly by the Bills, but he was playing the USFL. Tony Eason led the Patriots to a Super Bowl. Ken O'Brien had a good career with the Jets, and some guy named Marino, the 6th quarterback taken in 1983. He's had a decent career with the Miami Dolphins. Elway, Marino, and maybe Jimbo, Hall of Famers from that draft. So the question, does this draft in 1999 compare to that draft in 1983? You can only grade on the way they came out. How does it shape up at this time, though?
Numbers-wise, it compares. I think mobility-wise, this group in 1999 has the edge. I think pure passing ability coming from pro-style attacks, the 83 class had the edge, and how much that will translate into these quarterbacks needing some time to develop. We'll have to find out. And, Joe, I think that's the big question. Will this group be able to come in? They're force-fed now in the NFL. How quickly will these quarterbacks have an impact in the NFL?
I don't care about the 83 class. What about the 71 class? When you had Plunkett, you had Manning, you had Pastorini. Oh, by the way, they went 1, 2, 3 in the draft. There also happened to be a 4th-round pick by the name of Theismann that played in that particular class. Not that I'm prejudiced about it one bit, but I do think that, and Mel alluded to it, that the biggest difference in this group of young men coming out is the thing that you have to stress and look at is their athletic ability. Every one of them has exceptional athletic ability, and they have to play against the defenses today in the National Football League. Everybody wants the quarterback to be able to move around, slide in a pocket, make plays. Every one of these quarterbacks has that ability, but every one of them has a lot of things that they have to work on before they can get to the level where you can call them bona fide stars in the National Football League.
The guy that was drafted in 71 was Theismann, wasn't it?
That's right. It was Theismann, actually.
Yeah, but it was still a debate. I think it was Theismann. Boy, Mike, Jim Kelly was a young pup once upon a time. That was an interesting picture, wasn't it?
It certainly was. He has 101 wins in the class of 83's total. Class of 83, by the way, 160 games over 500 as NFL starters. Is this class better? What's the biggest difference?
I think the biggest difference is the athletic ability of these quarterbacks. I mean, you look at all the Dante Culpepper, runs a 4.6, 4.5, I mean, 250 pounds. They have the mobility to make the play on the run. The class of 83, more of a pocket-style passers. Dan Marino, John Elway, yes, he could get around. Myself, pretty much like to stay in the pocket, but that's the biggest difference, probably the athletic ability and them being able to make things happen on the run.
Project for me as we look at the production of this class. Will they be better than you guys when it all's said and done? They put up great numbers in their college days, just like you guys did, but look at these pro numbers you guys put up.
You can't compare that. 484 wins amongst us. Maybe 6, 7 years from now, maybe you'll be able to say something about that. But 11 Super Bowls, 484 wins.
Only Kenny with 50-59 record was the only one of that group under 500 for his career. More from Jim and Boomer Esiason later on. Now back to Boomer Berman.
That was quite a class that's made its mark on the NFL for 2 decades. And now let's go up to the commissioner for the
first pick
of the new Cleveland
in the 1999 draft. The Cleveland Browns selection is from the University of Kentucky, quarterback Tim Couch.
This is a young man from a town of 350, Hyden, Kentucky, coal mining town in southeastern Kentucky. The nearest movie theater is 25 miles away. The nearby towns, his dad, Albert, is from Thousand Sticks, Kentucky. Hell for Certain, Kentucky is right down the road. Hazard, Kentucky is right down the road. And from that small town, Tim Couch has proven himself at the University of Kentucky. He's made everyone in the community and the state proud, and now he is the first player selected ever by the Cleveland Browns. It's a wild ride, but you know, I think he has his feet on the ground. We spoke with him a little bit last night. And by the way, welcome back to the NFL, Cleveland Browns. We did miss you very much so. It'll be good to see the new dog pound again. Tim Couch in Cleveland. And they have Ty Detmer there, so the pressure is not for him to play right away, guys.
No, it's not. And I think, and Joe, we can get to how quickly he'll be ready. But I look at Tim Couch, and it gets back to Achilles Smith just about 2-3 weeks ago, moving ahead of Tim Couch after that first workout. Chris Palmer challenging Tim Couch. During that second workout last Sunday, Tim Couch responded, showed Chris Palmer exactly what he wanted to see. They altered the delivery, they altered the grip, and Tim Couch went out, Joe, and had an outstanding workout. And that showed Chris Palmer that he had the kind of quarterback he wants to go to war with, not for just next year or the year after, but for about 10 years.
Keep in mind, he is a junior coming out, so that means he's going to grow, he's going to mature. I think probably one of the things that impressed Chris Palmer as much as anything, when he did change his grip, it made a difference in the way he threw the football. It made a difference for Tim Couch on how he felt like he could throw the football. Just making minor adjustments to a quarterback and getting results is something very positive for a coach to look at.
The young man from Hyden, Kentucky, selected by the Cleveland Browns. We have a series of pieces throughout the draft that we know as In the Crosshairs. Let's get to know Tim Couch.
I'm Tim Couch, University of Kentucky. You know, it was kind of like Mayberry on Andy Griffith's show. You know, everybody knew everybody. We got, you know, one cop, one stoplight, a couple restaurants, and, you know, it's just your typical small town. The big advantage for me was I didn't have anything to do all day long but throw a football. I just wanted to go somewhere that, you know, kind of a road less traveled that a lot of people didn't take. And, you know, all the top recruits were going to these big name schools and stuff. And I just said, you know, hey, I'm going to do something different for a change. Fortunate for me, they brought in Coach Mummy. He brings in this system that, you know, is perfect for me. And I got receivers around me. I got a big offensive line protecting me, and things just fell into place for me.
I don't believe what I just saw!
Having dinner with Joe Montana was, you know, really unbelievable. That was, you know, my childhood hero. You know, a guy, you know, you sit there and eat dinner with him, and all these plays he made are, you know, flashing through my mind. You know, the catch, the slant he threw against the Bengals to win the Super Bowl. All those plays are going through your mind when you first meet him. I watched the guys like Montana and Marino and Elway and those guys growing up. It, you know, really just made you dream a lot as a little kid and something to work for. I just got to go learn a new offense. You know, once I get that offense in, you know, in my mind where it comes second nature like the offense at Kentucky was, where I'm not out there thinking through things. I'm just, you know, bam, 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 making my reads, progressions. I think, you know, I'm going to adjust fine, and I think I got the, you know, the talent's just going to naturally come through.
Well, Tim Couch stays in the Midwest. You have to drive through Daniel Boone National Forest to get to Hyden, Kentucky, which also, this is interesting, was the site of the first post-resignation speech by Richard Nixon. I'm not sure why it was there, but for Tim Couch today, to borrow from Nixon, he is the president, at least in Cleveland. The Philadelphia Eagles with their fans, who are many here. Is it Donovan McNabb? We sure think so. We'll talk about who's coming up in New York in a moment. In New York. Now, the Jets don't draft till late in the second round, but there's a team of green here in full force. Those are the Eagles fans who are making their last pitch for the Eagles to draft Ricky Williams and not quarterback Donovan McNabb. More on that in a moment, but Cleveland has made their pick. Let's go out now to Sal Paolantonio with the president, Carmen Policy. Sal?
Well, that's right. I'm with one of your good friends, Carmen Policy. And Carmen, it was a long, arduous process to pick the right guy. Why did you go with Tim Couch?
Well, we loved everything we learned about him. And when you talk about what he can do on the field, I think all of your listeners and viewers have been exposed through ESPN coverage as to how qualified and how talented he is. But off the field, he displayed so much character and poise, and he's such a solid human being. And when we saw how coachable he was, especially during that workout in Lexington, Kentucky, at the University of Kentucky, I mean, all of us got blown away by that. And I think that's what really pushed Chris Palmer over the line.
You took great pains to get him to come to an agreement before you decided to put in the selection. Why was that important to you?
It's important because we needed our leader on the field committed to the Browns the moment he became a Brown. We could not tolerate, even for 20 seconds, any kind of an interruption or disruption of his focus, and God forbid that there would even be a one-day holdout. We needed this commitment to this organization to send a message to everyone else who's going to be part of this team.
Thanks a lot, Carmen. Looks like they've got their guy, Tim Couch, the Kentucky quarterback, the new pick of the Cleveland Browns. Chris?
And there's the official reaction a few moments ago by the Cleveland Browns and Coach Chris Palmer. There's Carmen right there, so you can uncork the wine. Carmen, who knows his way around a wine list, certainly at the end of this draft will have 13 picks, but he knows now number one, Tim Couch. So, now on the clock, the Philadelphia Eagles and their new regime, quarterback guru, late of the staff of Mike Holmgren, Andy Reid. Eagles in the 90s started out fine. Randall Cunningham, they were contenders, of course, at least, playoff team a couple of times. Never quite got over the hump to get going in the playoffs. Remember, the Fog Bowl was one of them. Then Rodney Peete and Ty Detmer, who is now at Cleveland. Last year, Bobby Hoying, and they tried Jim McMahon. Basically, they're a team in search of an offense, because their offense last year for a 3-13 team was anemic. However, Andy Reid and Tom Modrak, it was reported that maybe they were differing on who they like. Not the case. They agree it's Donovan McNabb. And one of the things they like is that he's started for 4 years at Syracuse. The pick is coming in. Let's go up to the commissioner, make it official. And you know the Eagles fans are hoping running back. We'll see.
With the second pick, the Philadelphia Eagles select Donovan McNabb, quarterback, Syracuse University.
This is the biggest non-New York contingent we have ever had. And now the Giants and Eagles fans are going, you know what? The season is underway here in late April.
It kicked off awfully early. I mean, the Eagles were genuinely, the fans are irate over the fact that they didn't take Ricky Williams. But you have to, I hope the fans don't take it out on Donovan McNabb.
No, they better not.
They really better not, because he's a young man who has the opportunity to be able to come in and I think really make an impact on the Eagles on offense. He has the athletic ability of a Randall Cunningham. He has the size and poise in the pocket of a Rodney Peete. I think you take a combination like that and give him a chance to grow under Andy Reid, you're going to have yourself a fine young quarterback. His athletic ability is the thing that stands out the most in my mind.
We're going to show these highlights in a minute, but Mel, let me just say this. In talking with Andy Reid yesterday, he says, hey, I know a veer offense, there's some things different than the pros, but a lot of the reads and a lot of the turns that he makes on throwing are similar to the West Coast offense that they will run, and that helps sell them on him.
A lot of progressions, Chris. I think when you look at Donovan McNabb, as Joe said, the athleticism, you watch him run the option and play against some top teams along the way. Look at those career passing yards, touchdown passes. Very productive player. He makes plays on the football. Here against Tennessee early in the year, running the option for the touchdown. So he has that ability to create. You look at his escape skills when he has to drop back. Not only escape, but look at the vision, look at the eyes. He's looking down the field, spots that third, fourth option, and accurately delivers the football. This is against Michigan. Watch the scramble again. Avoid, create. There you go. I mean, that is special, and I think that's the difference between a Donovan McNabb and some of the other pocket passers that come along. Look at the deep arm strength. There's Kevin Johnson. He could be a late first, early second-round pick. Here again, throwing back. Stephen Berman. This won the football game against Virginia Tech. This is the difference between Donovan McNabb. The escapability, Chris. And I think when you look at Tom Modrak coming over to the Philadelphia Eagles along with Andy Reid. Tom Modrak, a tremendous history of success. The Tom Donahoe in Pittsburgh helped orchestrate a lot of those key drafts when they were losing free agents. They made up for it. Philadelphia Eagles had some terrible drafts along the way. I think that's going to change with Tom Modrak and Andy Reid in control of the Philadelphia Eagles organization.
Last year, 22 touchdowns, only 5 interceptions. This is... Boy, I tell you what, the mayor came out a few days ago. This is today's Philadelphia Daily News. The mayor came out a couple days ago and said, you know, we should draft Ricky Williams, the running back, call the Eagles and tell them, and it blew out the phones at the Eagles headquarters for about 3 or 4 hours. But, Joe, you said something that's most accurate. Fans, Donovan McNabb is a 4-year starter in college. One of the reasons Brett Favre was able to play so well so quickly was that he had 4 years of starting at Southern Miss. And that experience will go in a big way to help Donovan McNabb be a major contributor for a long time at the Eagles. And don't take it out on him. He's an exciting player, a great athlete.
You're absolutely right, Chris. There's one thing I want to talk about as far as him working in Syracuse. In Syracuse, the type of offense they ran, it forced people to play a lot of man-to-man coverage against them. In doing so, he threw a lot of man-to-man routes. I got to be perfectly honest with you. If I got a young quarterback coming out of college who's worked against man-to-man coverage, I think that's a big plus. I think anybody can come out of college and throw the ball for 500 yards a game against zones. That's easy to teach. Throwing the ball against man-to-man coverage is something more difficult. But I like the way Donovan McNabb has been able to put his package together as a quarterback and do the things that he needs to do. First of all, he has excellent ball position. You see the ball up high right there. That's excellent position for a ball, standing nice and tall in the pocket. Now, as he moves around and scrambles around, he shows the athletic ability. Here he is on the move, resets the ball to the same identical position, which allows him to throw the ball with accuracy. He's a little stiff in his drop back. I'd like to see him work the ball a little bit more, and he takes that hand off the ball. That he has to learn to do. Hang on to the ball a little bit long for protection. He makes himself small when he gets back in the pocket. What I mean is he drops down so low, you're going to get down where you're going to lose sight of defensive backs. Those are some of the things that are very easily correctable by a quarterback. It's the athletic ability, the arm strength, the intangibles that I really believe is going to make him exceptional. I think he has a terrific upside, Chris. I really do.
For the third time in the 90s, this year, last year, of course, with Manning and Leaf, and in 93 with Bledsoe and Meyer, quarterbacks 1-2. Mortimer, Donovan McNabb, certainly a lot of experience as a starter.
Well, and that's right. And here's what went into some of the thought process as it pertains to Donovan McNabb with the Andy Reid, the new Philadelphia coach. Remember, this is a quarterback-driven offense. And Andy Reid really sees some of Brett Favre and Donovan McNabb. That's credentials enough. He thinks he's by far the best athlete in the draft, even better than Champ Bailey. He thinks he can play 4 skill positions in the NFL. And not only that, but the offense, this West Coast offense, the #1 pass play, hey, we talk about the option, is the play action. It's the sprint, draw, fake, blast, and that's exactly what he thinks McNabb will do. And he's also going to make this very much a character draft, and McNabb, Chris, falls right in line with that.
Well, Donovan McNabb, as you mentioned, an outstanding athlete. And they have Doug Peterson there, who's almost like a quarterback, but also kind of like a coach in this offense. Will McNabb start right away? Probably not. Will he start at all this year? They'll have to wait and see. But they're going to be patient with him, give him a chance to look, and then give him a chance to contribute. Solomon Wilcots, former Bengal, our colleague, is in New England right now for a hot spot, but your former team, Solomon, on the clock, Cincinnati. Do they take Akili Smith? Are they fielding offers? What do you think?
Well, Chris, they are listening to everyone. They're sitting idly by, and they're taking all the calls. But I just got off the phone, and I talked with people with the Cincinnati Bengals, and they told me that they would prefer to stay put and use that third pick. Now, with Donovan McNabb gone, with Tim Couch gone, I look for the Bengals to take Akili Smith. They like his strong arm and his accuracy, Chris.
Well, there's no question, Solomon, that he has a major league arm. The question on Akili, he hasn't played that much. It's one of the most meteoric rises in the history of the NFL draft. Akili's on the phone. Is Mike Brown at the other end? We'll be back. First, the pick is in. Let's go to the podium.
With the third choice, the Cincinnati Bengals select Akili Smith, quarterback, University of Oregon. The Indianapolis Colts are now on the clock.
Akili Smith, a duck, trying to follow in the footsteps of Oregon quarterbacks like Hall of Famer Dan Fouts. A rocket arm who skyrocketed up the charts in the NFL draft like not only no quarterback, but maybe like no player we have seen in 1 year, Mel.
No question about it, Chris. He was basically an undrafted free agent when the season started, moved way up the draft board into the second round, then into the first round, then into the mid-first round. Then he was even being discussed a couple weeks ago as maybe the #1 pick overall. You watch Akili Smith, the tight spiral, the RPM, and the productivity this year. Remember, they call him a one-year wonder. He put it all together this season. Watch the ball. Look at that release. Look at that tight spiral and the zip on the football. Unbelievable arm strength. John Elway, Burt Jones type arm strength. That's what Akili Smith possesses. And I think that's the difference with Akili Smith. The arm strength there, the mobility as well. Watch him here against Michigan State. Not only avoid, but then have the sense to spot that receiver open in the end zone. Here again, the mobility and the speed. He's out racing defensive backs to the end zone here. So you're talking about a special athlete who this year, watch the touch coming up on this pass, Joe. This is something he could not do as a junior. He did as a senior, especially late in the year. Over the last 4 games, and watch the accuracy here. Over the last 4 games, after Reuben Drones, their fine running back, was injured, Akili Smith threw 13 touchdown passes, only 1 interception. He carried that team on his shoulder. He matured a great deal, put those off-the-field problems behind him. Remember, he played 3 years in baseball in the minor league organization with the Pittsburgh Pirates. I think when you look at Akili Smith, I talked to him last night, seems like he's really excited. Yes. He feels like he came out of nowhere. He just wants the opportunity to compete for a starting job in the NFL. And I tell you, what a meteoric rise from an undrafted free agent at the beginning of the year to maybe, you know, you're talking about even a #1 pick, now the #3 pick to Cincinnati.
Well, we talked about the Oregon pedigree with Fouts, and he's now the 12th quarterback to go to the NFL. High school in San Diego that produced Terrell Davis and Marcus Allen. So there's pretty good, at least pedigree there, at least if you're looking at it from horse lines. More on Akili in a moment. So quarterbacks have gone 1, 2, 3. The second pick, Donovan McNabb, is the first choice in the new regime of the Philadelphia Eagles. Joining us now on the Sprint video conference from Philadelphia is the new head coach, and we'd like to introduce him to everybody, Andy Reid, who is a key part of the Packers' success under Mike Holmgren and his tutelage of Brett Favre. Well, Andy, welcome. You've got your man, and this is a guy that a lot of people said you'd have to scratch your head. Who would you pick? You were very much decided on why Donovan McNabb, correct?
I sure was. Yes, Boomer. I felt very strong about him. What a fine person we're getting, and likewise a fine football player.
Andy, we discussed on the phone, you and I, that the type of offense that he had at Syracuse is in some ways similar to the West Coast offense that you will run. Will you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, Chris, I'll tell you what, it really is. I had an opportunity to break down the film on Donovan and pull out plays, number one, that I felt were timing routes that might fit into the West Coast offense. One where he came back, he had to anticipate what the defense was going to do and then make the play. I thought he did that with tremendous accuracy. He was able to keep his eyes down the field, do some of the things that we want him to do in this West Coast system.
Andy, is there pressure to play? I mean, not quite yet, but what is a timetable? I know we're sitting in April. The timetable for him to play and for him to start. Do you see it late this year? Do you see it this year at all? Do you see it right away? What are you thinking right now? I know it's April.
Well, Chris, that's a little bit of the crystal ball theory. I brought Doug Peterson in here to play football for me, and I did that with a plan in mind. Not only does Doug come in and give me a security blanket from the quarterback position, but he also is a person that can help teach Donovan the ins and outs of this offense. And Doug will come in and be the #1 quarterback and give Donovan an opportunity to learn.
Good luck in Philadelphia. We know we'll be hearing from you later again today. You've got your guy, and hey, these fans will turn around here in New York. I'll work on them, all right?
No, I understand that. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. Take care, fellas.
All right, Andy. Andy Reid, who will really, it'll be interesting to see how that Eagles offense develops in that West Coast style. Back to Achilles Smith. Mel, last year at this time, where was he? Was he in this book, the Mel Kiper draft report? I mean, was he in here?
He was barely. He was a co-starter, of course, as a junior with Jason Moss, who will probably be a late-rounder undrafted free agent. Look at the quarterbacks. Dante Culpepper, huge grade going into the year. Ted White at Howard could be a 3rd or 4th round pick. Nice grade. Cade McNown, Joe's favorite, a 54. That's a nice grade for him. Michael Bishop, who may change positions. See Chad Salisbury from the University of Buffalo. Mike Cook, William and Mary. Jason Vandermaas, Alma, all on the same level of Achilles Smith. So you can see where he came from to get to this point where he's the #3 pick overall. And Joe, I tell you what, you talk about a meteoric rise up the charts. None other than Achilles Smith, probably in the history of the NFL draft.
It really was. And I had a chance to talk to Jeff Tedford, his offensive coordinator and his quarterback coach at Oregon. The thing that impressed me about him is Jeff said we worked real hard on his pocket skills, and you could see him respond to that. They worked real hard on him studying and learning and understanding what it takes to be a quarterback, more than just the athletic part of it. He understood that. Having a chance to sit and visit with him last night, I asked him about Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf. I said, what did you learn from last year? He said, I heard Peyton put those tapes in his car right away, started studying. Those are the things that I'm going to need to do to get everybody's confidence on this football team. So the lessons of last year's quarterbacks have carried over to this year's quarterbacks. They know how hard they're going to have to study and work. And he's a young man who proved he can dedicate himself to becoming a better football player. You always like to see a guy, Chris, continue to improve and improve. This is a kid who made up his mind and has done it.
The quarterbacks have gone, and now, as Paul Harvey would say, we begin to have the rest of the story. This, you would think, with Indianapolis, may be the spot for a running back. You would think it would be Ricky Williams. With Sean Salisbury, as we got to Indianapolis, you told us at the beginning of the draft, maybe Ricky, maybe Edgerin James, maybe Champ Bailey. If I'm the Colts, I got to think about a back, but it may not be the back that everybody's thinking of. It might be Edgerin James. What are you hearing?
I'll tell you, Boomer, they like both of those backs. One they like better outside James, Ricky Williams inside. But let's not just focus on offense. Yeah, Marshall Faulk gone. You think, got to have a running back. They think there might be a quality one in the 2nd round also. And Bill Polian told me that if 3 quarterbacks went 1, 2, 3, it'll be a 75% chance or better they went defense first. And you think Georgia cornerback Champ Bailey, who they love, and a running back in the 2nd round. Should be interesting. On the clock. We're going to find out soon enough. Let's get out to New Orleans and Ed Werder.
Well, Sean, the Saints here have been desperately trying to trade up with the Colts for this pick, but the Colts have refused all trade offers, including a deal that would feature all of this year's draft, plus 1s and 3s next year and a 1 the following year. They have not been able to move into that position. The Colts telling them they're taking a player that they want that's on the board. Now, the question is it Champ Bailey or is it Ricky Williams? If they pass on Ricky Williams, the Saints have a deal in place with the Redskins to take Ricky Williams with the 5 pick. Chris, back to you.
All right, Ed, we will see what happens. Mel, well, let's look at of course, anybody will pale in comparison to the running statistics of the Heisman Trophy winner, Ricky Williams. I mean, these are career numbers. Ricky with over 6,200 rushing for Texas. Edgerin James, really 2-year starter at Miami, although, you know, 3,000 yards in 2 years is not too bad. If you compare and contrast these two, Mel, what would edge you one way, no pun intended? What would edge you another way?
Gave a slight edge, certainly, to Ricky Williams. I think staying around for 4 years. Remember, he would have been the 6th pick overall last year had he come out, went back, broke all those records, really put up big numbers, worked on his pass receiving, cut down on the fumbles, although he did have one late against Texas A&M. I think Ricky Williams gives a slight edge to. Edgerin James did it over this season late in the year against UCLA and their big upset win over the Bruins and against NC State. But when he was on this year, he was unstoppable. Eric Dickerson-type size and breakaway speed in the best hands of any backup graded in a long, long time. So Edgerin James almost caught Ricky Williams, but you have to give the edge to Williams because he did it over the long haul.
Joe, you compare and contrast. I mean, Ricky, for productivity, is unheralded.
Well, I like to look at it a little bit bigger picture. You certainly take a look at the numbers of these two men. They both put up big numbers. The thing is last year, the 7 picks the Colts had, 4 of them were on offense. You go and draft a Peyton Manning. Now you've got your quarterback. What's the next element that you need to get on your football team? You took a wide receiver last year. You've got that. Where do you want to go? You got rid of Marshall Faulk. I think you have to go the running back. Now you're going to complete that side of the ball. Then you can build through free agency in the draft the defensive side. But offensively, you're going to be set, not just for now, but for quite a period of time.
Well, I think this might be your first real curveball in the draft. I just do. I know Ricky Williams, I mean, we've been talking about him almost for 2 years, if not for 1 year. But if the Colts go running back, which I think they're going to do, don't be surprised if it's the other one, Edgerin James. His signability may be a little bit different. That will raise a lot of eyebrows. A lot of people didn't think that a 2 and a 5 for Marshall Faulk was enough, but yet Marshall will be a free agent at the end of the year, will be very tough to sign. Bill Polian and the Colts were very happy with what they got in that trade for St. Louis. And now, one tee shot, here comes the shot into the green. Both shots, Mort, that we didn't expect him to take. I think he's going with the other back, Edgerin James. Mortimer?
Chris, I think signability is always an issue with Bill Polian. Just look at his experience with Bianca Patuca in Carolina, holdout, injury, and a somewhat busted career so far. And no question signability was an issue with Marshall Faulk. And by the way, there are other teams with a higher grade on Edgerin James than Ricky Williams, surprising as that is, Chris.
Mortimer, the Colts, I'm sure they took a last-ditch phone call from a team or two, but they've got the quarterback. Remember, they drafted Payton, wide receiver next. They can move the ball, and now they need a running back to take a little pressure off Peyton Manning, who set all sorts of passing records last year. They don't want him to set those same sort of records this year. They'd rather lug it. Is there activity up at the podium? Let's go up to the podium and get the pick from the Indianapolis Colts.
With the 4th choice in this draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Edgerin James, running back, University of Miami. The Washington Redskins are now on the clock.
See,
well, Ricky is obviously disappointed, and he's wondering what's happening. Now, was it just a Swami crystal ball that I just thought up? But they're both special backs. And now, what do you think, Mel, that Ricky Williams is 5 or lower?
I think it might have had something to do, certainly, with signability. I had Ricky Williams 1 on the draft board, Edgerin James 2, and I don't know if a lot of people out there had Edgerin James rated that high. I didn't put him over Williams because Williams did it over a longer period of time. But as I said earlier, when James was on, he was unstoppable. You watch a kid here, athletic and break tackles, and then turn on the jets. And I think that's the difference here with Edgerin James. Big back who has size, has speed, and has toughness. Very fluid runner. Also, the outstanding hands coming out of the backfield, then the moves in the broken field, that ability after the catch for a kid who's strong and powerful. Has kind of a gliding style, Joe. Sets up his blockers, slips a tackle, continues on down the field. 17 touchdown runs this past season. This kid smells the end zone, and he made a lot of big plays out of the running game, Joe, late in the year, particularly against UCLA in their big upset win, and also against NC State in the bowl game. But is that enough, Joe, to overtake Ricky Williams?
I don't think so. I think you really know a little bit more of what you get with Ricky Williams. I'll tell you right now, Ricky Williams is pissed. Flat out upset. And if you get an athlete upset, he's got a chip on his shoulder. He's going to have something to prove. Whoever gets Ricky Williams is going to have an athlete that's really going to want to prove a point. But it also creates a major problem for the Washington Redskins. They want Champ Bailey, okay? Now you got Ricky Williams sitting there. They certainly need a running back. it not only muddles the water as far as what the trade will be possibly with New Orleans, but now Charlie Casserly and Norv Turner have to sit there and say, wow, we never expected both of these athletes to be here. Now we have to make a choice. Which way do we go?
Joe, they had Skip Hicks. You know, they drafted Skip Hicks last year out of UCLA. They had Stephen Davis. They have a back in Skip Hicks that they really think has a chance to be a great back. Do they go with Skip Hicks and roll the dice and keep him in the fold, or do they go with the back here and still stick with Champ Bailey?
Well, we know that, and we heard from Ed Werder in New Orleans earlier, that Washington and New Orleans were mixing up a little cocktail there. Is it still on the bar, Ed?
Well, Chris, you know, they're very excited about the possibility of getting Ricky Williams with this pick. The problem is the deal they had worked out with the Redskins for this pick was contingent upon the player the Redskins wanted being gone. And the guy they wanted is still on the board, Champ Bailey. So now it looks like the Saints may have to not only negotiate with the Redskins, but if that deal falls through and the Redskins take Bailey, they're going to have to get on the phone and talk to the Rams, Chris.
Well, now let me give you another scenario, Ed. They're going to get on the phone. Mike Ditka's going to get on the phone and talk with the Chicago Bears at the 7th spot. That will be an interesting phone call all unto itself. Ed, let's any other deals that may be happening in New Orleans? I mean, they probably have talked 5 Washington, 6 St. Louis, 7 Chicago, as far down as 8 Arizona.
Well, Chris, they've already had discussions with the Bears at the 7th spot, but they didn't think it was to get Ricky Williams. It was to get possibly David Boston with that pick, assuming, of course, at that point that Ricky Williams was already going to be off the board. So even if Williams goes 5 or 6 here, I still think you might see the Saints trade up to try to get Boston.
So this pick should take the limit of 15 rounds. If you've never watched an NFL draft before, hope the refrigerator is stocked. Each first-round pick, and there are 31 of them, there's 15 minutes, and the second round is 10 minutes. But thus far, Ricky Williams, a wonderful player. Ricky, thus far, has lost that number. We'll be back. New York at the 64th NFL Draft began back in 1936, and this one may be one of the more historic by the time it is over. Let's go back down to New Orleans and see if the trade did indeed go down. Ed?
Well, Chris, the Ricky Williams wait is just about over. The Saints have just completed a trade with the Redskins for this pick, and they will take Ricky Williams. Terms of that not known at this time. When I was on the phone with the War Room, the celebration was so loud at that point I was unable to get the details right now. But I'll pursue those and get back to you.
So a party already underway in New Orleans, and that's a town that doesn't really need an excuse for a party. Boy, Mike Ditka was so outspoken with what he wanted to trade for Ricky Williams, and you know what? He's got his man. Let's go up to the podium and join the commissioner. Yep. You know, when it's a trade card, it takes a little longer to fill out. And we thought this was ready to go, but first they read the trade, Joe.
Especially when you talk about this kind of a trade.
With
There's a whole bunch of numbers. Yeah, it's not like here's a 1, here's a 2. It's a 1, it's a 2. It's everything in 99. It's part of 2000. And Ricky can't be disappointed because he's going someplace where somebody really expects him to contribute, wants him to contribute, and he will be embraced and needed to play there in New Orleans to give them some semblance of a running game.
Well, let's see if this is indeed the moment for the most prolific back in terms of yards in Division 1A history.
I think he's going to be sensational. I really do.
I do too.
I think he's going to be a terrific football player. And the only reason he's fallen is simply because of needs of other football teams, not because it's a reflection on his ability.
Mike Ditka loves him.
There has been a trade involving this 5th pick in the draft. The New Orleans Saints are now on the clock.
Well, they won't be on the clock for long. So the Saints have moved up, and now Ricky knows. And you know what? He's going to a place where he is going to be embraced, and he is going to get the ball immediately because there's an offense that, well, Mike Ditka knows a little bit about some decent backs. Sweetness, the all-time leader in the pros. Now he gets the all-time leader in college football, Ricky Williams.
Well, he does, and I think Ricky Williams is a phenomenal back, but they still have a quarterback problem in New Orleans. Billy Joe Hobart off an Achilles tendon injury, so you get the great back. Ricky's going to have to carry that offense because I think the triggerman still to be determined. I'm not a Billy Joe Hobart supporter as a starting quarterback in this league.
Billy Joe, everybody named Billy Joe and Bobby Joe is on the New Orleans depth chart at quarterback.
You got to be a Joe if you're there.
But they know how to hand off, and they'll learn awfully quickly. Ed Werder back to New Orleans. What's the latest? Has the reveling died down?
Probably not, but enough so that I was able to get the terms of the deal The Saints are going to get him cheaper than they expected. They're giving up all of their draft this year and next year's #1 and #3 picks. So they get Ricky Williams for less than some people might have imagined. Chris, they couldn't be more excited. Mike Ditka came in with a big cigar here today. I think he just lit it up.
That's okay. That's all right.
Well, that was his original offer that was out there for about a week or so. All my draft and a 1 and a 3 next year. So, I mean, he's paying dearly. Is this too much to pay for a player of this sort?
I don't think so. You know, we talked about him, and Mel had him rated as the #1 player in the draft. When you're talking about the #1 rated player in the draft, I don't think any price is too high to pay, especially if you're in a situation where Mike Ditka is, and you say to yourself, I can't run the football. I've not been able to run the football, and I am the man that likes to run the football. Everything I do is based off that. I don't think it's too much.
Let me ask you this, Joe. Billy Joe Hobart, the starting quarterback, off an Achilles tendon injury. Is this a package with Williams and Hobart they can win with?
I think it's a package that it's a foundation to start with. I think they're going to have to go find a quarterback at some point in time, and I think they'll be able to.
Let me just tell you what the picks are. The 12th round overall pick in this year. They have no second to the Saints, so the Skins now get a 1, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, and a 7, and a 1 and a 3 next year. Meanwhile, Indianapolis turned some heads. Edgerin James, not Ricky Williams. Sean Salisbury, you're with the coach of the Colts, Jim Mora. Sean?
Thanks, Boomer. Coach Mora, you talk about Ricky Williams. You surprised the world with Edgerin James.
Well, we like both backs. We think they're both outstanding backs and are going to be very good backs in the National Football League. But basically, we feel that Edgerin gives us a little bit more what we want to do with our offense, and that's why we picked him.
Now, I know that the Saints came at you with a big offer also, plus a couple extra veteran players. Why not take that? Is Edgerin James that good?
Well, we like him in a lot, and we just felt like to get a back of that caliber at this point from a standpoint of our offense and how he fits in with the rest of our young guys on offense, that we just felt like we needed to have him.
Boomer, they got their running back and quarterback. Let's go back to you.
All right, John and Coach Mora, thank you very much. And now music to the ears of Mike Ditka in New Orleans as it is about to be made official.
With the 5th pick in the draft, the New Orleans Saints select Ricky Williams, running back, University of Texas. St. Louis Rams are now on the clock.
You know what? A couple of years from now, even later on this year, nobody will care that you didn't go 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, you know, and you went 5 instead of 1. If you gain what we think Ricky Williams is going to gain, 13, I mean, I don't want to put a number on it. You gain that. Who will care that you weren't the first overall pick in the draft? It doesn't mean anything.
And from an economic standpoint,
I mean,
I don't think it's
but so what?
I don't think it will. I think you have to treat him like the #1 pick in the draft from an economic standpoint as well.
I mean, right, Mel? I mean, yes, economically is the difference, but so what? If he's going to play 10 years, plenty of chance to make it up, and he's not going to suffer at #5 anyway.
And if you think he was motivated last year when he won a Heisman Trophy, wait till this coming season and the seasons to come when he goes into the NFL with something to prove. You see Earl Campbell here. You're going to see that same style. There's Isaiah Robertson. See the same style. That's why they call him Little Earl, the way he just stampedes defenders. There's Dave Elmendorf. Or Moran.
Good job, Mel.
I mean, you're looking at a back who can break tackles, has incredible quickness, and has that ability that I think when you're talking about a 234-pounder, he can run away from people in the secondary. And that's the difference. I think when you look at Ricky Williams, you're looking at a complete football player. You see the speed here with the pads on. I don't care how much what his 40 time is. With the pads on, and there he is wearing number 11. Went to number 34, then the number 37, memory of Doak Walker. And here he is catching the football out of the backfield, then making people miss in the open field. This is a tremendous football player, and as I said, Chris, now you get him here, the Saints. You get Ricky Williams with an attitude to say, hey, take another running back ahead of me, let me drop down to 5. I'm going to prove everybody wrong.
First thing about attitude, if you're wondering if the Saints play the Colts this year, they do not, so they'll have to wait till at least another season. Number 2 about attitude, the relationship between now the late Doak Walker and Ricky Williams was legitimate and heartfelt, and I think that speaks volumes about the young man. I mean, he really developed a kinship with Doak Walker the last couple of years. I think that tells you more about the guy. But Mike Ditka already summed that up himself. Let's go down to New Orleans and join Ed Werder with the coach.
I'm here with Coach Mike Ditka, who just lit up his celebratory cigar, and it Looks like you may be smoking that for some time.
This could last 3 or 4 weeks.
What was it like going through that draft, wondering if the Colts were, when they wouldn't make the trade with you, whether they were going to take the player you wanted?
Well, we really thought they were, and you know, we tried with everybody. Bill has been on the phone for a week, and actually very much this morning, and we thought maybe we could get something done. I mean, I thought that the offer we made was beyond reason, but I guess other people have their own feelings about that. I believe things are supposed to happen for reasons, and I think he's supposed to come here. I mean, I really believe that. I love the kid. I love everything about him. I watched every player, and there's a lot of great football players in this draft. And we would have been happy with some other ones, but I tell you what, he's what we need. We really need this kid, and I think he's going to show everybody, too, that he is the best college football player coming out. I don't care about the other guys.
Think he might come in a little bit angry, given that Edgerin James went ahead of him?
No, I don't think Ricky's that kind of kid. I really don't. I don't think he worries about that. I think he just knows he's got a job to do. He's going to come in and do it to the best of his ability, and we're going to become a much better football team because of him.
Beyond what he does on the football field for you, does he give you an identity that you sorely lack?
Well, he gives us what Walter Payton gave us in Chicago. He gave us what Walter Payton did, you know, in Chicago. I mean, you got a great running back, you give him the ball, it makes your offense better, it makes your passing game better, hopefully, and it makes your defense better because they're not on the field as much. And if they want to put 8 or 9 men up front to stop them, we'll find a way to combat that because we think we can. And he's also a pretty good receiver now when you take him out of the backfield, but I don't think that's what you want to do with him too much.
Well, you have no more picks now. You look like you're dressed for an evening out. What will you do with the rest of the day?
Gone golfing. You want me to sing?
If you'd like. What
on a shady Sunday day, or Saturday, whatever it is.
What was the reaction in your room when James was passed and you knew you had the deal in place with the Redskins?
It was pretty calm except for me and Danny and Tom and Bill and everybody else because he's the player, you know. I guess maybe you make a mistake when you make a commitment like I made early, and I said this, I'd give up my draft for him and this and that, but I would, and I meant it. I wasn't kidding. I don't believe in playing the games that some of these teams play. I mean, everything is so much intrigue, it kind of tickles me to death. I mean, if every people were that smart, what the hell, they ought to know who they want.
Okay, Mike Ditka gets the only player he wants and the rest of the day off. Boomer, back to you.
All right, Ed and Coach, thank you. You know what I love? There are 30 other coaches and GMs, et cetera, that are you know, sweating this thing out for 2 days. And Mike is now going to work on his handicap for the weekend. I think it's great. Here is the trade, as we spoke to you before, to swap, and Washington, remember, only drops down 7 slots now. It's not like they dropped out of the first round. So they swap first-round picks, and then Washington gets a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, and a 7 this year, and a 1 and a 3 in the year 2000. Y2K, if everything works. So that's what Washington gets out of it. And the Saints get their guy, and the coach goes golfing. Again, Mel, I want to ask, is this too steep a price, or if a guy is going to be this good, do you agree with what Mike did, or do you agree with Washington? Who got the better of this?
I think it's a lot to give up. I really do. Like I said, Ricky Williams was the #1 player in the draft. The only problem is he dropped to 5, and to go up to 5 to get the #1 player, you know, if you're talking about a Saint team that was 1 player away, maybe you would agree. I still think they have to get that quarterback. Billy Joe Hobart off the injury. Billy Joe Tolliver, a career backup. They need the quarterback to get the job done. And I think when you look at it from the Redskin perspective, a lot of needs. They need those hole fillers. I've always been an advocate of moving down. Now they're set for next year's draft. They can utilize that 12th pick to help out the offensive line. But they do lose out on Champ Bailey and Chris McAllister, who would have been tremendous additions to that Redskin secondary.
Heisman Trophy winners who are running backs in the NFL. Some of them have made their mark for all time. A guy named Barry Sanders, who was drafted 10 years ago in the #3 slot. Tony Dorsett, Hall of Fame. Marcus Allen will be Hall of Fame. The Juice, Earl Campbell, Herschel Walker. These are some of the Heisman trophies who have really made their mark. Now, of course, it's not 100%. It's not even 90%. But if Little Earl can become Big Earl, Mike Ditka will have a deal well worth it. We'll be back with St. Louis on the clock. It's been a busy week and a major factor in this draft before they even stepped up to the plate, which they are on the clock right now, by making a trade 2 days ago for Marshall Faulk, get a running back that they covet, get a running back who was a former #2 draft pick in the entire draft, in exchange for a 2, a high 2, and a 5. So the Rams are on the clock, who now have a choice in either defensive back, the Deion Sanders, if you will, Champ Bailey, or Chris McAllister, if you will. Some compare him to Ronnie Lott. That's coming up. Ricky Williams, though, has a home, and his home right now is with Mike Tirico. Michael?
All right, Chris, thank you. Ricky, I was watching you as you were standing backstage. In 10 minutes, you went from being passed over for another running back to being traded for, and in return, the other team got 7 future players.
Right.
What was your range of emotions in those 10 minutes?
Well, I think I expected Indy to take me because in talking to them, they sounded very interesting. So I was kind of surprised that they passed on me, but excited I'm going somewhere where I'm really wanted.
Were you mad?
Mad? No, I wasn't mad at all.
When you look ahead now, do you have something to prove to people because you were the second back taken in this draft?
I don't think so. I'm just going to go out there and play football the way I always do. I'm not worried about proving anything to anyone.
Some people talked about some things that have gone on since the Heisman period in the banquet circuit and your weight. Did you think that showed people that you weren't disciplined enough to do what you needed to do to be ready for the most important day of your professional life, which is up to now, today?
Well, I'm sure they could have taken it that way, but I know what I can do, and I've done it for 4 years, so hopefully I can keep on doing it.
Signability. Some people thought that may be a question. Your agent, Master P, who is a multimillionaire and a very successful businessman, but not experienced in the world of football and negotiating. Do you think that was something seen by some people as a negative?
I don't know. I'm sure it could have been, but it's their first contract. We'll see how that goes, and in the future they won't have this problem.
I don't know if you got a chance to see Coach Ditka. Big Hawaiian shirt, huge cigar. He's going off to celebrate because he's done for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
He said he wanted you, and he got you. What does that make you feel like?
It feels great. I was down there last week, and they were talking about all the coaches were saying, if we draft you, you can just go home and hit the golf course and get home early instead of being there all weekend. So I think all the coaches are excited, and I'm also excited about being the same.
That's the good news, but you follow football. You know people talk about the Herschel Walker trade and all those picks. People are going to talk about the Ricky Williams trade down the line. You've carried a lot of burdens all the way through here. Are you ready to carry that burden into the pros?
I'm not too worried. I'm just going to go out there and do all I can do, and if it's not good enough, I try my best. And if it is, then great.
You handled this like you've handled every step along the way. Class, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Ricky.
All right.
Boom, back to you.
All right, Michael. All right, Ricky, congratulations going to the Saints. And just look at these numbers. Hard to get more gaudy than this. NCAA record. He passed Tony Dorsett for career yards of 6,200 plus. Yards a carry, breaking the record of the two-time Heisman Trophy winner Archie Griffin. Anthony Thompson had the rushing touchdown record, broken. Touchdowns in 2 seasons, broke Barry's. Broke Marcus Allen's record of 200-yard games. I mean, not only are they records, he's breaking records of guys that went down to be pretty darn good, Mel.
Oh, he did it all. I think when you look at what he did at the college level, phenomenal productivity. I think when you look at the best available player, Ricky Williams. Let's look at some of the other top players in the draft. Edgerin, James, Tim Couch already off the board. Champ Bailey dropping down a little bit further than some clubs may have anticipated. It's going to be interesting to see. You look at the Torrey Holt, outstanding wide receiver from NC State. You know, you have some cornerbacks still there. Will the Redskins still be able to get a corner down the line? Will St. Louis go for offense? They got Marshall Faulk. Now they can get Holt, or will they go for the defensive back? So look for more options for teams than they may have expected going in.
What a great, interesting pick for St. Louis, and they've made it. Let's go up to the podium.
With the 6th pick in the draft, the St. Louis Rams select Torrey Holt, wide receiver, North Carolina.
Well, even with Champ Bailey there, they stuck to their plan late last night, which was Holt, Mel.
Very polished receiver, Chris. He went back for his senior year, worked all summer on his route running. Watch him set up the cornerback, catch the deep ball here. You see the route running, you see the polish, the hands, everything very effortless for Torrey Holt. That came this year. Like I say, he studied hard during the summer, worked on his route running, and here, the vision, the eyes, watching the quarterback, working with the quarterback, making the tough reception. Watch the concentration here. That's as a senior. As a junior, he made a lot of improvement during the course of this past season. Touchdown reception with his hands. Here's a punt return against Florida State. To get wide and then turn on the speed, break a tackle. So you're looking at a kid who has a great deal of athletic ability. Not sprinter speed, Chris, but a guy who certainly can burst out of his break and make plays. Again, on the deep ball against Florida State. Also the knee injury. Sustained a minor knee injury Tuesday prior to the Senior Bowl. Of the minor surgery, you're looking at Torrey Holt during his individual workout, run between 4.36 and 4.44, caught everything thrown in his direction. That solidified a position for Torrey Holt in the top 10 overall and allowed him to remain ahead of David Boston as a #1 wide receiver in this draft.
We've had 6 offensive players, 3 quarterbacks, 2 running backs, and a wide receiver go thus far. And now on the clock, and the 7th pick was Chicago. But before we could even say this was a hot spot, it got Well, it got red hot because the Chicago Bears and Washington Redskins have worked the trade. Washington doesn't have an owner, but they've been on the clock twice already. Mort, what do we have?
Well, I think what you have here is now the Redskins' best case scenario. They get all the picks with New Orleans, and now they go up to get Champ Bailey, the player they coveted all along. And all I can tell you is I had a good conversation with Charlie Casserly this week about protecting the integrity of this draft, knowing that he and Norv Turner could be on very short-term contracts. And he said, Mort, you just don't worry about those things. You just draft like you would normally draft, as if you're going to be there for 5 more years. So right now, this is a great scenario for the Redskins with Champ Bailey. And the Bears move back, I think, at 12, looking at Cade McNown, the UCLA quarterback, Chris.
Yeah, he should be there, but may not be. But that's a risk they'll take. And Washington, you're right. No, they get the people's champ, it looks like. We'll see if that's what they do. But let's go up to our Bristol locale and join Mark Malone and Ron Jaworski. And, guys, your thoughts on offense, offense, offense. I know you can respect that.
Well, we certainly can, Boomer, no doubt about it. Dick Vermeil and the St. Louis Rams had a lot of needs, and some of those needs on the defensive side of the football. They needed a cover corner, and they needed some linebackers, but they chose Torrey Holt. Why is that, Ron?
Mark, just before the draft started, I talked to Coach Vermeil, and it was clear to him that he wanted to build an explosive offense. When you look at the new quarterback in Trent Green, you look at Isaac Bruce, you look at Marshall Faulk, now you throw in a Torrey Holt, you have playmakers. This is an offense that was really sputtering last year. It may be the best turnaround of any team right now through the draft, through free agency, and through trades. They have really upgraded their team.
No doubt about it. They're explosive, got some problems on the defensive side of the ball that they still have to address. Meanwhile, the Washington Redskins are still on the clock. We'll be back with more coverage of ESPN's 1999 NFL Draft right after this.
Trade and the pick by the Redskins are ready to rumble.
Let me give you the specifics on the Chicago trade with Washington. To obtain this pick from Chicago, the 7th pick in the first round, the Redskins traded to the Bears the New Orleans Saints first-round pick in this year's draft, New Orleans Saints third-round pick in this year's draft, Washington's 4th and 5th round picks in this year's draft, as well as a third-round pick in the next year's draft. And with the 7th pick, the Washington Redskins select Champ Bailey, defensive back, University of Georgia.
Well, if you get
the Arizona Cardinals is now on the clock.
8 draft picks, you might as well deal some of them away, I guess. So they got 8, although they really swapped. But they got 7 additional picks to the Redskins. So as we read it, they've given away 4 picks. So they're up 3, still get the player they want. They don't have an owner, but they get a coach, they get a GM, and they got one hell of a player. And many GMs, Mel told me, by far and away, Champ Bailey was their favorite player in the entire draft.
Well, I think when you look at the trade, Chris, they would have had to be very fortunate to see a Champ Bailey or a Chris McAllister drop down. Joe, we were trying to look at it and see if they would be fortunate enough to see that happen. They weren't going to gamble that would happen. Move back up to get the Champ Bailey, who was the guy that they had keyed on all along. Darrell Green getting up there in age, can't go on forever. Dishman off and down here. They needed a big corner in Washington. 5'11 and a half, 184 pounds. Champ Bailey, outstanding in coverage here against Tennessee. Peerless Price comes away with the interception. Talk about his great hands, the ball skills that he provides. Wide receiver, he's outstanding. Applies that ability in coverage. There again, the pass deflection. And he's tough. Watch this, Joe. This is a kid who's a hard-nosed, good run support, tough football player. Here again, solid tackle after the catch. Now you'll see him coming on the corner blitz. Moving in for the sack against Auburn. Now on the other side of the ball, we saw the hands in terms of the interceptions. Now at wide receiver. A double threat, also a return man. Another touchdown reception against Virginia in their bowl game. The kid is a remarkable athlete. I think the question you have to look at if you're the Washington Redskins, how much do you work him on wide receiver? I think if you look at the Redskins' perspective, they need him so desperately at corner to be the next Darrell Green. They don't want to really have him worrying about so much. He played 95% of the plays in Georgia. That was too much. Now he'll be just a corner early on. Maybe down the road, Joe, if they need a big play, maybe a little wide receiver.
Let me answer your question first. I don't think he works at all on offense. I think he exclusively works on defense because we don't really know how good Champ Bailey can be because he never really had a chance to focus totally on defense when he was at Georgia. Kudos to Charlie Casserly, Norv Turner, and everybody there. You made the trade. You made a move up. You protected yourself, got one of the players you coveted and won in the first round. I think that's just an excellent move. You take a look at the secondary. They've acquired Sam Shade this year. You got Lamont Evans at free safety. Chris Dishman, Chris is getting a little bit older, can be a great tutor for Champ Bailey. Darrell Green continues to play at a very high level. It helps his secondary out tremendously, and it's going to really help the side of the ball that needs an awful lot of help, and that's the defense of the Washington Redskins. The deals for the tackles last year, now you get a corner, you make a deal for a safety. The pieces are starting to come together. An opportunity maybe, just maybe, for whoever winds up owning this football team to say, hey, these guys are doing a pretty good job. I think I'll keep them around.
Well, maybe so. You're going to start singing? Well, you like the pick, I know, because if it can be anywhere close to Darrell Green, 16 years and still going strong, he's going to be a heck of a player. The importance of having a top-notch cornerback in the NFL, you ask around the league, cannot be understated.
First of all, the most important thing on defense is pressure on the passer. Now, how does that relate to the corner? If you have great cover corners, you can send more people to the quarterback. It's that simple.
It's so important today with the changing offenses, from a defensive standpoint, to be able to take a side away or a particular player away. And I think that's why there is a sudden move in the direction of the cornerback position.
When you look at a team that you consider a championship caliber team, that's one of the areas you look at immediately, because that's one of the areas that if you are subpar out there and you give up some plays, it's going to cost you games.
You've got athletes at receiver nowadays that can make an awful lot of big plays and make them real fast. You've got defenses that are becoming more zone blitz oriented, more blitz oriented, putting more pressure on the corner and requiring a better player at the position.
The more and more empty sets we see with 5 wide receivers, the 4 wides, the 3 wides now is standard. Third cornerback is a starting position anymore in the National Football League. It's just a reaction to what the offense does. The defense has to counter, and so those quality corners, and especially the so-called shutdown corners who can lock out a receiver, are as valuable as any defensive player you have.
Well, Washington certainly knows all about it, having had Darrell Green and for a couple of years while he was still great Chris Dishman, and now they hope that Champ Bailey can fit that mold. Well, Champ Bailey is one of the most exciting college players we've seen in quite a long time. Why don't we go up to the guys who watched him week in and week out, and that's our fellows in Bristol, Coach Gottfried, Kirk Herbstreit, with our man Chris Fowler. Chris?
All right, Boomer, anybody who watched Georgia play saw a lot of Champ Bailey guys. He played more than 90 plays per game his senior year. That's more plays than anybody really in the modern era of college football. When you look at his 1998 season, played so many plays, Mike, that at times it was kind of unfair to judge him as a defensive back because he played so much receiver, also played on special teams. He got tired a lot, but when he was not tired, he was truly great.
He's an impact player. You talk about a great player. 4'3", 40, 42-inch vertical jump, plays on offense, defense, special. He can blitz off the corner. You talked about Chris. He averages over 100 snaps per game. Good hands. He practices 20 minutes with the offensive football team and then goes in and makes big plays on offense. His speed is excellent. I've talked to a lot of pro people, and they talked about if he was a wide receiver only, he'd be a top 3 pick. And when you look at Champ Bailey, you're maybe looking at the next Deion Sanders, Kirk.
Well, I don't know if he's the next Deion Sanders because I question his ability to play wide receiver. People are comparing him and looking at a Deion Sanders. Think of the offensive skills. Chris and I saw him play against Tennessee. He got winded. He got tired early in that game, had to step out, and they tried to play him just primarily at the corner position. He is legitimate, one of the best cornerbacks in the draft. I like Chris McAllister, the long arms. He can play man-to-man as well as anybody. He fits in well with this system.
That's why I think it's tough to judge him as a defensive back. He did get very tired in that Tennessee game, ended up giving up a touchdown pass, but that's because he was on the field constantly. Obviously won't ask to do that in the NFL. Now, the comparisons with Charles Woodson, last year's Heisman Trophy winner, are obvious. You can see that Bailey had a much bigger impact on offense. Georgia, frankly, needed a big impact from him on offense. They were lacking in big plays when Bailey wasn't in there as a receiver. Defensively, some would say perhaps a different kind, less physical defensive back than Charles Woodson, but Champ Bailey headed to Washington with the number 7 pick. We'll continue our NFL draft coverage from New York and Bristol with the Cardinals on the clock.
Back in New York, and last year at this draft, the Arizona Cardinals, the Arizona Cardinals, who hadn't seemingly made a good move since they became a state, had perhaps the best draft of any team in the league. One of the moves they made by swapping spots 2-3 with San Diego, allowing the Chargers to get Ryan Leaf. They moved down one, picked Wadsworth at that spot. Then later on got Corey Chavis and Eric Metcalf and Patrick Sapp in that deal. But here's the last part of it. Number 1 pick of the Chargers in '99, which turned out to be the number 8 pick overall, meaning Arizona is one of 2 teams that has, or one of 3 teams that has 2 first-round picks. And so this is a real bonus for Arizona. So while they might have wanted Holt, they still have a player as we go to your board. Who might they be looking at?
I think the offensive tackle, the left tackle, John Tate. Critical because of Jake Plummer. He's your franchise quarterback. You have to keep him in one piece. John Tate would be key to that equation. He'll be 24 years of age, very mature young man coming out of a pro-style offense at BYU. I think you look at the other tackles, John Jansen, a right tackle. L.J. Shelton, very interesting because he's your dominant left tackle and had a heck of a year at Eastern Michigan. Even as a junior, protected the blind side of Charlie Batch. Aaron Gibson, a right tackle, could move inside to guard as well. But I think for Arizona, they have another first-round pick where they can look at that wide receiver spot, the 3rd wide receiver spot, also help out in the return game at that point. But I think John Tate critical because he's an outstanding left tackle, the best left tackle in this draft, Chris.
Well, they lose Lomas Brown, and they want to give Jake Plummer help somehow. 3rd wide, as you mentioned, extra blocking. They were thinking about a back, but the backs were gone at this time. So we will debate what Arizona's going to do because they'll be a very interesting player, a team that not only made the playoffs this year, but won their opening round playoff game against Dallas. Let's go around the league. We're about an hour and a half in. Start with Cleveland, where it all began, Sal Paolantonio.
In Cleveland, the Browns made Tim Couch, the Kentucky quarterback, the first pick of the draft. All night long, they negotiated with his agent, reached an agreement this morning, and they've got Couch now to be maybe a legend just like Bernie Kosar was in Cleveland many years ago. Bernie, in the war room, looks very happy about the pick. Now let's go to Sean Salisbury.
Here in Indianapolis, the Colts have passed and pulled a shocker by not getting Ricky Williams. They go for Edgerin James, the Miami Hurricane running back, who they say is magic. Now they've got to convince their fans of that, many who've called already, to voice their displeasure. Let's go to Andrea Kramer.
Here in Minnesota, it's new owner Red McComb's first draft, and head coach Denny Green is keeping him apprised of what they'll do with their 10 picks today, including 2 number 1s, 11 and 29. They lost 4 starters on defense, so they'll need to replenish depth. But keep in mind that the quarterback they like best is still on the board, Dante Culpepper. Now let's head to Ed Werder.
Here in New Orleans, Mike Ditka's talking about putting his hair in dreadlocks. He pulls off a huge trade, moves up to the 5th spot from the Redskins, and gets Ricky Williams, the Heisman Trophy winner. He says this is going to be a great match. We're going to give him the football. He's going to give us an identity. Let's go to Solomon Wilcott.
In Foxborough, after losing their featured running back for the 2nd straight year, the Patriots now find themselves back in the hunt for a primetime runner. With Ricky Williams and Edgerin James off the board, the Patriots Brain Trust are now looking to fulfill their need for speed with 2 picks coming up later in the 1st round. Now let's send it out to Hank Goldberg.
In Miami, the Dolphins tried to trade up to get Edgerin James, but holding only 5 picks in the draft, as Jimmy Johnson said, he was handcuffed. Why is Jimmy looking so glum? Normally at this time the phone's ringing off the hook for him, but no callers. Who wants to go to 24? The Dolphins might trade out of 24, figuring 3 or 4 backs they would be interested in would be there early in the 2nd round, and Cecil Collins could be one of them. Let's go to Tom Jackson in Denver.
Hank, here in Denver, the Broncos have 11 choices in the draft this year, which will allow them to move in any way Mike Shanahan wants. Certainly, if you look at the volume of picks, the Cleveland Browns have 4 of the first 62 picks in the draft. The Denver Broncos have 4 of the first 67. So whatever Mike Shanahan decides to do, the Denver Broncos will be a better, deeper football team. That's good news for the rest of the league. Let's go back to New York.
You know, I feel good now. I finally saw Tom Jackson. It took an hour and a half. It's good to see Tommy. Now let's see what the Cardinals do with their first of 2 first-round picks.
With the 8th pick in this draft, the Arizona Cardinals select David Boston, wide receiver, Ohio State.
I had a feeling it was either John Tate, the local product from Mesa, you know, a suburb of Phoenix, or they can go later on in the 1st round where there's going to be more value at tackle, Mel, whereas Boston, if you want to look for one of the premier wide receivers, they would not get him later in the first round.
Very physical player, Chris. You're right. Here against Charles Woodson. This was back in 1997. Here again against Charles Woodson. Beats him on the deep route. Watch the concentration here on the football. Now you're looking at a big wide receiver, a very physical performer who certainly can shield that cornerback and then make something happen after the catch in the broken field. A little taunting there. Put that to rest in the NFL. Here, downfield blocking against Penn State. Here again, you'll see the physical presence of a big receiver with deep speed and good hands. If there's a question with David Boston, it's route running, precision there. Also in terms of concentration, not hands, but he needs to concentrate on every pass that comes his way. Probably could have used another year at Ohio State to round off his game a bit. But in terms of a physical presence at wide receiver, he really provides that for an Arizona Cardinal team that needs that third wide receiver behind Sanders and certainly behind Rob Moore. Although they still need, in my opinion, that left tackle to protect Jake Plummer's
Yeah, but they're
blind
going to
side.
get him later on in the first round, I think.
Well,
I mean,
you won't get a Tater or Shelton, though.
No, but they know that. But they're going to get better value at tackle, I think, late in the first round than they're going to get at wide receiver. And they're all now. Ohio State, you still have this image of Woody Hayes, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. But look at these guys, Ohio State receivers that we're going to put Boston up against. All he does is catch touchdowns. Chris Carter, he had better numbers than Krell, very similar. Joey Galloway, who of course is a star, still in the making in Seattle. And Terry Glenn with the New England Patriots. So these are their numbers. Ohio State and Boston had the best numbers there. How will that, translate into the pros? Well, let's look at the depth chart, Joe, of Arizona, who has Jake Plummer, a guy that can buy time and run around and look for extra time despite receivers running second and third routes.
Well, the good thing when you get a third wide receiver, which David Boston will be for them, is you don't have to run around an awful lot. Jake Plummer threw a lot of interceptions last year. Frank Sanders is there with 89 receptions. Rob Moore is the franchise player. Ronnie Anderson, Chad Carpenter, and Andy McCullough. Now, you've got some guys who can absolutely move down the field, but Jake Plummer is going to have to become a more disciplined pocket quarterback. Mark Trestman, when he was in San Francisco, was forced into a 3-wide set, their offensive coordinator. That's when San Francisco really started to develop and open up the offense. Under Mark Trestman's guidance, Steve Young had his best career year in his entire National Football League career. Jake Plummer now is going to have an opportunity with 3 wide receivers to be able to move the ball down the field and exploit it. I would look for Arizona to be a much more productive, much more wide-open offense with the addition of David Boston.
Well, with Boston gone, teams like Baltimore at 10 and Pittsburgh at 13, they were hoping that he would fall that far. But to reprise the old David Loggins tune, please come to Boston in the springtime. Stay in here with some friends, and we got lots of room. There's room for him in Arizona with Jake Plummer at quarterback throwing to any of those 3 wideouts. Seems like 2 days ago this draft began with the Cleveland Browns drafting Tim Couch. But he's with our Mike Tirico with our other set. And Mike, you know what? I guess last night, a little sleepless for Tim. Probably worth the wait.
Yeah, as his deal was being negotiated, finally done at 3:30 in the morning, were they keeping you up to date, a little move by move, or did you just get the wake-up call with the good news?
I just got the wake-up call with the great news. I think Tom let me sleep on it, and I woke up about 9 o'clock this morning, and he gave me the great news.
Well, now that this is a reality, it's something you dream about, being the #1 pick.
Right.
Is the reality as good as the dream?
Oh, it's every bit as good. Being up there, hearing your name called, holding up the #1 jersey, shaking the commissioner's hand is truly a great honor, and just hope I can represent the class of '99 well.
A week ago, that second workout, when Chris Palmer and the Browns wanted to see a little bit more.
Right.
Compare the pressure of going into that to the pressure of the games that you played during the year in the big SEC games.
I was confident about the second workout. I'd put in a lot of hard work. I was prepared for it, and so I was pretty relaxed during the whole workout. I took it like a game, and I'm always relaxed for a game. So I went out and had a strong workout.
There'll be a lot of pressure. People are going to want to know, when are we going to see the #1 pick, the franchise guy of the future? When do you think you'd be ready to play? Talking to Peyton, who's been very close with you in this whole year process.
I'm not real sure. It's just according to how quick I can pick up the offense. I'm going to go in and give my best effort. I want to be in there. I want to be playing. But really, in the end, the decision come down to Coach Palmer to decide when I'm ready.
Thanks for waiting. Congratulations.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
He's got a plane to catch with his boss, the owner. They're going back to Cleveland, and we're going back to Chris.
Oh, I'm going to take the ball. If I'm the secondary toss, I'm going to take it and make a first down, Mike. And I know Tim can complete the pass to me. Well, the Washington Redskins, congratulations once again to Tim Couch. We look forward to him playing in the NFL. So does everybody in the dog pound. But now, thanks to our Sprint video conferencing, let's bring in the general manager of the Washington Redskins, Charlie Casserly, who, Charlie, I mean, are you starring as Monty Hall today in Let's Make a Deal? You went up, down, all around, got some picks, and got your man. Was this all orchestrated, or was this one of the fastest half hours you've ever had?
Well, it was a semi-orchestrated, semi-fast half hour. We had talked to New Orleans for some time about the potential of doing this deal if Ricky Williams was there. This morning, when it appeared that it could happen, we firmed up a deal with New Orleans before the draft ever started. We then called Chicago and a number of other teams up ahead of us, but Chicago was the one we felt we could make a deal with. When we were on the clock, before we made the deal with New Orleans, we had the deal done with Chicago. So, in effect, we knew that we were going to be at 7, get a 1 next year, and get a player that we wanted. As it turned out, it was the same player we were taking at 5.
Charlie, it's Joe. When you draft Champ Bailey, do you now envision him as coming in and being one of your starting corners as a rookie like Darrell Green did for you a number of years ago back when I played?
Well, you know, back when you played, Joe, by the way, you're right. The class of 71 is far better than the class of 83 or 99 or whatever we're in. So don't you take any crap from Kuiper or Boomer. You were right. As far as him starting, okay. As far as him starting, it's you're right. It's going to be the coach's decision on what to do with him. But obviously, when you take a player this high, you envision him playing quickly in your program.
Would you entertain at all, with Champ Bailey's ability to play both sides of the ball, would you entertain at all the fact that he might play some offense this year?
Well, I think, Norv and I have talked about that, and the feeling here is this, is get him in one position, get him good at one position, make him learn one position. You know, one of the things in college, which is an advantage, I think, for him coming into the pros, is he played both positions, but yet he never concentrated on one, so he has a lot of potential to get better at the corner position. So our feeling is put him at corner, keep him at corner, and that's where he's going to play right now.
Charlie, this is Chris again. You and Norv and everybody on the Redskins staff are under a very interesting cloud, if you will say, right now. Can you put into words what you have been going through, what you think you will be going through, and I mean, do you have any feel for, after this year or once new ownership is in place, how long you might stay? And in the meantime, doing deals like this, can you put all this into words?
I'll tell you what, we could do a mini-series on what's happened in the last few weeks, okay? But it's hard, Chris. I think when you look at what we did today, I think what it does, it says a lot for everybody involved. It says John Cook, Norv Turner, all of us. We made a deal where we added a #1 pick to this franchise, and we did what was best for the franchise, and none of us might be here next year. And all through this, we've thought of one thing, what's best for the franchise? And you're right. When we went to the March meeting, frankly, I had no idea whether I'd be sitting here talking to you today. I obviously have no idea if I'll be sitting here talking to you next year. I know you're going to be where you are next year, but whether we're here or not, we don't know that.
Well, thank you for talking to my boss about that, Charlie, and ensuring that. And you make moves like this, I think you should be there for a long time. Congratulations on what's doing right. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Charlie Casserly, business as usual. That's what he had to do. Culpepper, McNabb, McAllister, names we shall be hearing very quickly. Fans in Detroit have been cursing the fate of the Detroit Lions, but this may be a different sort of curse. Let's go up to the commissioner and see if that is indeed their pick.
With the 9th pick in this draft, the Detroit Lions select Chris Claiborne, linebacker, USC.
Well, that makes sense, too. That makes sense, too, Mel.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris, I look at Chris Claiborne, talking about value at this point.
Yep.
I mean, he's the best linebacker on the board. Yep. I think when you look at, say, middle linebacker at USC, the last 3 years, that's true. But he has the athleticism and the overall physical ability for playing outside linebacker spot as well. Here, the pursuit ability, hits hard, delivers quite a jolt on impact when he arrives on the scene. You watch him here. Take on that guard in the hole, stuff that inside running game lane, and here again, delivers quite a shot. You watch him here, get through traffic, stay on his feet, and take down Travis Minor. Watch him here coming up against Arizona State. Ryan Keeley delivers the blow. Sends Keeley to the sidelines. You're talking about a multi-dimensional linebacker in the lane again. Inside running lane ability. Here, the INT all the way for the touchdown. Again, in pass coverage against Oregon State. The INT all the way for a touchdown once again. You're looking at a kid who intercepted 6 passes this past year. Will be able to move outside fairly easily. And I think at this point in the draft, the Detroit Lions have to be fairly surprised that an athlete that was rated so high all year, like a Chris Claiborne, is still on the board.
Yeah, I mean, when you say 6 interceptions as an inside linebacker, not an outside linebacker normally in coverage. And, you know, you look at USC linebackers that wore number 55. Junior Seau was great. Willie McGinnis had a great college career. Well, certainly, Chris Claiborne did nothing to disgrace that number. In fact, by pure numbers, he added to it, except in the sack total. But 8 INTs total as a 3-year player at USC. And, Joe, you know, we said Curse. I was trying to be cute with Javon Curse, but this is a guy that probably grades out a little higher than Curse because Curse is a tweener guy.
Oh, we talked about Ricky Williams being the best player in the draft, probably, as we felt, the best running back. Claiborne certainly is up there as the best linebacker. You have to remember, Detroit ran short on the field with defensive people last year. They needed that side of the ball. They just signed Stephen Boyd to a new contract to play the middle. I would see Claiborne probably playing outside. He will be able to give you some pass rushing ability. Larry Peccatello likes to bring people. He likes to put pressure on the quarterback, their defensive coordinator. I think this gives Larry a little bit more flexibility in what he wants to do on the defensive side of the ball. They probably will be able to pick up a defensive end or defensive tackle down the road a little bit, so they'll be able to get what they want as the draft moves on. But this is a good pick for them now.
Well, let's go quickly to Cleveland because now Baltimore, Minnesota, Chicago are on the clock. And let us just say that all 3 of those spots are potential homes for the 2 next quarterbacks, Culpepper and McNabb. But, Sal, let's go to you at Cleveland. What's brewing?
Well, what's brewing in Baltimore with the Baltimore Ravens, I talked to the Director of Football Operations, Ozzie Newsome, a few minutes ago, and he said his phone has been ringing off the hook. He went down the list: Denver, Miami, Tennessee, Dallas, all trying to jump up to number 10. Apparently, Anthony McFarland is in the sights of Mike Shanahan in Denver, so we'll keep an eye. He said he'd like to stay at number 10, and, you know, Javon Curse is still there, the Florida linebacker, but they are really strong at linebacker. Chris McAllister is one that's very intriguing, the cornerback out of Arizona. Ozzie Newsome likes him very much. Now let's go to Chris Mortensen in New York.
Yeah, so I think that the Ravens and Ozzie Newsome and Brian Billick even are doing cartwheels that Chris McAllister is here. I know that they had some discussions with Detroit even about swapping, but the drama there was Minnesota calling Detroit and the Lions refusing the trade with inside their division. That would have been for McAllister, so Baltimore really happy that he's here there. And then, of course, now McAllister goes, and we are looking at this Dante Culpepper scenario and Cade McNown, Chris Berman, as you mentioned a little bit earlier. But I know this much, Baltimore very happy McAllister is there.
Yeah, there's no question about that, Mort. And Mel, I mean, for pure value, McAllister, we said Champ Bailey was kind of like a Deion Sanders. Some say Chris McAllister is like a Ronnie Lott in the way he's going to play. But, you know, you also have the quarterback question. Baltimore has Scott Mitchell and maybe soon to be signed Tony Banks, the quarterback. Should they look at a young quarterback with an offensive coach like Billick, or should they go best available?
Let's see what the value is in terms of the draft board, Chris. I think when you look at that, you will see Chris McAllister highly rated on the draft board. The number 1 player right now available on the draft board, according to my ratings, John Tate. You see the other players available, Anthony McFarland, the teams are looking to move up for, but the quarterbacks are down the line a bit. I know they're thinking, hey, quarterback of the future, Dante Culpepper, but they did not feel that McAllister would still be there at that point. So he would become a nice pick at that point. You see the offensive tackles, center guard Damian Woody, and, of course, Andy Katzenmoyer, the big cat. But in Baltimore, you have Dwayne Starks. They drafted him 10th overall last year, a smallish corner. Rod Woodson on the other side, a veteran. They want to move him inside the safety, so they will have a hole at corner. McAllister, 6'1", 206, opposite Starks. Now you have your bookend corners. Woodson moves inside. They hope Ken Herring can stay healthy. All of a sudden, that secondary is 100% improved.
Baltimore, Minnesota, Chicago are the next 3 teams on the clock. And the Ravens, is the card in? Is that what we understand? Well, the quarterback situation, Joe, is something. I mean, Brian Billick, offensive guru, new head coach. Should he look QB here for the future?
I don't think he has to look QB. If he wants to look QB, you're going to get a guy who's gone through the mill in Tony Banks, who he's entertained the last week or so. You've got Eric Zier, who's talked about being traded, Wally Richardson, Kendrick Nord. you know, the guys you don't know really. Scott Mitchell, who is sort of recycled and looking for an opportunity to play again, and probably will be given the chance to start there. If they do sign a Tony Banks, you get this guy who has really struggled in St. Louis only because he's been through a lot of coordinators, a lot of offensive changes. I think you don't need to go shop for a quarterback here. I think cornerbacks are just as valuable at this spot.
Let's go up to the podium now and join the commissioner so he can quote the Ravens.
With the 10th pick in the draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Chris McAllister, defensive back, Arizona. Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock.
Hard hitter, Mel.
And what, he just glides, Chris. He's so effortless in his motion, and he's 6'1", 206 pounds. Watch him here. The way he breaks up the play, closes on the football again. Effortless in his glide, senses what's going on, and has that burst and that anticipation in coverage. Here on the deep play, interception on the deep ball against Nebraska. Here, a kick return. This is in the season opener on ESPN against Hawaii. And he's going to take it all the way. Opening kickoff, he goes 100 yards. Here's a punt returner. Again, showing his athleticism. Look at this kid. He's 6'1", 206 with tremendous speed. Another anticipation, interception, reacts to the football, and makes the big play. Great players make the great plays. Chris McAllister had all those interceptions. 6 as a junior, 5 as a senior, 2 more in the Holiday Bowl against Nebraska. And I think that's the difference in McAllister. 2 years at Arizona, but he made the most of every opportunity, Joe.
You brought up the depth chart. When you take a look at where they are in the secondary, when I talked to Brian Billick, he said, you know, if we can get a marquee corner, our linebackers are a good, quick bunch, probably one of the best in football. Now, all of a sudden, you stabilize that backfield. The key here is Rod Woodson. You get a guy like McAllister who's big like Woodson. Woodson can teach him like a big corner how to play out there. Starks on the other side, Stephon Moore, Kim Herring. You've got yourself a really solid secondary. Sure, Brian Billick is an offensive coach and would like to have gotten probably a wide receiver. But what's the next best thing? Stopping people from being able to move the football is a great way to beat people in the National Football League. The addition here, I think, is a big plus for the Ravens.
Ravens are an interesting team in that they were 6-10. But they had 5 Pro Bowlers last year, so is this a team that now is ready to make a little bit of leap in a division where, frankly, you can move around a little bit with an expansion team in the division? We shall see if this draft pick of McAllister helps them along the way. Mike Tirico, your observations.
Chris, there's some off-the-field issues with McAllister, one that was resolved in some ways on Friday. The background in August of '98, about 9 months ago, he was charged with petty theft, fined $405, and given 3 years probation and 10 hours community service. What happened was the payment of the fine did not come forth. So at that point, a bench warrant was issued, but on this past Friday in an LA court, his attorney paid the outstanding fine. McAllister was sentenced to serve 10 days in the city jail, appear before the court on June 15th to show proof of the time served, and the probation was reinstated. So essentially, once the fine was paid, they have him back to the initial situation where there is some probation that he has to deal with. In seeing him play personally and talking with his coach, Dick Tomey, who relates him to Darrell Lewis, a former Thorpe Award winner, best defensive back in the country, McAllister is a guy who Dick Tomey had a lot of positive things to say about, admitted a mistake, as many people do in these situations. And as far as the Arizona folks were concerned, Chris McAllister's balance of the '98 season was very positive, very forward, and they see this as a blip and not a significant trend of something that's wrong with Chris McAllister, as you mentioned, a very talented player who played against good passing offenses in the Pac-10 group.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. By the way, first time since 1983 that we have not had any defensive lineman go in the top 10. Now, Minnesota, who had the most interesting draft on 1 pick last year with Randy Moss. Now, could they be talking to Dante Culpepper right now as the heir apparent to Randall Cunningham, even though Jeff George is there? You know Denny Green covets his athletic ability. Let's go to Minnesota and join Andrea Kramer. Good afternoon, Andrea.
Good afternoon, Chris. Yes, I think it's a pretty safe bet to say they are talking to Dante Culpepper, the quarterback from Central Florida. They also are very happy to see Javon Kirsch there, but Denny Green made it very clear that with a 15-1 team, you don't have to have someone to come in and start, but also the Vikings draft philosophy is you don't go for need with the first pick. The Vikings had Culpepper rated as the best quarterback in the league. They were not the only team to do so. The Bucs, for example, also had Culpepper rated very highly. Remember, the Vikings have a 36-year-old Randall Cunningham, a recently signed Jeff George, but it's just to a one-year contract. When I asked Danny Green what he liked about Dante Culpepper, he pointed to his size, but he said this is one of the all-time nice, focused athletes. He's been through the fire. He's gone through a lot, having been raised in a foster home. He's a great athlete, the best athlete out there. He's got vision. I think that Dante Culpepper would be the perfect fit to sit and learn in the Minnesota Vikings' tremendous offensive system. Chris, let's head back to you in New York.
All right, Andrea Kramer, thank you very much. If indeed it's going to be Dante Culpepper, it would be the first time the Vikings have used a first-round pick on a quarterback since Tommy Kramer in 1977. You see, we send our reporters to places for reasons that you're not even aware of at home. Kramer versus Kramer. Here's the depth chart with Jeff George, a great backup. So if Culpepper comes in, there is no pressure on him at all.
Well, I think this is a fabulous place, first of all, for Jeff George to be able to go in and back up. I think Randall Cunningham can repeat in the year that he's had. But why should we have the suspense? Why should we wait anymore? Let's just go to the commissioner and see who Minnesota really decided they wanted to take.
Good segue, Joe. You're learning in this role.
I'm trying. I have a great teacher.
Who's that?
With the 11th pick in the draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dante Culpepper, quarterback, University of Central Florida.
You know who's as excited as Dante is right now? Mike Krusek, who played in the National Football League, was with the Pittsburgh Steelers, played with them in Washington, D.C. He was his head coach at Central Florida for the last couple of years and has really worked hard on giving this man an opportunity to be able to hone his skills to be able to play.
And you know what, Mel, as we look at highlights, loyalty. By the time he was ready to come out, he had committed to Central Florida. Bigger schools were looking at him. He was loyal and stayed in a program that theoretically could have hurt him in the pros. It obviously didn't.
And we talked about Donovan McNabb, how important to go back for a senior year. Very important that Dante Culpepper went back to Central Florida. Strong arm, touch on the deep ball as well. So not just a thrower, he's also a pitcher. And I think when you look at the accuracy, completed a high percentage of his passes, didn't have tremendous wideouts to throw to, certainly played against some top teams. Sees the field fairly well, but his vision on the move is something he needs to work on in the National Football League. Here, though, 6'4", 255, easily shrugs off Jesse Tarplin and makes the play. That's something most quarterbacks are not able to do. Here, the scramble for the touchdown against Nebraska. Fullback-type speed, but halfback-type quickness when he starts to move around. I think the difference between Culpepper and McNabb, where McNabb had that great vision to pick out those third and fourth receivers on the move, that's something Dante Culpepper needs to work on. But in Minnesota, Joe, he'll have an opportunity to do so behind Cunningham and behind George.
But the one thing that impressed me, and these are things that people don't necessarily know about this young man, he came out of high school at 242 pounds. He played at 255 in college. That means over the 4-year period, he was disciplined enough to keep his weight down and understand what his responsibility and job would be if he had a chance to play at the next level. I think that's an indication of the type of man that Minnesota's getting.
And you know what was in place? I mean, when they took Randy Moss last year, there was Chris Carter to be a mentor, and he certainly was. Well, here's Randall Cunningham to be a mentor, if you will, for Dante Culpepper when he goes up and plays under Denny Green. An intriguing choice. We've had 4 quarterbacks go in 11. Cade McNown is soon to follow on a historic day here at the 64th NFL Draft. Now, for more on our, well, no, we're going to stay right here. Culpepper's career numbers, 4-year starter, over 11,000 yards passing, 84 touchdown passes. But you know what's impressive? 402 passes last year, and here they are, 402 passes last year, only 7 intercepted. I mean, that, Joe, is pretty impressive. I don't care what level you're playing at. 7 picks and over 400 attempts.
And you look at the numbers of Nussmeier and McNair and the different people. I mean, the rushing yards, I don't think they're as high, which is good. To be honest with you, you're not going to win a lot of football games as a quarterback in the National Football League having to run for as many yards as, say, Steve McNair did. You can't run for 560 yards and take your team to the next level. Steve McNair will use his arm more and have to if Tennessee's going to want to advance. Now, we're moving right along so quickly. Everybody's making deals. Let's go to the commissioner one more time, and let's see who the next pick is going to be.
You are getting good. And you also, we got a rare view of Doug Nussmeier from Idaho. It's good to get his picture up.
Quickly.
Is this going to be your number one?
Well, here, hey, this could be the end of the quarterbacks. I mean, look at this. Here could be the next one.
This is the guy that I thought, everything considered, is technically the most sound of all the quarterbacks coming out of this draft. This could and well be Cade McNown.
With the 12th pick in the draft, Chicago Bears select Cade McNown, quarterback, UCLA.
See, now the Bears gambled. He wasn't necessarily going to be there at 12 if Baltimore had made a move. But they gambled a little bit in their trade with Washington, and they won as well. The Skins gambled and ended up with Champ Bailey. And now the Bears have gotten extra picks, and they end up with Cade McNown.
Both teams gambled. Washington gambled. Chicago gambled. They both got the players they wanted. It worked out perfectly. Mike Ditka's on the golf course. Everybody's having a great Saturday
You're not
so
implying
far.
he's gambling on the golf course?
Absolutely not. He's just out having a good time on the golf course. I like the ability of Cade McNown, not just to be able to run the football, but he sees the field well. I compare him to Jake Plummer. He's a playmaker. He has the ability to move around the field. Everybody questions his arm strength. There you see him throw the ball down the field. I don't question his arm strength at all. It isn't how far you have to throw the ball. It's how accurately and how quickly you can get it there. There he shows his versatility as a receiver. Again, steps up in the pocket and lets it fly. I like everything about Cade McNown.
I think dealing with the weather conditions in Chicago. We talked about his arm strength. You say it's more than satisfactory. I say it's slightly above average, so we differ there.
I think it's overrated. I think dealing with weather conditions is overrated.
Chicago and dealing with the weather and the wind will not be a factor with Cade McNown.
I think he'll be fine. I don't think the weather, the wind, the weather in Soldiers Field or wherever they're going to play, whatever they want to call it, is not going to be a factor.
Well, I'm
Absolutely
not surprised, Joe, since you said you would have taken him #1.
That's right.
A lefty.
That's okay, too.
A port sider in the Windy City. And because they don't know if Eric Kramer, how long he's going to be healthy.
Bobby Douglas.
Well,
one of the great lefties in Chicago.
He throws a little more touch than Bobby Douglas. I don't know if he's going to run. If he runs close to Bobby, he'd be great. But if he got to throw it a little more touch than Bobby Douglas. Let's go up with guys who always had touch when they threw. Mark Malone and Ron Jaworski. Fellas?
Well, Boomer, thank you very much. This is a very interesting choice. Everybody talked about Cade McNown's size, certainly. Another 2 inches taller. He might have been the first pick overall. The thing that you like a lot about him, Ron, is the fact that this guy is not only a good reader, but he's smart, can change the play. Might be the most polished quarterback out there with the exception of Tim Couch.
Yeah, I agree, Mark. He is the best prepared to step in and play in the National Football League. He can read coverage. He can read the defense. He knows what he's doing. What he lacks in arm strength, he makes up for in accuracy. As we take a look at him here under center, you'll see him read the man-to-man coverage, which means, hey, he's got an opportunity for a big play. He looks and sees the linebacker and the safety cheating up. That's an indicator of blitz. He has a play called where the wide receiver will come in motion. But he's very astute in reading the coverage. Now the receiver comes in motion. Right here, he stops him. Oh, we got an opportunity for 6. Well, he sends him back out because he knows he has the man coverage. You don't see many quarterbacks in the NFL doing this. Now the receiver resets himself. Now he's got the opportunity for the big play. He validates his read on the drop. He reads that safety, keying on the tight end. He now knows the tight end is doubled. He has his wide receivers man-to-man. Nice balance, nice poise in the pocket, and the delivery to the exact right spot. You'll see right here in the box, inside the receiver going to the sideline. That's where the ball has to be thrown. Outstanding touch. As we look at it here, down the chimney, that ball drops right to him, right where it should be, right at the sideline. He runs out of bounds. This is a quarterback that has all the tools. I've seen him read the corner cat. I've seen him read the blitz. He can make an immediate impact in the National Football League, Mark.
No less productive, but certainly a different kind of quarterback. Dante Culpepper, who goes to Minnesota. This guy's big and strong. We know about his size and his arm strength, but he's got touch as well.
Well, Mike Kruzak, who Joe mentioned a little bit earlier, is his coach, and he came out of the pro system in Pittsburgh, and he trained Dante very well. And he fits into the right system in Minnesota with the big arm, the deep ball. But you'll see him here reading the defense. The area Central Florida wants to attack here is the middle of the field against the double zone coverage. Dante gets the snap from center. He reads the coverage. And once he sees that middle of the field open by those two safeties dividing, he knows he has an area of the field to attack. The design of the play is set up to be successful. Here he makes the play fake, and actually the play fake is made to hold the linebacker, but it draws a safety, and it sucks him right up to even widen the hole in the middle of the field. Now you see the division of the two safeties highlighted here. You see the green grass in the middle of the field. That's where he wants to go, to the wide receiver. You'll see great balance in the pocket, great focus downfield. Excellent vision of reading where he wants to throw the football. And this is what I think is key. In the pro game, you're going to have to make these firm throws. Not the big arm zip throws, but the firm throw over the linebacker between the safeties. Dante Culpepper has all the tools to be an outstanding quarterback in the NFL. And the nice thing is, he's not going to be rushed in and have to play immediately.
Of course, probably the two
biggest things that are different about these two quarterbacks is Cade might have to play very quickly in Chicago. Of course, Dante Culpepper is going to get a chance to sit behind a Randall Cunningham and a Jeff George. And for more on that, let's go out to Minnesota, where Andy Kramer is standing by with the head coach, Dennis Green.
Thank you very much, Mark. Well, Denny Green didn't need a wide receiver last year, took Randy Moss, didn't need a quarterback this year, but he was the best guy out there. What did you like about Dante Culpepper?
We really liked everything about him. We clearly had him rated as the #1 quarterback of the top 5 guys, and all of them are really talented quarterbacks. But he brings, I think, the most upside. I think he'll also have the most patience to understand exactly what it's going to take to develop into a player. Too often, I think quarterbacks think they're ready now. None of them are ready now. They really aren't.
What sort of timetable might you have for him?
Well, I think, first off, he just wants to develop into a pro player. I think he brings that whole intensity that you really want. But we have Randall Cunningham coming off a great year. And I think the thing we have to understand is that Super Bowl championship teams rarely have that need pick in the first round, and we didn't either.
You have a lot of mentoring that goes on with this team. I mentioned Chris Carter and Randy Moss. Who can mentor Dante Culpepper? Will it be Randall Cunningham?
Oh, absolutely. I think they have a lot of the same qualities. The biggest thing, though, I think this is the 1999 version of Randall Cunningham, in that he's much more physical. He's actually maybe a little bit faster, but we think he's got a huge upside. I think he brings a lot to our team. The thing we know this, you don't go out and play in the National Football League with just one quarterback. That's why we got Jeff George. We got into a really good one-year contract, and we think Jeff can really help us to try to win the championship. But it also, you don't pass a great player on the board just because of need, and I think we felt that way. Frank Gilliam, the rest of our coaching staff and scouts felt that way right from the start.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Certainly no concern the lack of small school competition for Dante Culpepper. Mark Malone, let's head back to you.
Andrea, thank you very much. They finally might have that quarterback that can outthrow Randy Moss. The Steelers are on the clock. We'll be back in a moment with our NFL draft update as ESPN's coverage of the 1999 NFL draft continues after this.
Get your hands up! Get your hands up! Thank you, Detroit! We love you! Detroit was last night.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines coast to coast for $99 or less when you purchase tickets by April 27th.
You are now free to move about the country.
You know what I call this?
Dancing.
No, it's the collect call with 1-800-CALLATT. Just dial right down the center of the phone. CALLATT for guaranteed cheap collect calls. Dial 1-800-CALL-ATT.
Let's see, what's your favorite day? It's Friday, and these are Friday's Chop House platters. Thick, juicy Chicago-style cuts of all your favorites, still sizzling from the grill.
I love Chicago.
The Chop House platters at Fridays.
That was good.
Do you know how to drive? How to say, hey, that's a foul in Japanese? Do you know where in the heavens to find a human voice? Where in your soul to find character? Do you know the shortest distance to a college degree is a straight line called discipline? Do you know how to walk it? Be all you can be.
The Acura Integra, equipped with a race-proven 16-valve twin-cam engine. So it can take you just about anywhere. Quickly. The 1999 Integra from Acura.
About 2 hours into day one of the NFL draft, quarterbacks have been the story as expected. They go 1, 2, 3 for the first time since Plunkett, Manning, and Pastorini were taken in '71, with Culpepper and McNabb going 11 and 12. 5 quarterbacks taken in the top dozen picks. The surprise so far, the Saints trade with the Redskins, a total of 7 picks to Washington, which the Redskins then dealt back part of them to the Bears to get Champ Bailey. So the Saints could take Ricky Williams, giving Mike Ditka some free time today, but also having a monster impact on his football team.
You got a great running back. You give him the ball. It makes your offense better. It makes your passing game better, hopefully.
and it makes your defense better because they're not on the field as much. And if they want to put 8 or 9 men up front to stop them, we'll find a way to combat that because we think we can. And he's also a pretty good receiver now when you take him out of the backfield, but I don't think that's what you want to do with him too much.
Well, you have no more picks now. You look like you're dressed for an evening out. What will you do with the rest of the day?
Gone golfing.
You know, he can golf on day 1 of the draft next year because he doesn't have that first or third round pick. Kirk Herbstreit and Mike Gottfried join me. The running back question, I think the most controversial of round 1 so far. We've both seen Edgerin James and also Ricky Williams plenty of times. Surprising. They take a guy in Edgerin James who really made himself a monstrous pile of money the last couple of games of this football season against UCLA, a very bad defense, and against NC State in Miami's bowl game. They take him over the most productive running back in college football history.
Chris, Edgerin James is a young back. The more he carries, the better he gets. But he's a great blocker. He'll be able to protect Peyton Manning. On the other side, Ricky Williams, I think he's the best player in this draft. He carried a football team, an average football team, to the Cotton Bowl on his shoulders. You know, the knock on him is that small hands, 7 3/4 hands. But he only fumbled 1 time in the final 10 minutes of the fourth quarter in any football game. Mack Brown had him carry 37 times against Nebraska. He's a great back.
I think if you look at, everybody's talked about Ricky Williams and the fact he has the rare combination of the power and speed. I think the thing that separates him is his stamina. He's just as strong in the fourth quarter as he is at the beginning of the game. And a lot of talk about his weight. He wasn't prepared when he showed up at the combine. Put that to rest. His competitive spirit, by the time he shows up to play football for the Saints, will have him ready.
Edgerin James, very emotional player. If he plays with emotion, he's a great player. Can he do it over a 16-game season in the NFL? That's going to be the challenge for Edgerin James. Let's go back to New York now and Chris Berman. Boom.
All right, guys, thank you. Pittsburgh is up, and if I'm them, and I'll explain why, and I don't know that it's the back, I'm going to try the Troy Edwards receiver, even though he's not Pittsburgh-type size. I think they should go receiver to help Cordell. Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 13th pick in this draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Edwards, wide receiver from Louisiana Tech.
Now, Mel, let me, well, go ahead. Talk about him, even though he's short but not small. Elaborate on that.
Is that 5'9½", 191, but strong. Compact, I guess would be the word, Chris. Here against Nebraska early in the year, 21 receptions. You're going to watch the ability after the catch. On all the receptions you see, you will see Troy Edwards making damage, doing a lot of damage in the open field, making people miss. He was a former prep running back and cornerback. Here, basically a run-and-shoot type attack, takes the reception. You see the open field running ability here. And as well on the deep ball. I think when you see him adjust, Joe, and you'll see that coming up, I think that's something he can do as well. So he can run after the catch. He's tough. He has a passion for the game. This is the Nebraska game as well. So not just short passes. Beat the cornerback on the deep route. Take it to the end zone. I think when you look at Troy Edwards, the key is getting off the line of scrimmage, and he will be okay. He's quick, he's compact, and he's tough, and you have to love his enthusiasm for the game. Troy Edwards down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl week, I think caught the attention of everybody with the way he worked, the way he hustled, and the passion for the game he brings to the table, Joe.
I think need is really what you have to talk about here. You have to say, what have the Pittsburgh Steelers lost over the last 3 years at the wide receiver position? Andre Hastings went to New Orleans in '97, Ernie Mills to Carolina in '97, and Yancey Thigpen in '98. Charles Johnson this year goes on and joins Torrance Small in Philadelphia. So what's happened to the Pittsburgh Steelers, they've done a fabulous job of being able to win football games with constant depletion, both on the defensive side and at the wide receiver position. Certainly Edwards is a good choice for him. It also gives a young man to work with Cordell Stewart, who's going to continue to try and improve his game under Kevin Gilbride, who's the now offensive coordinator there in Pittsburgh.
You look at 50 touchdowns, 280 catches for this young man. Plus, there's something else that Bill Cowher has never had in his run there, which is why I like this pick. A return man. He's never had a real bona fide return man. And in Troy Edwards, you get a guy that averages 20 yards a kickoff return, 16 yards a punt return, has touchdowns in both regards. That's a big addition to a Steeler team that is used to, as you pointed out, Joe, losing wide receivers to free agents. Plus, confidence of Cordell Stewart. Build it up again. We'll be back. Quarterbacks taken in this 1999 draft in the first 12 picks. To put it in perspective, only once have we had more quarterbacks go in the entire first round. That was 1983 when we had 6. But through 12 picks in that draft, only 2 had gone. John Elway, Todd Blackledge. So we have never had this many quarterbacks go this high, and the record all time is 6. One quarterback who was the 3rd pick overall with the Cincinnati Bengals, Keely Smith came from seemingly nowhere. Who is this young man who wears the green for the Ducks? He's in the crosshairs.
My name is Keely Smith from the University of Oregon. Well, my full name, I'll say my full name is Kabisa Akili Marduku Smith. My dad got my name out of a Swahili dictionary, and that means power, intelligence, and creativity. And I'm definitely glad he named me that. My dad went through a lot of turmoil in his life, his early stages of his life, and he always vowed that I wouldn't go through anything that he went through. He did a terrific job of raising me, keeping me out of trouble. Actually, my first year in Pop Warner, I played defensive line, but I got cut because I was too young. And that following year, my dad put me at quarterback, and I've been playing quarterback since Mighty Mice, since the age of 7. Well, playing minor league baseball at the age of 17 through the age of 19 helped me mature a lot. And baseball was tough because it was day in and day out, and I wasn't able to stay focused day in and day out. But in football, you have a week to prepare. You know, the one-year wonder thing is still kind of big right now. But, you know, I got a lot of things that I still can work on, but I've done it throughout the course of the year. And we had a terrific year at the University of Oregon. Hopefully the scouts can look at that and give me an opportunity to play. I kind of joke with him a lot about who's the best quarterback ever to come out of Oregon. And all I say is point to the stats, my numbers are better than yours, and he kind of laughs it off a little bit. I was a free agent at the beginning of the year, you know, hoping for a shot to play in the NFL team, possibility of making a practice squad or something like that. And, you know, we just continue to work hard day in and day out, and, you know, now I'm at the top of the draft, and I'm just thankful.
And we're joined here in New York by Keely Smith. Well, Dan Fouts has a good head start on you on the NFL numbers.
Yeah.
And some work to do to get to his. A-ball, playing in the major league system, junior college days. When you put all that together, what is the biggest reason that you've gotten to this point, number 3 overall pick in the draft?
It just came down to hard work, and the hard work that I did with my teammates at the University of Oregon throughout the summer, getting with Coach Jeff Tedford throughout the whole year, getting the mental part down pat, getting with my strength coach, Jimmy Radcliffe, and it comes down to me just making the plays on the field then.
Let's get a look at your numbers as you went through that last year, that senior year. Was it someone or something that said to you after your junior year was done, I got a shot, if I bust my butt, I can get to this point?
Yeah, it was my coach, Coach Jeff Tedford. First thing that he recognized is that I wasn't mentally focused my junior year, and he helped me out throughout the whole course of the summer, trying to get me as mentally focused as possible, and he did that.
I read a quote from you where you said you wish that Cleveland would have given you the second workout like they gave Tim Couch to get the chance to prove that you should have been number 1. You know, Cleveland and Cincinnati are in the same state and the same division, so you get to see them a couple times. I know it's going to be more, you want to beat anybody you play against. Is it a little bit of extra motivation for yourself to watch what Tim does as you guys go along?
To be honest, it is, because it came down to either me and him, and it is motivation. So, you know, I'm not going to really worry about it. The things I need to worry about is getting the offensive playbook down pat, getting the speed of the game down pat, and get ready to play.
5 seconds. Message to Carl Pickens, who wants a trade.
If he's watching, we need you, baby.
Congratulations.
All right, thanks, guys.
Keely Smith from Oregon, now the Cincinnati Bengals. Kansas City, the Chiefs are on the clock. We'll see what they do as our coverage of the 99 draft continues on a day when Keely Smith became a Bengal.
For 10 years, he stalked the sidelines of the Kansas City Chiefs, but in this year, Marty Schottenheimer is the well-dressed member of the ESPN radio crew, I might point out, here in the first day of coverage of the draft. He'll be with us on our coverage tomorrow on the draft, and he was a great help in the expansion draft with Cleveland. Marty Schottenheimer, a year away from football, but certainly a man that knows quite well about the Kansas City Chiefs, and a team that fell from grace, if you will, last season at 7-9. Their offense was way off the chart. Their rush defense was way off the chart. So, values here at pick number 14, Mel?
Well,
what do you like?
You see the offensive tackles, Chris, and right now only 2 defensive players have been selected, so it's been an offensive draft, 11 out of 13. So I think you see some quality players still there. Anthony McFarland, as mentioned earlier, is a player teams may trade up to acquire. He's the #1 defensive tackle in this draft, but you're going to see a run on the offensive tackles forthcoming, and John Tate, Anthony McFarland right now, as well as L.J. Shelton, the quality players on the board. Javon Curse, interesting because you have to find a spot for him as a Peter Boulware type. Ecubon and Patrick Kearney battling it out for the top defensive end spot. And Andy Katzenmoyer, where does he figure in as a middle linebacker who did not play as well this past year as he had as a freshman and even as a sophomore?
Joe, the Kansas City Chiefs, the pick is coming in. Where should they head?
I think they have to go defense, Chris. Dale Carter's gone. Mark McMillan's gone. They're two corners. They got Chester McLaughlin, who was injured through most of the year last year. Derek Thomas, this is a watershed year for him. Derek Thomas is either going to step up and really take charge of this football team, or else he's going to be a problem. But why should I try and tell you what I think Kansas City's going to do? Let's go to the commissioner, because he's going to tell us exactly what they're going to do.
You're on a roll, Joe.
Yeah, you just give me the question at that time.
With the 14th pick in the draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select John Tate, offensive tackle, Brigham Young University.
Well, Mel, even though they have a defensive coach in Gunther Cunningham, their rushing was 23rd in the league last year.
Well, it was, Chris. I think you look at John Tate, everybody says, well, BYU pro style, he's only a pass blocker. Think again. You see him here with the feet and the balance, and he's very athletic. He's very tough. You see him set strong, firm base, and just drive the defender to the ground. Here as well, left tackle as a run blocker. See the explosion, and he finishes the block as well. So he's not a finesse guy. He's a power guy. Here again in pass protection, easily drives the defensive end out of the play. Again here, left tackle against Alabama. Pass protection, no problem. Gives the quarterback plenty of time to throw and a nice lane to throw the football as well. Here against San Diego State in pass protection, no problem as well. And I like the mean streak. You see it here. He finishes. He's always looking to move down the field and make a block. And I think John Tate, certainly the best left tackle in this draft. Nice value for the Chiefs, Joe.
Well, you know what? And you hate to say, I don't mean it this way. He's, by the scouts I talked to, remember, he's 24 years of age, so he's a man already. He is nastier than some of the other Brigham Young linemen that have come out. You know what I'm saying? And that's good if you're looking to run block. But who knows more about offensive tackles than our own Hall of Famer, Anthony Munoz, who broke down John Tate?
The first thing I like about John Tate is his age. He's 24 years old. It's rare for a rookie entering the NFL, and I see him being a little more mature than most of the guys going in. Also, as I was watching tape on Tate, he reminds me a lot of Paul Gruber, the outstanding left tackle of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for a lot of years. And I see John Tate with the ability to enter the NFL and have an excellent career, just as Paul Gruber has. Take a look at John Tate in action. The first thing you look at is leverage and power. And to me, when you have leverage and power, that means he's keeping his pad level down. He's getting his helmet under the defensive lineman. Low man wins, and right there, the low man wins. Then bend at the knees. It's something that Tate does well. The power position. He maintains the power position. That gives him good balance. The spin by the defensive lineman, no problem for John Tate. He's right there to clean him up. Then again, the hands in separation. Keep that defensive lineman away from you, because the defensive lineman likes to close the gap, which he doesn't have here. He'll counter with different moves when he feels contact with the offensive lineman. There he didn't have that. Also, the thing I love about John Tate is his ability to stay low and to roll his hips and get that hip snap. You don't see that a whole lot in the NFL nowadays, but John Tate can do that.
If we get a stamp of approval from Anthony Munoz, you're okay, Joe.
You aren't kidding. I mean, you know, you're taking one of the best and measuring you, and if he says you're okay in everybody's book. But first of all, you have to take a look at the Kansas City Chiefs and where they are in the offensive line. Their left tackle position is manned by Glenn Parker. They got Zott, you got Grunnert in the middle, Shields, and Victor Riley, who was a high draft choice, and Criswell as the reserve. Both Criswell and Parker are left tackles. To me, Tate's a good choice here because both of those guys are getting a little long in the tooth. You don't know how many more years they're going to play. You've had some physical problems with them. But the first thing you have to do is not focus on this offensive line when you talk about the running inefficiency the Kansas City Chiefs have had. You have to take a look at the lack of a true halfback. Donnell Bennett was moved over from fullback. Van Morris joined him late last year. Just as an example, Bennett rushed for 527 yards. Van Morris just for 481. They really need to solve their halfback problem as well as their offensive line problem. But I think starting with a new left tackle, a young left tackle, certainly a good place to begin.
First time in 5 years since '94 that we've waited this long, 14 picks for an offensive lineman to go. Now on the clock, the very intriguing Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Speaking of O-line, with the quarterbacks gone, this is where I think Tony and company are looking. We'll be back.
20th anniversary draft snapshots.
I believe in the second round, the Indianapolis Colts picked ahead of us, and they picked a guy named Eric Malum. And we were all set to pick Eric Rett. We were basing the whole draft on being able to pick him in the second round, even though our coaches really wanted us to pick him in the first. And we got there, and of course, whoever it was, whether it was Gene Washington or Neil Austrian, whoever it was announcing picks, said the name Eric.
Eric Malum, center from California.
And I kind of leaned over in my chair, and my chair then toppled And that was used that day 3 or 4 times on your show, and I would say that was my low point.
Yeah, but he can bounce back after an injury. That's what we know about Rich McKay. As the Buccaneers have bounced, that was pretty funny. We've had 20 years of some intriguing moments, have we not? We began the day in Cleveland. We'll be there often with 13 picks overall in the draft. They had the very first one with Tim Couch. We whip around the league, starting with Sal Paolantonio.
Cleveland Browns head coach Chris Palmer has got his trigger man, Kentucky quarterback Tim Couch, the first pick. And as you can see, he's very, very happy about the pick. But now he's got to get some wide receivers for Couch to throw to. Maybe package those 2 picks in the second round and move up to the first round to get one. We'll have to wait and see. Now let's go to Sean Salisbury.
Here in Indianapolis, the Colts make the somewhat controversial decision to pass on running back Ricky Williams and take Miami Hurricane running back Edgerin James. The focus now shifts to the second round and defense. Look for them to go for corner or linebacker. Now to Andrea Kramer.
In Minnesota, when you're 15-1, you can afford to draft the best player regardless of need or position. And for the Minnesota Vikings at number 11, that was Central Florida quarterback Dante Culpepper. He'll sit and learn and develop behind Randall Cunningham and Jeff George. And at the 29th pick, look for the Vikings to turn to defense, looking for a cornerback or defensive lineman. Now let's head to Ed Werder.
Well, here in New Orleans, Mike Ditka gets the guy he wants, and he gets him cheaper than he expected. The Saints offered the Colts 3 number 1 picks to get in position to take Ricky Williams. They only give 2 of those number 1 picks to the Washington Redskins to move up and get him with the 5th spot. Now Mike Ditka's out of picks for the rest of this draft, so look for the Saints to scour what's left in the free agent market to try and build a team now around Ricky Williams on offense. Let's go to Solomon Wilcox.
In Foxborough, the loss of Robert Edwards has left a huge void in the Patriots' backfield. And now with Ricky Williams and Edgerin James now gone, the Patriots general manager Bobby Greer and head coach Pete Carroll must decide if they'll use one of their 2 first-round picks to take a running back, or will they take one in the second round. Now let's send it out to Hank Goldberg.
In Miami, in reviewing the Dolphins roster with Jimmy Johnson, it was apparent that there were very few openings. But one area where they could upgrade is still at the running back position. And while they tried hard to work their way up to get Edgerin James and failed, and they will have to face him twice next year, at least Jimmy is checking his list to see where he can get an edge at running back. One consolation, the Patriots didn't get him. Now let's go to Denver, Tommy Jackson.
Here in Denver, the Denver Broncos have watched 14 players taken off the board, only 3 on the defensive side of the field, 2 of those cornerbacks. So Mike Shanahan, who would certainly like to upgrade his defensive front in terms of speed and depth, has some options available to him with the 11 choices he has in the draft. He can use some of that and go to an upgrade or stay where he is at 31. Now let's go to Chris Mortensen in New York.
The NFL quarterback shuffle is not over. The Baltimore Ravens are acquiring Tony Banks from St. Louis for 5th and 7th draft picks next season, and they are sending backup quarterback Eric Zaire to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for a 6th-round pick. Where does that leave Warren Moon? That was 2 out of his 3 options. Probably the Kansas City Chiefs or even retirement. Chris?
All right, Mort, well, the Buccaneers making the move after neither Dante Culpepper or Cade McNown were available for Tony Dungy in the 15th spot. Now, we should elaborate on it a little bit. Trent Dilfer is still the man. He's a year removed from the Pro Bowl season that he had. But last year, of course, the quarterback, as you know, Joe, gets more of the credit and perhaps more of the blame than he deserves. But the Bucs, the hardest thing they experienced last year was great expectations. They toppled out of the playoff hunt. Fingers pointed at Dilfer. So Zaire is not really there to push him, but he's there just in case. That's why Tony Dungy, Rich McKay might have looked at a young quarterback to push just in case things go wrong. But now they have their backup quarterback. I think they got to look offensive line.
I agree with you, Chris. I also think with Paul Gruber getting a little bit older, you're certainly going to need something on the offensive line. In all likelihood, that would be the way to go. I wouldn't rule out the Tampa Bay Buccaneers taking one of the other quarterbacks, maybe a Sean King or a Joe Germain, in a 2nd or a 3rd round pick. Not that you want to come in and scare Trent Dilfer, but you still have to say to yourself, okay, if Trent continues to struggle a little bit, where are we going to go? We have to look at this thing as a franchise and figure out what's best for our football team. I personally think that Trent Trent Dilfer can rebound and have an excellent year, a Pro Bowl season like he did a couple of years ago. He's going to need to, because with Jaquez Green and Anthony Riddell on the outside, he's going to have some receivers that are going to be able to get down the field. And you just have to get more production out of this offense that Tampa Bay has, throwing the football.
Well, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were a laughingstock for years and years and years. But Rich McKay, then Tony Dungy, the tide has changed, although last year a disappointing season. But first, they have made their pick, and I think it's got to be Gibson, probably, maybe Shelton.
With the 15th pick in the draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Anthony McFarland, defensive tackle, LSU.
See, we try to guess. Well, for value, is he the best guy left, Mel? What do you think?
He's a good football player, and everybody was trying to go up to get him. And we talked about Denver and some other teams earlier, but you look at Anthony McFarland, a tough kid, 6'1", 299. Look at the hustle of number 94, chasing, never quitting on a play, and driving the ball carrier to the ground. I think you look at the quickness, the explosion, that low center of gravity. 6'1", 299, but long arms. Watch the quickness there. First into the backfield before the quarterback from Florida, Doug Johnson, can even hand the ball off. Here against Auburn, moving in for the sack, punishing football player. He catches a pass every now and then. You look at Anthony McFarland, Joe.
First thing that comes to mind, first thing I see when I look at these highlights, first thing I think of Warren Sapp. I see a guy with that kind of quickness, that kind of athletic ability, a young football player who can go sideline to sideline with a lot of speed. To me, as you look at that highlight, you've got to say to yourself, wow, there's another Warren Sapp. There's a guy who can get out, get across the field, make plays, and is an athlete. When you see him go out and catch a pass, he's more than just a guy that can just pound the ball in the middle of the football field. He's a nice kind of an athlete, so he's got an edge of athletic ability to him. You got to like what Tony Dungy has done here. Hey, they want to be tough on defense. This is a great addition.
Well, 249 tackles as a 4-year starter. And you know what he looks like as we go to Tom Jackson to study these defensive players? He looks like Michael Dean Perry. And you know what? Michael Dean Perry was a pretty good ball player, Tommy.
Well, the thing about McFarland that stands out is he is like Warren Sapp. Joe is exactly right. But in terms of pursuit, I think he is faster than Warren Sapp. In his pursuit to the ball, you watch him pursue across the field, a nonstop motor, a guy who was on the field constantly when he played in college, and I think he is a can't-miss guy, an odd body type, but the quickness at the line of scrimmage and his ability to get across and cause some devastation in the opposing backfield, I don't think that we will see a better pair as we anticipate Warren Sapp and Anthony McFarland playing together. Let's go to Chris Fowler.
Well, TJ, thank you. Mike Godfrey, you saw Anthony McFarland, nicknamed Booger, play a lot at LSU, and really teams in the SEC had to gear their blocking schemes around trying to double team him. Even as a nose tackle in a 3-4 defense, 8 sacks. That's impressive.
They had to double team Anthony McFarland because one thing that everybody said, he plays hard. He makes everybody on your defense a better player. He redirects, he pursues. He is an outstanding defensive lineman. This is the lowest I've seen a defensive lineman in all the time I've done a draft, Kurt.
Well, he's a great run stopper. You've seen him many times. We all had an opportunity to see him. The thing that I love about him is his first step. He gets through the gap, he gets upfield, and he applies a great deal of pressure on opposing quarterbacks. The quickness that he provides, along with Warren Sapp up front, that's pretty scary.
Booger headed to Tampa, and you like the pick.
I like it.
So to speak. Oh. Tennessee Titans are on the clock as NFL draft coverage continues from Bristol. Sorry about that. It's a long day.
This ESPN News presentation of the 1999 NFL Draft is brought to you by Infinity. Own one and you'll understand. By 3D FX PC accelerators. So powerful it's kind of ridiculous. And by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Tennessee.
Welcome back to New York. We were at the median of the first round in the NFL Draft. And for the first pick ever in the history of the Tennessee Titans. Now you say, well, wait a minute, they've been around for a while. This is their new helmet with a new name, with a new home. After the Super Bowl was over, after the Pro Bowl was over last year, they became the Tennessee Titans. So for the 4th straight year, this franchise will have a new home stadium. Now, we think defensive line, but you know what? Kearney, Curse. Let's go to Andrea Kramer with a word on the Tennessee Titans. Andrea.
Thank you very much, Chris. Let's just say I talked to Floyd Reese just moments ago, and he was laughing and smiling because they will be able to get the man they covet the most, Javon Curse, the defensive end from Florida. Floyd said he was the 6th best player that they have up there. They will play him at right end. He is the best pass rusher. Keep in mind that defensive ends had only 6.5 sacks out of 30 sacks overall for the Titans. They definitely feel they need to polish his skills and put him at one position. He was played all over the place, a jack of all trades, if you will, at Florida, but they'll put him at right end. They'll work him into the rotation there and really hope that they'll boost their pass rush with Javon Curse. Let's head back to you in New York, Chris.
All right, Andrea, thank you. And Mel, this is an intriguing type of player. We have a couple of these rated very high every year, a tweener. And by that we mean, do you line him up an outside linebacker? Do you line him up at a down lineman defensive end? And every year, half the teams think one way, half the teams think the other. Where should Curse play?
Well, I thought he would be like a Peter Boulware, up on first and second down, down on third down like a Peter Boulware does in Baltimore, but they're looking at him as a defensive end. Remember, he's 6'4.5", he's 256 pounds, up to 262, ran a 4.47 on grass, great closing speed, but he wasn't a sack artist at Florida. Had 7 sacks this past season, needs some technique work. So whereas a Peter Boulware could get after the quarterback, Curse still needs to learn some technique, disappeared in certain parts of some key games, so a little more consistency needed out of Javon Curse, but certainly with that physical and athletic ability, at this stage of the first round, he makes some sense,
well,
Joe.
This franchise, Joe, has tried this position before, and in recent years, not been overly successful.
No, they haven't. You take a look at this is their last 5-year picks of their status of the guys they've taken. Salva, Lyons, Holmes, Burton, Mix.
No wonder they're changing their name.
They've just, I mean, really. And then there you see the last 5 years, again, more. 95 Walker, Anthony Cook, who now is a Washington Redskin, Nunley, Ford. But you have to understand, I think the reason why this will work out very well for him is the philosophy that Jeff Fisher likes to use on defense. It's a pressure style of defense. It brings a lot of safeties. It brings a lot of linebackers. So we really need somebody who can rush the passer from the outside and be quick. They feel like they can disrupt the running game as much with their scheme as they can with just lining up big people. So a good, quick, fast football player added to the front here gives them, I think, an opportunity with, and not only opportunity, but also versatility in what they want to do on defense.
You know what, the Titans are a team, the Oilers, for you fans still trying to get adjusted to this, these are not the New York Titans of the early AFL days. 8-8, we wait for them to make a move, and I guess their move is involved with when Steve McNabb takes a quantum leap. Is this the year?
This has got to be the year, Chris. I think there are 3 quarterbacks. I think Trent Dilfer, Steve McNabb, and Jeff Blake all have to go out and prove that they are the starters in the National Football League that everybody has expected them to be. And in the case of Trent and Jeff, they have been. I think Steve McNabb now has an opportunity to move up the charts and become a much better quarterback. He's got people around him now, defensively. You just have to expect that the Titans are going to be better than an 8-8 football team. I don't think Jeff Fisher would be anything satisfied with less than 11 wins, and a lot of those three additional wins are going to have to come on the arm of Steve McNabb, not on his legs. He doesn't need to rush for 600 or 700 yards. He just has to be able to throw the ball more efficiently and be more effective in the passing game.
Javon Curse, let's go back to where we think the Titans are going to go. Do you project him to be as good as Boulware? Because Boulware is pretty good now.
Boulware's real good. He was a great pass rusher at Florida State. There's no question about that, Chris. But you look at Javon Curse, I said the consistency is needed down the line. But I thought as a linebacker combination guy, that's where he'd be worked. Obviously in Tennessee, if he goes there, would be a down defensive end. We got a kid 256 pounds, tremendous wingspan, and he did show pass rush potential. He had 7 this past year, got after the quarterback with more effectiveness. Keep in mind, he was a safety in high school, a safety early on in Florida before Steve Spurrier moved him to the defensive side of the ball and left him on at the linebacker defensive end position. So a combination athletic kid who needs to develop the type of consistency and overall skill level that you need at the pro level. He's a player I think drafted more on physical and athletic potential than the steady productivity at the college level.
Well, we had, just to backtrack a minute, McFarland, when he went to Tampa Bay, it's the latest since 1983 that we've waited for a defensive lineman to go. If and Curse comes, then here comes the run a little bit. Then we start to, this is the fun part of the draft because these are the teams in specific Tennessee 8-8, Tampa Bay 8-8, some teams that are on the cusp of becoming good teams, and maybe a couple of draft picks here in the middle of round 1 and in the middle of round 2, an 8-8 team becomes 10-6, 11-5.
Not only that, Chris, I think that both Tony Dungy and Jeff Fisher, we're talking about the Titans and of course the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, both of these coaches expect more out of their football teams. They've had them, they've put they've developed their system, they've brought people in they want, now they've got the players they want. There's an expectation there, particularly in Tampa Bay, where We had them projected to possibly go and contend for a Super Bowl title a year ago. I would think anything short of 10 or 11 wins for either one of these football teams would be extremely disappointing, and they're going to need help from young players in this draft.
In Tampa Bay's case in particular, Minnesota jumped over them and actually jumped over the Packers last year, so now they're the number 3 team in a very competitive division. Tennessee got a depleted Pittsburgh team in their division. They're maybe in a better place to make a move. We'll be back. Back in New York at the 64th NFL Draft, it's the Tennessee Titans' first ever pick.
With the 16th selection in the draft, the Tennessee Titans select Javon Kearse, linebacker, University of Florida.
Wow. Well, we've talked. We already gave him away, but I mean, it's a pick that, hey, nobody on their defensive line had more than 4 sacks last year. So obviously for Tennessee, it's a position of need. Maybe this is one that will click. Let's go up to Mark Malone and Ron Jaworski for their thoughts on a team that could be very interesting this year, guys.
Well, Boomer, it could be very interesting. One of the things that often happens with these college players that come into the National Football League playing that rush end or linebacker is that they are tweeners, kind of underweight. Do you play them at defensive end or do you play them at linebacker? Well, with Jeff Fisher and his scheme, a disciple of Buddy Ryan, well, Jaws, they're going to put him in a situation in a couple of positions that are going to allow him to be very, very productive.
Mark, you are correct. This really is a good fit for Jeff Fisher and Greg Williams, their defensive coordinator. They love the tweener kind of guy, so he can attack from either the linebacker position or the defensive end position. And they are a 4-3 team, under team. This is a defensive end, so he can play this position and in passing situations, attack the quarterback. In other words, get up the field and get in his face. Now, in normal situations, he would play this linebacker position right here. In other words, now he would have an end and a tackle in front of him to protect him, as well as he can buzz to take away the wide receiver routes and the inside routes by the tight end or the crossing patterns. And in the Jeff Fisher system, the linebackers have to have this ability because they love to take away the in-breaking routes from the wide receivers. And when you look at Javon Kearse's ability, he is a kind of a Lawrence Taylor type of football player. He can get after the quarterback, he can get back in pass coverage, and the people I spoke around the league, Mark, they love this guy's athleticism.
Of course, Javon Kearse, a guy that's played both free and strong safety at one point or another. His coverage skills are second to none. He is going to be a good product for the new Tennessee Titans. Well, Seattle is on the clock. Mike Holmgren going to make his first pick. We'll be back with more after this.
New York, as the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock, the most intriguing team going into this season. We'll elaborate that in a moment, but let's go back to the Tennessee Titans pick of Javon Kearse with our Sprint video conference and the general manager of the newly named Titans, Floyd Reese. And Floyd, thank you for joining us. Javon Kearse, do you put him at defensive end? And if so, what happens to who's, let's say, at right defensive end, Kenny Holmes? Where do you project Kearse to play for you?
Well, I think right now he'll come in and start as an outside rush guy. One of the unique things about our scheme, of course, is that he can move back and forth. That is, he can line up on the left and the right and stay in a single position, but play both sides. So we don't necessarily need to lock him down in one spot. The important thing is that he needs some pressure. He can give us some pressure and get to the quarterback. That's what we're looking for.
Floyd, you've been the nomads, really, of the NFL, and I'm not looking for you to make an excuse, but now you have a new home, a new stadium where you're going to play all your games. Do you think that will give the team kind of a little extra juice, a little make you finally play up to the potential that you and Jeff Fisher have for this ball club?
I would really like to think so. It's been forever, as you well know. We've bounced around from place to place. We now have a brand new facility, brand new stadium, brand new uniforms, brand new names. I mean, everything is on the up and up. And I think for the first time in the last couple of years, the only thing we have to worry about is winning.
Steve McNair, is this I don't want to say make or break year, Floyd, for him, but is it time? If you're going to make the move, he's got to be at the forefront. What do you expect out of him this year that you haven't seen yet?
We expect to get the same improvement we got last year. He hasn't gone off the charts. He hasn't skyrocketed, but he hasn't dropped at all. Every year he's continued to improve, and as long as he continues to do that, we'll be in great shape. So from our standpoint, if he just continues doing what he did last year, pick up a few things, throw the deep ball a little bit better, things like that, we'll be in great shape.
New home, new unis, new name, maybe playoff run. Good luck to you, Floyd. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah, new era in Tennessee, and we shall see if they're an 8-8 team that makes a move. I can tell you an 8-8 team that's going to make a move. It's the Seattle Seahawks. Starting with the top, new executive vice president / GM / coach of the Seattle Seahawks, Mike Holmgren. There is no question that Mike and many of his staff at Green Bay, remember when they took over the Packers, that was a franchise that hadn't been in the playoffs when they came there in '92 in about 10 years. And the Seattle Seahawks, who have not been in the playoffs since 1988, back when Chuck Knox was up there, while you say, well, gee, they must not be a good team, they have, I don't think there's any question, Joe, in my mind, of all the non-playoff teams, the best personnel of anyone. And frankly, they had better personnel than some of the teams that made the playoffs.
They really did, Chris. I think the area really where he's got an awful lot of help is on the defensive side of the ball. He just has some great athletes. Cortez Kennedy is over there. They've got Sam Adams, who they expect to play well. You bring in a Chad Brown. You've got Sean Springs. The list goes on and on and on of Pro Bowlers and guys that have been to the Pro Bowl who can help on the defensive side of the ball. I think the big thing here is what can you do to complement Joey Galloway? John Kitna has proven to Mike Holmgren he's good enough to be able to play the quarterback position. Is Mike going to stay right there? That's one of the questions we certainly will have an opportunity to ask him, and he'll answer for us as time goes. I think the pressing need right now is to find a complementary receiver in the offense that Mike Holmgren wants to run. You can't just feature Joey without having somebody on the other side. First thing that comes to mind in my mind is Antonio Freeman and Robert Brooks. You basically got the one guy. Now you need to go find the other one.
Yeah, he knows that, but he may not right now have a player for that value at this spot. So they're entertaining calls. I know Seattle was looking maybe to go down. This would be a spot for someone to move up. Mike Holmgren in the NFL as a head coach after he was offensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers under George Seifert, and before that, offensive assistant under Bill Walsh, 84-42. They took over the Packers. They said a team that had not been in the playoffs for a long time, and until the last 2 years, every year they improved. First year, they just missed the playoffs. Next year, they made the playoffs. Next year, they hosted a home playoff game. Next year, they moved on. Upset San Francisco, lost in the championship game. Next year, Super Bowl. Then they came back a little bit and didn't get back to the Super Bowl last year. But he's a builder, but he's got more to deal with on this roster than he did when he took over Green Bay. Now, Mel, value only. Seattle keeps the pick. Which kind of guys are they looking at?
You look at the value at this point, Chris, it's still the offensive tackles. L.J. Shelton, John Jansen, Aaron Gibson. There hasn't been that major run yet. Ebenezer Ekubon, Damian Woody, center guard, and Andy Katzenmoyer, of course. And, of course, Patrick Kearney on the heels of Ebenezer Ekubon battling for that top defensive end spot all year. Cecil Collins will be interesting to see if Jimmy Johnson moves off of 24 into the early second round. Mike Peterson, a little more consistent than Javon Kearse, but 6'1.5", 233, and will be an excellent outside linebacker, probably an early second rounder. Lamar King, an intriguing defensive end with great upside potential. I thought Marcellus Wiley at Columbia 2 years ago at Buffalo had that intriguing upside potential. Last year, Lorenzo Bromell ended up in the 4th round of Miami. This year, watch out for Lamar King out of Saginaw Valley State.
I think it's King or Shelton as two of the guys that he's looking at now. And I know an offensive, remember he and Ron Wolf drafted offensive line one a lot in Green Bay. House Ballard isn't getting any younger, and that might be a spot that, if he drafted an offensive lineman, that might be a spot.
I think so, Chris. And, when you mentioned House Ballard, that's what I was looking at. He's a right tackle. Gibson is a right tackle. He's a very big right tackle. And so there's an opportunity for Gibson maybe to play guard or tackle for him. But you look at Walter Jones, Peter Kendall, Kevin Glover, Brian Habib, fairly young across the offensive line. They've done a nice job of piecing in people. And, of course, House Ballard being the veteran there with Chris Gray as your reserve. I still think a big left tackle or right tackle for him in this case would be the right way to go. You mentioned Shelton. You mentioned, I think Gibson's a heck of an intriguing situation here.
You say big?
Huge.
Anthony Gibson is 380. Anthony Gibson, if he's drafted on this team, will make House Ballard look like a shack.
The little shack.
With a little shack. But you know why I kind of like Shelton as a player? His dad, Lonnie Shelton, NBA player, played on the championship Seattle Supersonics in 1979. You know, a generation later, his son would go play on a team they hope can win a championship. I like it.
Well, he's a good one. He's 6'5.5", 341 pounds, Chris. When you look at L.J. Shelton as a junior, protected the blind side of Charlie Batch. And I think as a senior, made great strides, outstanding effort at the Senior Bowl as well.
Well, this is all if Seattle keeps the pick. they may find these type of players a little bit farther down, especially if it's receiver. Go down 10 or 12, and you should still get your receiver. So, will they make a trade? That's why we call on the wisdom of Solomon. Solomon Wilcox.
Thanks, Chris. And talking to those in the New England Patriots war room, we now understand that they have traded for this pick with the Seattle Seahawks. Look for the Patriots to take the center, the dominator, Damian Woody from Boston College. Should be a tremendous pick for them. They look to upgrade their offensive line. Chris?
Well, that'd be interesting if they made the move. And let's here is the commissioner with the official trade. So let's go up to the podium. Thanks, Solomon.
Well, there's been a trade, and the New England Patriots are now on the clock.
Well, let's say a little bit why Seattle might have made a trade. They, along with Miami and Kansas City, have the fewest draft picks of anybody in this draft. 5. They have no second. Part of the reason Seattle lost a pick to Green Bay is compensation for Mike Holmgren. So I'm sure a second will be involved. We'll get the details on that trade for a moment. Now, New England has 2 first-round picks. Now, they're not moving up a few spots. Solomon said Woody, the center, who I think still would have been there, and they waited a little longer. But one of these picks with Robert Edwards with the unfortunate serious injury suffered out of Honolulu. One of these picks should be a running back, although I don't think this one, Mel.
No, Damian Woody, it would surprise me. I think you have to replace Dave Rollabout. There's no question about that, but I do not think the teams in between would have gone for a center like Damian Woody. I think you have to move up. You have to think about maybe a Conrad, a running back at that point if you're going to go up that far. But I look at New England right now to move up just a couple spots. They have to have a guy in mind that's going to be a major impact performer on that football team.
Well, we'll see, exactly what New England has in mind, so I guess we'll shelve Seattle discussion. They'll be there in 3.
Just a little bit with New England. You got Cedric Shaw, who was a 3rd-round pick in '97, who is available, and maybe he can develop for him. I think that's the thing they have to consider.
Well, they got 2 picks, this pick and then the 28th pick. Let's see what they've done with the trade. Now, see, I do a segue, and it doesn't work. You do one, and it works.
I said it's time. You've taught me timing, Boom.
Well, timing is everything, Joe. That's correct, and I should learn.
On the trade between Seattle and New England, Seattle traded its first pick, the 17th pick in this draft, to New England for the Patriots' first pick in this draft, Patriots' 3rd and 6th round picks in this draft. With the 17th pick, the New England Patriots have selected Damian Woody, center, Boston College.
Well, the first good thing about this pick for New England is they don't have to pay moving expenses. I mean, Boston College goes right to Foxborough. So, Mel, in short, the Patriots have a Woody.
They have a heck of a player. The dominator, they call him Chris. He can play center guard. Obviously, center in New England with Dave Rollabout moving on. You see the explosion in the athleticism. Keeps his feet, maintains his balance, strong at the point. And I think when you look at Damian Woody, you're seeing a kid who did it over a period of years. Of course, came out after his junior year, but he's got plenty of starting experience in the Big East Conference. And at 328 pounds, has the size and the physical strength to hold up against those dominating defensive tackles in the National Football League. My question I have here, Joe, is to move up from 20 to 17 and give up a 3 and a 6 when it did not look like Damian Woody would have gone to one of those teams in between is kind of baffling at this point.
You and I sit here constantly, quite often, and it usually doesn't take us to the 17th pick in the draft where we just scratch our head and go, why did he do this? I mean, so many picks to move up to get a guy who could probably be there 6 or 7 spaces down. I got to be honest with you, this one baffles me a little bit. I know he's a good center. I know that the offensive line of the New England Patriots needs some help, but certainly you got to figure, they have to figure out they're going to get a running back somewhere, someplace else, or Cedric Shaw has been working real hard to impress upon them what they need. There's the offensive line. Bruce Armstrong,
well, see,
Denson.
They lost Rollabout center, Joe. I mean, and Woody's a good player now.
No, I agree. But to give up 3 picks to move up that far to get it.
Joe, they had to have a strong feeling that somebody, Oakland or the Giants, were going to take Damian Woody. I disagree with that. And a 3 and a 6 to me are potential hole fillers for a team. I think they'd still be able to get the same player just a couple spots later. You have to wonder why you would want to part with a 3 and 6. Obviously, they had somebody in mind, either Oakland or the Giants, that were going to be interested in Damian Woody.
I think keep in mind also, there's been a lot of talk and a lot of banter about Terry Glenn possibly being on the trading block. They still have some picks. They still have a number 1 left. So, I mean, you don't know.
Let me solve that one. You saw in a moment the War Room Cam at Foxborough, that was the owner, Robert Kraft. There were words that in their efforts to get up to get the running back, that Terry Glenn was part of the trade. That did not happen. That was out there. They never dangled him in these particular trades. So let's settle that one.
So this one, This one never involved Terry Glenn.
No, it did not. So Woody's a good player now, and it's certainly a position of need. And they lost Wallabaugh to Cleveland. They'll be back for probably a running back later on. We'll be back in a moment.
And welcome back to our NFL Draft Update. If you're just joining us, quarterbacks, the story of the day. No surprise there. 5 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks. The Saints trade with the Redskins, select Ricky Williams, who slides to number 5 overall. It's been a very good day for quarterbacks, a very bad day for the big uglies. 5 quarterbacks taken in this draft before the first lineman taken at number 14. 4 linemen in a row have now been selected. Kirk Herbstreit and Mike Godfrey join me. Your thoughts on the quarterback class of '99? You ask 10 different guys, you get 10 different opinions in the NFL.
Chris, the 2 I like the best. I like Dante Culpepper the best. He's 6'4", 255, runs a 4.6 40. He's the most accurate quarterback passer in college football this year. He broke Steve Young's 15-year accuracy record, completing 73.6. Tim Couch, he broke all the records. In high school, he broke all the records, 14 records in the SEC, so it just figures that he's going to do well in the pro football.
I think one of the things to remember about these guys, all 5 are good character guys, so it's a good, safe pick for anybody that went out on a limb and decided to pick them. With us all analyzing and overanalyzing these quarterbacks, remember, it's not the measurables that make the quarterback, but the intangibles. Case in point would be Cade McNown out of UCLA. The knock on him, of course, the arm strength, the lack of height to be a prototypical NFL quarterback. They're off balance, demonstrating the arm strength. I think the system that UCLA has out there with Bob Toledo allows him to come into the NFL and probably have a shorter learning curve than some of the other quarterbacks. Donovan McNabb is a scrambler. Everybody's talking about how can he sit in the pocket. Don't forget that at Syracuse, he had opportunities to sit back there and demonstrate the big arm. And Achilles Smith is a great leader. The players out at Oregon love him. It's going to be interesting. In the black hole of quarterbacks since Boomer Esiason in Cincinnati, what kind of leadership will he provide for a team that is desperately needing some leadership?
You're right. That's a very tough situation for any young quarterback to have to step into. Achilles Smith's father, Ray, is a minister. May want to say a prayer for his son heading to the Bengals. Here's the top quarterbacks, guys coming into their own. Ron Jaworski says Achilles Smith is number 1. Jim Kelly, he likes Donovan McNabb. He's in the same camp as Marty Schottenheimer. Mike Godfrey just heard talk about Culpepper. Joe Theismann, of course, he has to be a contrarian. He goes with the short guy, the lefty Cade McNown from UCLA. Different quarterbacks, lots of different opinions. That's what makes draft day draft day. Mike Tirico.
And Chris Fowler. To add to the opinions, we are joined again by Jim Kelly, class of '83, and Boomer Esiason, class of '84. But also had Steve Young and Jeff Hostow. That was a pretty good group. Well, you heard what the guys were talking about Cincinnati and Minister and Black Hole. And give me your feel for the situation Achilles going to walk into, because it is difficult.
It is a very difficult situation, Mike. And one of the reasons I think so is because, you know, he has to step in there now with Jeff Blake, and they're going to be telling Jeff Blake, look, you're our quarterback right now, but in the long term, Achilles Smith is going to be our quarterback. I mean, you know, Achilles, his name in Swahili means courage, power, creativity, and intelligence, or whatever. He's going to need all of those and more. And then I saw him with 32 guys up on the stage today. Okay, there's going to be plenty of seats in Cincinnati for all 32 of those people. So front rows, God help them right now.
The entourage will fit without problem in synergy, even before they go to Paul Brown Stadium. Best situation, worst situation. Of the 5 quarterbacks taken, who do you think, Jim's in the best fit?
Probably Dante Culpepper, because he's with the Minnesota Vikings. He doesn't have to worry being thrown right into the fire. I mean, you look at the guys he's going to be thrown to, Randy Moss, Chris Carter, but more importantly, the quarterbacks. You have Jeff George, you have Randall Cunningham. He doesn't have to get in there right away and try to make an impact.
Boomer, best situation?
Well, you know what I think? Whatever happened to fiscal responsibility is that I said. Right now, Tim Couch, I think, is worth the money. He's a guy that has shown that he can do it in a big-time college situation. The other guys all have great attributes. I'm not disputing that. The question I have is how much do you want to pay these guys for those attributes? I would say Tim Couch, number 1 in the best situation. Dante Culpepper. And then the other 3, you know, I don't know. That's right, exactly. You never know.
With Oakland still on the clock and some 6.5 minutes till they pick, the worst situation, would it be new coaching staff? Would it be fans? Would it be the guys around you? What would define a worse situation for one of these 5 guys?
I think the people around you. You have to, in order to be a top quarterback in this league, you got to have everything around you. All of a sudden, you get thrown into the fire, injuries, people around your feet. They're going to have a lot to think about. More importantly, for the head coach to really remember what what got him there and what can get him there. That's a top quarterback. So you don't want to take too many chances too early.
Boomer, as a guy who played in New York, what advice would you give Donovan McNabb after the greeting he got from the Philly fans who've been booing their quarterback all along? So they get a new quarterback and they boo him before he does anything. I don't understand you people, but what would you give him as advice?
It's not Donovan McNabb's fault. He is a great athlete. There's no question about that, Mike and Jim. But you know, the thing is that, you know, he's got a quarterbacks coach in Andy Reid, a head coach, I mean, who will actually have some, you know, real, you know, say so in what he does and how long he wants to bring him, how slowly he wants to bring him along, which is good. But I hate to go back to Cincinnati, but you know, that situation where they can't stop anybody on defense does not bode well for a rookie quarterback, and there's going to be an awful lot of pressure, I believe, in the quarterback meetings. Just think of Kenny Anderson trying to balance the egos of Jeff Blake, Neil O'Donnell if he's there, Achilles Smith, and whoever else.
Well, through your experiences, they're going to tell us what these guys face specifically and how they can assimilate their talents into the pros as they'll join us a little bit later on. Now we'll go back to Chris Berman.
All right, guys, thank you. And a lot of passes being thrown up there for sure. Let's pass it on up to Solomon Wilcots in New England with the head coach of the Patriots, Pete Carroll, who now has a new center. Solomon.
Thanks, Chris. Pete, so many people thought that you probably could have took the center, Damian Woody, at the 20th spot, but you give up 2 picks to move up 3 spots. Why do you do that?
Well, we really wanted to get Damian Woody, and we wanted to make sure that we did. We knew after the running back thing was over, we were dead set on getting this kid, and so when we had our chance, we wanted to ensure that we did, and it's very important to us. We had a big need. We got a very unique player that we think comes along very rarely, and so we were happy to do whatever it took to make sure that we got him on our club.
You lose last year's center, Dave Wallabout, to free agency. You now bring in Damian Woody. Can you project him as next year's starter?
Well, he's gonna come in here with the thought that he's going to be a starting player. That's why we drafted him. I think he's very unique, and we believe that that's what he'll be able to do. He's going to have to work real hard and earn his way, but we're sure counting on him to do that.
Yeah, they're counting on Damian Woody. He was labeled the Dominator while at Boston College, a big favorite of a lot of the fans right here in the New England area. Let's send it back to you, Chris.
All right, Solomon and Coach Carroll, thank you very much. They'll be back in the war room because they pick 28th a little later on in the first round. The Raiders, 4 minutes left for their first round pick, will be back. Well, guess who's on the clock? You know, their fans are unlike any others. They are. Thank goodness they're unlike any others. Look at them. The Raiders have a minute left for their first round pick. You know, the last few years, you can't argue with the thing they've done with their first pick. Charles Woodson is going to be great. Had a wonderful year last year, and even he's going to be even better as his second and third year coming around. Darrell Russell is one of the best defensive tackles in football. And, you know, Napoleon Compton has been a good back, although there's question now as to whether Napoleon Compton will continue to be productive for the Raiders. Another discussion another time. Back to Solomon Wilcots in New England.
Chris in South Palo Antonio in Cleveland. The Oakland Raiders are on the clock, and offensive line is a major need for them. They gave up 67 sacks last year. That ranked last in the league. I talked to Raiders head coach John Gruden earlier in the week, and he said he'd like to beef up the offensive line. One guy that they do like is L.J. Shelton, the tackle out of Eastern Michigan. They do have Mo Collins and Lincoln Kennedy, but they'd like to see both of them get into competition in training camp, and that offensive line needs to be fixed, and John Gruden would like to beef it up, and L.J. Shelton's one guy that they are looking at. Now let's go to Chris Berman, back to you in New York.
All right, Sal, thank you very much. And now the Raiders are running out of clock, and the pick is in. Let's go up to the commissioner.
With the 18th pick, the Raiders select Matt Stenchcomb, tackle, University of Georgia.
The second Georgia player along with Champ Bailey to go, Mel.
Well, he's got a lot of experience, Chris, and he's versatile. He can play right tackle, left tackle, and also play guard. You see a kid here, you can see the polish and an offensive lineman, technically sound, good feet. And a guy that was, like I say, a very consistent player and very durable. You know, this is the game here where he played with that harness on his shoulder, had a little trouble with Patrick Kearney. Kearney had 2 sacks in that game, but he's battle-tested in the SEC here against Tennessee, neutralizing the charge of the defensive end, giving the quarterback plenty of time to throw the football. So with Matt Stenchcomb, you know what you're getting. You get with a lot of experience, a lot of versatility that you can plug in at several spots, Chris.
Well, so Stenchcomb, Oakland uses almost all 15 minutes on the clock. And the New York Football Giants are on the clock. And the fastest their offense has moved in about 2 years, their pick is already up. Lineman, Mel?
They want an offensive tackle. They wanted Thanical last year. They want an offensive tackle that has some versatility.
With the 19th pick, the Giants select Luke Pettigrew, tackle, Notre Dame.
And not many Giant fans were expecting that, Mel.
Well, you thought about Aaron Gibson, offensive tackle with Wisconsin, still on the board at this point, right tackle or guard. Luke Pettigrew is a guy who has gradually moved up the draft board. He's versatile as well. Play right tackle or left tackle. Some deep snapping ability. And if you watch Luke Pettigrew, consistent football player. We talked about that with Matt Stinchcomb. I think the Giants know what they're getting. Left tackle here, number 54, drives the defensive end out of the play. Here at the right tackle spot against Arizona State, providing running room as well, again, in pass protection. Decent feet, very strong, did 30 reps at the combine. So a kid who's had a lot of game experience against quality opposition and provides some versatility, just like Matt Stinchcomb. Very similar type of players. Stinchcomb and Pettigrew, and everybody's upset about Aaron Gibson, but Gibson's a right tackle, maybe a guard. Pettigrew does for the Giants provide a little bit more versatility, and Robin Oben could be an unrestricted free agent after the '99 season.
Yeah, very quickly, what's going on in the stands here is that the Giant fans gave the Eagles a hard time because they wanted Ricky Williams and they drafted Donovan McNabb. Well, the Eagles fans have just sent it back to the Giants going, Luke, who? The Giants stink. I mean, it's good. The season is underway. Let's go back to Oakland and their pick of Stinchcomb on the offensive line.
I think you have to take a look at the depth on the offensive line and who lines up on the offensive line. Certainly, if John Gruden is going to want to run his offense with Rich Gannon there now, he's going to need some help. Mo Collins, a young guy, is going to play for him. They get Wisniewski there. Robbins is back. Ashmore, Kennedy. So what happens is you've got some experience and some youth. Now, all of a sudden, you have an opportunity to add Stinchcomb. You wind up with a young tackle who can come in and play for you. Offensive tackles are so valuable now, especially in the quick set offenses that you see in Green Bay, you will see in Philadelphia, and as you see now in Oakland. I think with Rich Gannon there, you can look for the Oakland Raiders to make a real move offensively to be a lot more productive and cut down tremendously on the sacks that they had last year.
A team that has to be smiling in the same division. Mike Holmgren and Seattle Seahawks. Chris, you look at an offensive tackle in need area, they move down, and here's L.J. Shelton.
Still
there on the board.
Or Gibson.
And then Gibson, but Shelton and Gibson still on the board, particularly L.J. Shelton. You look at a kid who I thought had a great year at left tackle for Eastern Michigan, an outstanding junior year as well. And then in the Senior Bowl, showed that he belonged with those top players from the major conferences. Of course, Shelton played in the MAC, so I'm very surprised that L.J. Shelton drops all the way down to pick number 20, Joe.
Well, we just took a look at what the Oakland Raiders look like on the offensive line. Now let's take a look at where the Giants are as far as their depth chart goes. Robin Oben, as Mel mentioned, getting a little longer. You're not sure whether he's going to be there. Gragg, a gigantic guy. Engler, Stone, Miles, and Brian Williams is a backup, one injured reserve. But you've got yourself a fairly good offensive line. Certainly, when I had a chance to talk to Jim Fossil earlier this week, he said, we have to find an offensive lineman. We've done very well in the skill positions. We feel good from our skill standpoints, but we really haven't built the foundation we need. Now comes the beginning of the foundation of the offensive line, Boom.
Well, let me ask you something, since the Giants got on the clock so quickly and got off the clock so quickly in a New York minute. Kerry Collins.
Yep.
Major gamble for Ernie Accorsi for Jim Fossil at quarterback or not?
Not at all. I think Kerry Collins' worst years are far behind him. He's grown up a lot. He's learned a lot. You have to look at the starts he's had, played in an NFC championship game. If the Giants were to take a quarterback at this spot, if they wanted to do that, first of all, it would have cost him a lot more than what Kerry Collins cost him. Secondly, you would have never gotten the experience, nor would you have been able to have him ready to play if needed, if Kent Graham can't get the job done. So to me, the Kerry Collins move is a terrific move by Jim Fossil and Ernie to get somebody in there who can play football, if necessary, right away with a lot of experience. Plus, he wanted to go to New York. And I think it's vitally important that guys want to be in certain places.
Here, Joe, here he is, the record of Kerry Collins as a starter. Of course, in '96, as a youngster, he took Carolina to the championship game, a game they lost at the Packers. But the problems in the clubhouse more than anything else you know, 2-9. Got a lot of work to do.
But you know something, so much of what the reflection of that record is that football team fell off the map in a heartbeat. Remember, it was an expansion team. It was put together with veterans. They all got old in about a year, and all of a sudden, bang, they were gone. He really didn't have a lot of support around him either.
Some of the biggest names in football. Mike Ditka had Kerry Collins last year. Bill Polian, who drafted him at Carolina. Their thoughts on Kerry Collins and where he might go.
I think Kerry's really a good person. I really do. I think that like all of us, sometimes we wander through life and we just don't know where the heck we're going at times. We keep bumping into walls. But I think once he figures out where he's going, he's going to go there.
If Kerry's heart is in it, and I can't speak to that, only he can do that, I think it's no risk at all. He'll develop into a fine quarterback. He's done it before. He was 7-6 his first year as a rookie and 12-6 his second year, and then he suffered a tremendously debilitating injury, both physically and mentally, and he hasn't come back from it, but he's done it before. I don't see any reason why he can't do it again.
I was just impressed with Kerry in that he understood that he'd made mistakes. His approach to the game was one thing. He didn't think he worked at it, wasn't serious about it, and I think he is now.
There's always risk in any player movement that you make. We did our homework. There's a lot of talent there. His roots are very similar to mine. I worked at the same school with the same coach a long time before him. So we felt that the percentages were in our favor. We have a tremendous support system there, and we'll find out. You never know. There's no certainty. Somebody said to me, "Are you absolutely sure?" I said, "You're not absolutely sure unless it's Willie Mays. Maybe then you're absolutely sure. Other than that, you can't be."
Hey, look, Kerry Collins is a good kid. He's got a lot of skills, and everyone's rooting for him. But, I mean, Jim and Ernie are on the line a little bit here. And in New York, you're really on the line. We'll be back with Seattle's pick in a moment.
We welcome you back to the theater at Madison Square Garden in New York. 3.5 hours through and much more to go. We're with you till 10 Eastern tonight or until round 3 ends. If you're just hopping on, what has happened in the '99 draft? Take you around the league, starting with Sal Paolantonio in Cleveland.
Head coach Chris Palmer told me that even though he acquired veteran quarterback Ty Detmer in a trade with San Francisco, #1 pick Tim Couch will have a legitimate chance to win the starting job. Palmer said it's open competition on the entire roster. In the second round, they have 2 picks. Look for them to go skill position on offense or perhaps defensive line. Now let's go to Sean Salisbury.
Here in Indianapolis, the Colts got exactly what they wanted with their first-round selection. Miami Hurricane running back Edgerin James, who fills in now that Marshall Faulk's been traded. Head coach Jim Morris said he loves his versatility and that he can stay in on every down. Look for them in the second round to go defense, corner, or linebacker. Now to Andrea Kramer.
Last year, the Minnesota Vikings quarterbacks had a gentleman's bet as to who could overthrow speedster Randy Moss. Well, they may have gotten the winner today when they selected Central Florida quarterback Dante Culpepper with their 11th pick. Now, keep in mind, though, the Vikings lost 4 starters on defense from a year ago, so with the 29th pick of the first round, they're going to look for help at cornerback and defensive line. Now let's head to Ed Werder.
Well, here in New Orleans, earlier this week, owner Tom Benson infuriated the fandom with a $8 across-the-board ticket price increase. Today, they get a player who may be able to fill those seats no matter the cost. Heisman Trophy winner Ricky Williams, Mike Ditka with nothing to do the rest of the day, planning to go out and meet Williams at the plane. Tom Benson's taking his private plane out there to charter Williams back here to New Orleans. He'll have dinner with staff members, including Mike Ditka tonight. Let's go to Solomon Wilcott.
In Foxborough all week, the Patriots were trying to move up in the draft to take either running back Ricky Williams or Edgerin James. Instead, the Patriots played Let's Make a Deal, and they would jump 3 spots to take Boston College center Damian Woody with the 17th pick. Now let's send it out to Hank Goldberg.
In Miami, I reminded Jimmy Johnson that at the end of last season, he told me his defense is set. The focus is now going to be on offense. And so he took his number 4th pick, gave it up for restricted free agent Hunter Goodwin, a tight end from Minnesota. Traded his 5th pick to San Francisco for the big guard Kevin Gogan, and one of his 7th picks to the Giants for running back Tyrone Wheatley. So Jimmy's draft started long before today. More offense to come. Let's go to Tom Jackson.
Here in Denver, Mike Shanahan still has 11 picks on the board and certainly front 7 personnel on the defensive side starting to run low. So if there's going to be a deal, it will probably happen soon. If not, with the 31st pick, we can start thinking about Mike Shanahan moving down and into the second round. Let's go back to Mike Tirico in New York.
Tom, thank you. We've had a trade at pick 20. You see Seattle's on the clock. We can change that now. The Cowboys are on the clock. Mort, why would they make a move up here?
Well, everybody knows that Leon Lett status is hanging in there because of his pending suspension over another positive drug test. They're desperate for defensive linemen. They wanted McFarland. McFarland's off the board. So they got to be looking at somebody like Mike, like Reggie McGrew, the tackle from University of Florida. Now, there's Ekubon, there's Lamar King, players like that. But I think they're desperate for a defensive tackle. McGrew would be a logical pick right here.
We'll go backwards 1/2 second. The Giants took Pettigrew, the offensive tackle out of Notre Dame. We should look at the Giants' new assistant coach as part of the influence of that pick.
Yeah, Jim McNally is their new line coach. And I think the Giants hired him because they want their offensive linemen to have an identity. A very tenacious coach, good technician. Jim McNally obviously liked Pettigrew, although some people thought they'd take an Aaron Gibson, who's a very physical guy. But I know this much, McNally is going to have an influence there.
And still on the board, Ed Werder. We're going to bring him in now from New Orleans, where the Saints' work is done. But Ed does have news on the trade that the Cowboys pulled. Ed?
Right, the Cowboys have moved up in a trade with Seattle, moved up 2 picks. They're going to take North Carolina defensive lineman for the 2nd year in a row, Ebenezer Ekubon. Now, even though there's some question about Leon Lett's eligibility because of a failed drug test, they've always felt like their bigger problem was a defensive end rather than defensive tackle. If necessary, they feel they can move Michael Myers or last year's #1 pick, Greg Ellis, inside. They need a pass rusher. The last 2 years, their leading sackers only had 6. So that's the move that they're making here with this pick. And they've also signed Quentin Coriat, the outside linebacker, and Darryl Johnson. They've restructured his contract, Mike.
Darryl Johnson was a player they left on the unprotected list for the expansion draft. There was a bit of a surprise there. But Greg Ellis last year, maybe another Tar Heel defensive lineman in a moment. Back to Boomer at the main set.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. A little bit behind the scenes on what Seattle has done from their perspective of it. Remember, they came into this draft with just 5 picks. So they now pick up 2 in the trade with New England. They pick up another 1 in the trade here with the Dallas Cowboys. So they now have 8 picks. So they're getting back. You know, they can maneuver a little bit, albeit a lot of the picks are not. You know, this one is the here's the first pick. The swap ones, they get a 3 and a 6 from New England. And to swap ones with Dallas, here's the one just made. They pick up a 5. So they pick up a 3, a 5, and a 6, which on paper isn't huge. But when you're only going with 5 picks, that's something that you can work with. Now, from Dallas's perspective, you heard Ed talk about a little bit with Leon Lett, maybe gone a year longer, who knows. This is very smart, and maybe a pick that they might have made anyway, although certainly now a little bit more for need.
Yeah, there's no question. I think the area of need for the Dallas Cowboys certainly focused on the defensive line. If Leon Lett winds up not playing, then it's an excellent move. Even if Leon Lett was there, it was going to be an area of complement. Kavika Pittman, McCormick, these are guys that have really got to be able to come on and be able to play some football. There's no question that the Cowboys have committed themselves to many years with Troy Aikman. We know the new deal that he signed. That's on the offensive side. They went out and got Rocket Ismail, so they've added that complimentary receiver to Michael Irvin. Now, all of a sudden, what do you do on the defensive side? First, you get Deion Sanders healthy. Then, all of a sudden, you get some defensive linemen. Then we jump to the commissioner because he has more information on where we want to go with the next pick.
Okay, on the trade between Dallas and Seattle. Dallas acquired the 20th pick in this draft by giving to the Seattle Seahawks Dallas's first-round pick, number 22 in this draft, as well as Carolina's 5th-round pick in this draft, which Dallas had previously acquired. That Carolina pick is the 140th pick in this draft. With the 20th pick in the first round, the Cowboys have selected Ebenezer Ekubon, defensive end, North Carolina.
When you look at Ekubon, Chris, you see a kid 6'3", 281, a former tight end, high school, early on at North Carolina. But look at that productivity as a senior. This is a North Carolina defense that underachieved somewhat early on, but Ekubon was a steady force the entire way. 96 tackles. You see another sack here. He had 7 on the year, 23 tackles for loss. Very good off the edge. Quick and athletic and strong, and a kid who technically needs some work. Only 2 years on the defensive line, but he hustles, makes a lot of big plays in the backfield, and as an edge defensive end, a lot of people thought he could come right in and maybe help you off the edge as a pass rusher, but in Dallas with Pittman and Ellis, see how he fits in. Their need, really, Joe, was a defensive tackle. Now you have a true defensive end in Ebenezer Ekubon.
Yeah, but then, you know, I mean, you really look at a situation with Leon. I mean, Leon Lett really just changes everything for him. They have to be concerned. If something happens to Leon Lett, I think you can basically say he's gone for his entire career. He was such an impact player, such an important part of what Dallas can do. Now, all of a sudden, they're building up the front with speed. This is a football team now on defense that reminds you a little bit of the days when Jimmy Johnson was there, and they had that speed on the defensive side of the ball. They're starting to get back with productivity as well as speed to be able to put pressure on people.
Ebenezer Ekubon only played 2 years of high school football, so he still has a lot to learn, but, you know, it's a great upside to him. And he's a young man that was born in Ghana, so not too many football players in the NFL from Ghana. But we got one, and we're going to go up to Bristol with Chris Fowler and the gang.
Yeah, Boomer, his family came from Ghana when he was 7 years old. Ebenezer didn't play his first football until 10 years later, but he did grow up admiring another African-born player, Christian Okoye, the Nigerian Nightmare. Ekubon calls himself the Ghana Piranha, and he did chew up some blockers there.
Well, he really did. He's only the second defensive lineman picked in this draft. He didn't play high school, like Chris Berman said, till his junior year, and then he enrolled at North Carolina, played 2 years as a tight end, so he's really only been a defensive lineman for 2 years. He's got great upside potential.
I think he does have great upside potential. The thing you have to remember about him is, Coach pointed out, and also Chris Berman, because of his lack of playing time, still getting a feel for the game, whether it's high school, college, or even pro. He reminds me a little bit of Greg Ellis, who's with Dallas right now because of his speed out on the outside. He really can apply pressure on the quarterback because he just went. Look for Kearney now and King to start to fall, I would think.
Ekubon really replaced Greg Ellis in that defensive line at Carolina, a guy who was drafted number 8 last year. Ekubon now goes to Carolina, parade to the NFL, and the defensive side of the ball continues. Now to Sal Palantonio in Cleveland. Sal?
Chris, real quick, one team's misfortunes result in the elation of another team. The Dallas Cowboys, everybody thought they were going to take Kevin Johnson, including here in Cleveland, and you can see right here, Chris Palmer, when Ekubon gets picked by Dallas, just goes crazy because he's like to get Kevin Johnson in that second round, the wide receiver out of Syracuse, Chris.
Well, yeah, different teams have different opinions, certainly on the skills of those defensive pass rushers. Can they get it done? Are they complete players? Just another example of that. Ebenezer Ekubon taken by the Dallas Cowboys as they trade up to get him. NFL draft will continue from Bristol and New York after this break as we steamroll into the latter stages of round one.
When you're ready to expand your horizons, move up to Gold. With Total Choice Gold, you're on the right track to more nonstop action. More coverage of the fastest growing sports in the country. All for only $10 more per month with your Total Choice subscription. Call 800-5474-DTV and you'll get premium sports networks like the Golf Channel, Speed Vision, Outdoor Life Network, and ESPN Classic. Plus Fox Sports Net with over 22 regional sports networks. Total Choice Gold, the standard in sports entertainment.
Now you can access the internet via satellite with DirectPC. At up to 400 kilobits per second, it's the fastest access available nationwide. And right now, get DirectTV and DirectPC all on one dish. So get connected today.
Rick, this is Jim Hopkinson, a producer with ESPN Fantasy Games. Rick, you're a fantasy baseball owner. You going on strike is not going to bring Mo Vaughn back to the Red Sox. Take that up with their management. This is a business line.
Back to New York for the last third, if you will, of the first round of the 64th annual selection meeting. And for the second time in this first round, the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. And Mel, the Cardinals got a receiver for their 3 wideout. Boston in the first round, David Boston, on which they had more than a feeling. And now, look at some of the linemen that have fallen, and if Arizona wants an offensive lineman, which I think they do, boy, they got great value here, don't
It's
they?
going to work out very well for Arizona. They went for David Boston after Torrey Holt went earlier, did not take John Tate. Tate off the board already to Kansas City, but the number 2 offensive tackle, particularly the number 2 left tackle, L.J. Shelton's still there for Arizona all the way down at 21. Jansen's a right tackle, Gibson's a right tackle, so Shelton is the left tackle that Arizona needs. We talked about the blind side protection for Jake Plummer. That's why Tate's name came up at 8. They opted for Boston. Now Shelton's there all the way down in the first round.
Well, Seattle behind them is looking for maybe a lineman too, as we talked about before. So, there's
How about
a
Lamar
possibility.
King? Lamar King is a player that we've talked about at defensive end, small college player, dominated the Division II level at Saginaw Valley State. He's a player that's going to come into focus as we get into the latter stages of the first round as well.
Well, we got about 8 minutes left on the clock for Arizona's second first-round pick, but it's been a quarterback top of the draft. Of course, that brings smiles to the face of the guys with Michael. Mike?
That's right. Jim Kelly, of course, with us every Sunday on ESPN, and Boomer Esiason, who you see on Monday Night Football. And this is not their draft preparation, trust me. This is my draft preparation, but this is their life preparation for these rookie quarterbacks. You always want to say, oh, these guys should walk right in and start. Boomer, start the process of what is going to change in their lives starting Tuesday, Wednesday?
Well, as soon as they meet with their head coaches, the first thing that's going to happen, they're going to be handed this playbook. And this is the Cincinnati Bengal playbook that I was handed many years ago. So the statute of limitations is up. I can't get fined for this. But this thing has about 350 pages of it. And everything from passing protections to passing routes to running downs to running protections to formations, personnel groupings, and this is what they have to learn. Now, the hard thing about that, Mike, is that not only do they have to learn this, but they also have to kind of coincide it with their abilities. And the thing about young quarterbacks is that they're nervous. They're not really sure about what's going on out there, especially when they're playing opposing defenses.
All right, they get that thing settled down. Then, Jim, you have another part of Boomer's show and tell to tell us what happens after they learn that.
Well, once they learn that, that's part of the whole season. They get that once they go to training camp, probably within the next 2 or 3 days. But this is a playbook, not quite as thick as that one, but this is a weekly playbook. Each and every game, they'll have game planning, what running games are, what types of protection. But these guys, we talked about before, it's the physical talent you got to have, but you got to have the mental toughness.
Both of you tell me, how difficult is it for these players? Would it be better if they got out there, got their faces beat in a little bit, and learned some of that through experience, or better to sit and watch?
Well, the thing that I like the best is that Tim Couch has actually signed his contract already. He's going to be in camp. He's going to have Coach Palmer right with him from the get-go, which is going to be really important for him. But even more importantly, I think, is that he has to get to know his new teammates. He has to get the feeling of being around those guys and trying to be a leader. And the hardest thing to do is to gain the respect from the older veterans on your football team when you are this kind of guy and you're making that kind of money.
You put it right, because that leadership is a big part of it. And having the people like you, number one, and for a quarterback making that much money, it's going to be tough.
Well, that's something that worked out well for Jake Plummer in Arizona. The Cardinals have made their latest first-round selection. Now Gene Washington, Director of Football Development for the NFL, with the announcement up on the stage.
The Arizona Cardinals, with the 21st pick in the first round, select offensive tackle L.J. Shelton from Michigan.
It's a good pick, Mel. Real athletic.
I think it might be one of the best picks of the first round right now. I think you talk about steals. L.J. Shelton is a steal at this point in the first round because he's a natural left tackle. Look at the strength and you talk about a mean streak of John Tate. He has it as well. A natural left tackle. Here in the Senior Bowl, neutralizing Ebenezer Ekubon, who just went earlier to the Dallas Cowboys. Here again, left tackle. You see the quickness, the feet, and the balance. This kid's 6'5 1/4", 340 pounds, but tough, explosive, and great movement and mobility. I look at L.J. Shelton as a kid that, you talk about top 10, top 15 in round one, Joe. It would not have surprised me if he went that high. You're getting him at 21. They already added David Boston to solidify that third wide receiver spot.
Arizona got exactly what they wanted. They wanted a wide receiver. They wanted an offensive lineman. They wound up going wide receiver first, offensive lineman second. Couldn't have played out any better for him. And like you say, Mel, they get the second best guy that you rate on the board. Now, this is a guy who's 340 pounds, and he can do a split. This is not just a big old guy who lumbers around. This is a young athlete who has a lot of agility and a lot of ability, and they're going to need him to come and play pretty much right away with Lomas Brown moving on to Cleveland from Arizona.
Started 33 straight games for Eastern Michigan, where a year ago He was blocking and protecting the blind side of a quarterback named Charlie Batch, who, of course, is now the starting quarterback of the Detroit Lions. L.J. Shelton, athletic, got great athlete in his genes. His dad, as we mentioned, NBA player, played for the Knicks upstairs. Was the championship team in Seattle in '79, and then finished on his career a little bit later on in the NBA. So Anthony Munoz takes a good look at L.J. Shelton.
The interesting thing about L.J. Shelton is that he started playing football late. In fact, only played 3 games in high school. But you look at his last 33 games in college, and he started all of them. One of the knocks is that he did not get tested with big-time competition. Even with that, all that taken into consideration, he does a lot of great things. He's an excellent football player. The first thing we take a look at here is his footwork. A guy that's 6'5", 341 pounds. How he just glides out in space with quick feet and great agility to get out there on that wide defensive end. Then he bends his knees. Proper technique, not only at the beginning of the play, but he bends his knees throughout the whole play, which allows him to keep proper technique the whole time. Then balance and strength. Again, it doesn't matter how big you are. You can still be thrown, especially in the NFL. But if you have balance like he shows here, they're not going to throw you. Oh, he almost goes over, but not quite. Then he has a little bit of that nasty streak. All the NFL coaches like that. Also, the thing that helped L.J. Shelton was the great week of practice and the excellent Senior Bowl that he had. And I believe that erased a lot of doubts from the NFL people.
All right, Anthony, thank you very much. And we now have the Seattle Seahawks on the clock. They have moved down twice. They got about 12 minutes left to make their pick. But 2 picks ago, the Dallas Cowboys made a move with the Seahawks to make sure that they could get a pass rusher, Ebenezer Ekebon. And joining us now on our Sprint video conference from Dallas, Cowboys headquarters, is the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, and Jerry Jones. And Jerry, first of all, welcome. And second of all, I guess you've got a guy, I don't know if you've ever drafted a player from Ghana before. This has got to be a first.
Well, we haven't, but we've attempted to draft some players that we felt as good about as Ebenezer. He was very high on our board. We think he can give us some help on our putting pressure on the passer, and of course that's the direction we were headed. We thought that by signing Quentin Coriat, by signing Rocket Ishmael, and earlier Mark Stepnoski, we hoped we could go into this draft and just get the best player available to us at the time. We got a little nervous, so we decided to trade up a couple of spots with Mike Holmgren in Seattle and draft him.
Jerry, how much of this was all of it, part of it, influenced by Leon Lett's situation, and what is his situation?
Well, first of all, Leon is in the program. That's well known, and when you are, you really can't comment about his progress and how he's doing. On the other hand, Ebenezer addresses what we're doing on the outside with pass rush, and so it really did not influence what we were wanting to do here on draft day.
There's a lot of question about how much longer Michael Irvin in particular can be great, how much longer Emmitt Smith can be great. Do you feel this ball club has a chance to make one last run with the great players that you assembled here and won all those Super Bowls with?
Well, Chris, they'd be the first to tell you that those players alone, Michael and Emmitt Smith, can't do it. You've got to have the entire supporting cast to them. But yes, I do. If you look at Denver, you look at Minnesota, you'll see arguably the 2 oldest teams in the league last year. We're pleased to have Aikman signed for the rest of his career. We were really thrilled with the year that Emmitt Smith had. And so Michael Irvin, with Rocket on the other side, providing a lot of speed, and of course our other receivers, I really think that Michael's going to have the kind of year that he's had in the past.
Jerry, hi, this is Joe. Good talking to you again.
Yeah, Joe.
Deion Sanders' status. You lost him towards the end of the season. Really affected what you did, mostly on defense, even a little bit on offense. What is his status right now with that toe of his?
Well, I think anybody would recognize that when you lose a Deion Sanders on your football team, it's going to affect you. We're really very comfortable with where he is with his toe. He's moving around real good. Of course, he played in the Pro Bowl with it, played in our last game with it. It's continuing to improve. And we not only intend to very much, obviously, have him do what he does for us defensively and return kicks, but we're going to see Deion involved in our offense some this year, too, to add to the speed, and would have been last year had he not got hurt at the end of the season.
Jerry, thank you very much for joining us. We're just teeing it up here for a few more rounds and a few more picks. Thank you. See you later.
Great.
Jerry Jones, owner of the Dallas Cowboys. They won the East last year. I mean, they seem to be apologizing. They did win the NFC East. We'll be back with the Seahawks pick.
A crepe de chine evening blouse. Can you say svelte?
A fabulous Scotty Bass.
What in heaven's name? Oh, it's a black cotton blend with yellow buttons. It reads 1-800-CALL-ATT for collect calls.
Does anybody know where the phone is? I have to make a collect call.
You can win this hot little sweatshirt instantly when you complete a collect call with 1-800-CALL-ATT. It's the same bargain basement rate all the time.
Chevy Tahoe, like a rock.
Handele, baby!
Welcome to Taco Night at the Andersons.
Dinner!
Well, that was fast. Bring home the new Grande meal and make tonight Taco Night. Choose any 10 tacos or bean burritos, plus a Nachos Bel Grande, plus a Mexican pizza. All for just $9.99.
Until next time.
Would you like to win a trip to the Brickyard 400 and drive the race parade car home? Here's how. Just follow Steve Park and enter the ESPN Drive at Home Sweepstakes, presented by Pennzoil. Watch the Goodies Body Paint 500 on ESPN. Note the Pennzoil car's starting and finishing position. Then, call 1-800-581-3600 or stop by a participating Pennzoil Lube Center and fill out an entry form. You could win a trip to the Brickyard 400 and take home the race parade car or other great prizes.
Back in New York at the draft, Mike Holmgren, his regime as the Seahawks has begun by picking up 3 picks. A third, a fifth, and a sixth, but moving down twice in the first round. He now will make the pick. Now to the podium with the first-round pick in 1969 of the San Francisco 49ers, Gene Washington.
The Seattle Seahawks, with the 22nd pick, have selected defensive end Lamar King from Saginaw Valley.
Well, Mel, he moved down 2 from Dallas because either Shelton or King would fall to him, and he takes defensive line help.
Well, he needs it, Chris. I think when you look at L.J. Shelton, you talked about a left tackle who can dominate. Well, Lamar King as a defensive end can dominate as a pass rusher. Division II player, but took over games. I think that's the key to the equation here for Lamar King and the reason why it's a first-round pick. Look at that spin move, getting after the quarterback. Very athletic player. You know, he looks like he's about 270. Well, he's almost 300 pounds. So you're looking at a huge defensive end who can be able to hold up strong at the point against the run. Also get after the quarterback. That's his forte. You see the natural pass rush instincts that he possesses, Chris. And I think the key here is at the Division II level, you have to take over games. You have to dominate to be a number one. From the midway point of his senior year, the latter portion, he did that. 13 tackles were lost, 12 sacks. And for Seattle to move down twice and get the player they were originally going to consider, along with L.J. Shelton, they have to be pretty ecstatic, Joe.
Plug him in, Joe. You got Sinclair to rush the passer. You have Cortez Kennedy.
Adams.
You have Adams, who had finally a good year last year. I mean,
Philip Daniels with 6.5 sacks opposite Michael Sinclair. This is a great opportunity to build rotation. I think what Fritz Shurmur wants to do, he just doesn't want to line up with 5 or 6 guys up front. He wants to be able to run 6 or 7 defensive linemen through, keep them fresh out there. That's going to be the big key. Fritz Shurmur is a magician when it comes to moving the people around. Now, all of a sudden, you give him people of equal level, he can keep that same kind of pressure, same kind of intensity on you, and that's why a draft pick like this is so key to what Seattle wants to do on the defense.
Very interesting. Now we have 2 straight picks, one from Eastern Michigan, one from the Cardinals of Saginaw Valley State. Let's go up to Mike Tirico for a moment. Michael.
Big Cardinals fan, old Sag Valley State. Chris Mortensen, as Boomer talked about earlier, a nice move by Mike Holmgren, dropping down 5 spots, but adding picks because he had so few coming in. Give us an overall picture on Holmgren's philosophy and what he's trying to do here?
Well, I think, well, number one, I think he's kind of put his stamp on himself as a executive coach. Not only that, though, he's showing how much faith he does have in Fritz Shurmur, longtime defensive coordinator. It was Fritz Shurmur who assured the Packers last year that Vonnie Holliday, a defensive tackle, could play defensive end in his defense. And I think that's what he gets with this pick, too. A guy who could play head up, be physical, and that's pretty impressive right now in terms, I know Fritz Shurmur's pretty happy about this.
Joe rattled through some impressive names. Add Anthony Simmons to that list there, one from last year. They've got some good names on defense, but their performance is pretty bad. 27th ranked overall in the NFL.
Maybe good names doesn't always translate to performance. And I know one thing, Fritz and Mike Holmgren are going to expect their guys to perform.
We talk about assistants a lot. Don't underestimate the value of Fritz Shurmur. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Who will be their first-round pick in '99? They're on the clock, and we'll be back with more of the draft after this.
We have in our possession a chip. A chip that could revolutionize medicine as we know it. By performing 100 billion operations a second, this chip could help us heal across continents. We could touch more lives, help people live longer than ever, and give us all more time to cherish the journey's truest rewards. But then we thought, hey, let's use it for games.
3DFX BC accelerators. So powerful, it's kind of ridiculous.
You know, that game's a little violent for my taste.
The new Acura RL has distinctive styling to appeal to your elegant side. A performance-tuned suspension to satisfy your assertive side. And a sophisticated front and side airbag system to protect both sides. The new RL from Acura.
With all the attention McGuire got last year, I got jealous. So this year, I'm going for the record. Maybe instead of the big unit, they'll start calling me the long unit.
4 hours in, here is your NFL draft update. Again, quarterbacks taking 5 of the first 12 picks. Couch, McNabb, Smith, Culpepper, and McNown. Combined signing bonuses, maybe $40 million. Patriots swap first-round picks, move up 3 spots to get Damian Woody, a center from nearby Boston College. The Cowboys get a trade and get Ebenezer Ekubon, the pass rusher. So 8 out of the last 9 picks have been pure linemen. The 9th guy is Javon Kearse, who does rush the passer. But another guy who also plays linebacker, still undrafted, the big cat from Ohio State, Andy Katzenmoyer.
Well, he's a great high school player. He has all the measurables, 6'2", 248, can run a 4.5 40. And when you look at him, they talked about last year, he may have lost interest in college football. He's a sure tackler, made a lot of big plays as a freshman, Kirk. Made a hit here on the Iowa back. As a linebacker, you've got to have very good lateral movement. You've got to be able to close on the football and then finish off and make the hit. Andy Katzenmoyer can move 4.5 40. Diagnosing the play, reading blocking schemes. And the biggest question I hear from pro teams is whether he can keep blockers off his legs. If he'd have came out last year, Kirk, he would have been a top 10 pick. They said he may have lost interest in college football last year.
Well, I think one of the reasons some people may evaluate Andy Katzenmoyer and think that he lost a little bit of interest in the game is because he's not a real emotional player. He never has been throughout his entire career. He's not a guy that's going to make a play, jump up, and get crazy. But he is a physical freak, 6'3", 255 pounds, runs a 4.48 in the 40. I think some of the NFL personnel right now are looking at Andy Katzenmoyer, and they're questioning the instincts, the fact that blockers did get up in his legs, and that's why I think he's starting to slide a little bit here in the first round.
A lot of physical freaks have flopped. He's got to prove that he loves football. Very few linebackers have ever succeeded without having that passion and that drive and that need to be an aggressive, great football player. We'll see if Katzenmoyer can do that for whatever team drafts him. Now for an update down to Hank Goldberg in Miami. Henry, some news?
Yeah, you know, Jimmy's been jonesing for a phone call. He wanted to get into the action. He did. He gave up his 24th pick coming up in this draft to number 27, where San Francisco now moves up. So in addition to that, they get the first pick that San Francisco had in the 5th round. That's number 134. Now, remember, San Francisco was holding another Dolphins pick in the 5th round. They had given it up for Kevin Gogan. So he gets back a 5th-round pick. He's at 134 there, and he gets the 27th pick in this round. And don't be surprised if he trades down again, because he's still looking for running backs, and a few of them will be there early in the 2nd round. Or he could go with Rob Conrad in this round, the running back from Syracuse. Let's go back to New York.
All right, Hank, thank you. So that a swap of picks right below where we are right now in Buffalo. San Francisco wants to come up to make sure they get a defensive tackle that they want. Now, Buffalo, I'm going to take a guess here. You know, I talk to that same cab driver that I do every year. It's amazing how that works.
Same guy picks you up all the time.
Guy always knows.
Unbelievable
he just
when
knows.
you're coming into town.
Not that this is unguessed. I mean, a lot of people have guessed this one. Buffalo will go with Antoine Winfield, cornerback, Ohio State. I know he's short, but they're in a division, and they watch Aaron Glenn excel for the Jets. And if I had to take a stab, that's who I think Buffalo's
How many people do you think really are buying that line after all these years?
That cab driver, I tell you what.
Your guesses are, the man is unbelievable when it comes to guessing. I'll tell you what we do. Why don't we do this?
We'll take a cab up to the podium.
Take the guesswork out of it. Let's go talk to Gene.
The Buffalo Bills, with the 23rd pick, have selected defensive back from Ohio State, Antoine Winfield.
You're unbelievable.
That guy's unbelievable, that cab driver. Hey, Winfield is not, he is, by some they'll call him the best pound-for-pound player in the draft. You agree with that?
I'll tell you, one of the toughest players at the cornerback position, Chris, to come out in a long, long time. The corner blitz, you see him here on 2 plays, just dominate off the edge. 214 career tackles for a cornerback is amazing. Decent ball skills here, making the play in coverage. You'll see another pass breakup here as well. You're looking at a kid 5'8.5", at good recovery speed, not great recovery speed. Adequate leaping ability, 38.5 vertical jump, but he doesn't have those special, skills as a jumper or in terms of recovery speed. We'll see if he can compensate for being 5'8.5". That's the question, Joe. In a league dominated by big wideouts, can Winfield at 5'8.5" get the job done?
Yeah, but you got Mark McMillan. You know, he's sort of like the little cornerback's hero. Here's a guy who's come on, nobody thought could play real well, and yet he did a terrific job for Kansas City. All Mark McMillan ever does is play good football for everybody, even though he's a smallish type of a corner. I think this kid can come in and be the same type of a player.
Hey, they saw what happened when Thomas Smith got hurt last year. They lost Burris. You know, they had some injuries there. Kerner Urban. This is a good pick for Buffalo, a position of need, and a tough player in Antoine Winfield. That's who they had eyed all along. They were hoping that he would fall through because of the size. They're not scared off of the size. Buffalo is very happy right now. Also, I think happy right now, let's go out to the beautiful Pacific Northwest and join the coach / general manager / executive vice president of the Seattle Seahawks, Mike Holmgren. Mike, that's a lot of baggage there, a lot of titles, and you've also picked up draft picks here, Michael. I mean, you were dealing and still got a player who you were looking for. Were you nervous after a while that a couple of these players you might have made one deal too many?
Well, that always crosses your mind, Chris. In fact, I was thinking about making one more, and then I got it was kind of like the Philadelphia reaction by the people in the room. So, no, we're very, very happy, though, we got Lamar, and it was the guy we wanted. And then we were fortunate enough as well to pick up some picks. You know, we only had 5 coming in, so this helps us a little bit. Now we can play a little bit the next 2 days.
Well, you probably from Green Bay snuck over once to Saginaw Valley State, and nobody recognized you at the game. Assess, if you will, for us what you have found now to be on the roster of the team overall. Is this a team loaded and ready for a big-time move, you hope, this year? Do you have the guns to challenge Denver, at least in that division?
Well, you know what? Denver is a fine football team, and the division is very strong. It remains to be seen. I was very pleased with our first minicamp, however, and I believe we have a chance to be a good football team. There's pretty good talent here. Some of our key people, particularly at quarterback, we have a young quarterback. He has to come through for us. But our defense appears to be pretty sound, and then with the addition of this young man, Fritz is going to be able to shuttle those guys in, keep them fresh, and I like our football team right now.
Mike, you've gotten a look now at John Kitna. You only saw him a little bit on film, but now you had the mini camps. He's a youngster that shows a lot of promise. You also traded for Glenn Foley. Is it Kitna's job, and how good could he be from your first assessment?
Well, you know, Chris, it's real early. But right now, John's our starting quarterback, and Glenn knew that coming in, and I'm pretty upfront with those guys. Glenn came in and had a good mini camp as well, however, but it is mini camp, and I think you would like everything about John Kitna just as I do. He's just inexperienced and hasn't played a lot. So time will tell, but I like what I see so far.
What's the most important thing that has to happen for the Seahawks to make a serious challenge? Obviously, to play at the quarterback, but you have some Pro Bowl players, you know, like a Joey Galloway, a guy who was great, and Ricky Waters running the football, some defensive guys you meant. What are one or two things that has to happen for this team to go from 8-8 to 11-5?
Well, from a very practical standpoint, you have to eliminate a lot of mistakes that took place last year. We had way too many procedure penalties. We had fumble snaps from center. We had unusual penalties in crucial times. Things that are correctable, I think, with a very disciplined type of approach to what you do. The second thing is, as far as attitude, I believe, you know, you got to create that belief that good things are going to happen and you're going to do well. And we've started doing that. The guys really want it. They really want to do well, and now we have to have some success, get them believing in our program, and then I think we have a chance.
Well, you'll be busier than you thought the next couple of days with the extra picks you got. Thanks. And in a time warp, we're going to go from you, and then we're going to watch Bill Walsh work at Draft Room. It is a time warp, isn't it?
Very much so. You know what? He phoned me. We talked this morning, and I know he's happy to be back in there wheeling and dealing.
Well, and no one wheels and deals like he does.
Nobody.
You've taken a page from his book today. Thanks, Mike. See you later.
All right, Chris.
Mike Holmgren of the Seahawks. The Niners are on the clock. We shall return.
Before he...
Back in New York, the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock because of the trade they made a few moments ago with the Miami Dolphins, moving up 3 spots in the first round. And in exchange, as Hank Goldberg reported, Miami gets one of San Francisco's 5th-round picks. Well, this is the new old brain trust of the San Francisco 49ers, and it is a time warp, isn't it? Hall of Famer Bill Walsh, his right-hand man through all the glory years in the 80s, John McVay, and his successor eventually, or the man he is grooming, Terry Donahue. They're the ones calling the shots. Why might San Francisco have moved up a few spots? If they're looking for help along the defensive line, which they should, and Reggie McGrew would be the next guy there, and he might not be there if they waited 3 more picks. That might be what they were thinking. For more, let's go to Minnesota and Andrea Kramer. Andrea.
Yes, Chris. If anyone knows San Francisco, it's going to be you, and I think that you are correct because I just spoke to the Niners War Room, and indeed, the top player they are considering is defensive tackle Reggie McGrew from Florida. Keep in mind, Chris Dolman is likely retired. Bryant Young, coming back from a devastating leg injury suffered late in the season, may come back early in the year, but they'd like to have some insurance hedge that they don't need to get him back until October. They would move Junior Bryant out to end, gives them a little bit more flexibility. They can put McGrew in there, just solidify that line, give them some depth. So it does look like the Niners could take Reggie McGrew. Of course, you think Bill Walsh wanting to make his mark with a quarterback, but instead could be McGrew. Let's head back to New York right now, Chris.
Yeah, that would make sense, Andrea, and you're dialed in there as well, no pun intended. They have to. Andrea just laid out the injuries and the retirements, Dolman, although they hope that Haley comes back. But remember, this was a team that invented, in some ways, the 6, 7, 8-man shuffle on the defensive front. So even if those guys weren't hurt or questions, they might do that.
With the 24th selection in the first round, the San Francisco 49ers select defensive tackle Reggie McGrew from Miami.
Well, so they get the pick from Miami, and they take a guy from Miami.
Chris, I talked about Antoine Winfield from Ohio State dominating in terms of the run, corner blitzes with his 214 tackles. Reggie McGrew in the SEC for Florida, the same thing, a dominator behind the line of scrimmage, making plays, creates the fumble there. You see the quickness, 6'2.5" at 307. 30 reps at the combine, so tremendous strength and quickness allows him to take over games when he's healthy. but in the 3 years he was a starter, missed some playing time with some injuries. So that's a real concern going in, durability. Can he hang on and start 16 games? A marathon season in the NFL, when over his 3 years in Florida, he started 28 games, but did miss some time with injuries. So if you keep him healthy, he could be a great player, Chris.
Well, you know, Mel, I'll take it.
Go ahead, Joe. I mean, he's powerful. He's powerful. He's quick. Just an injury question.
And not only that, you just don't know about Brian Young. Brian Young had the compound fracture of the leg. He has a rod in it. The fact that the rod is in, I think, is going to give him a chance to come back. I don't think he's going to be ready in the beginning of the year. Brian Young with 9.5 sacks. As Andrea mentioned, moved Junior Bryant outside, Gabe Wilkins, Marvin Washington there. Now all of a sudden you come back and you really need the tackles. I think it's very important in the San Francisco defensive philosophy that they've got tackles to anchor the middle. They need to push up the middle. They like to push up the middle. They can flush people out so their ends can be productive, especially the elephant ends, the smaller defensive ends that are able to put pressure on the quarterback. So here's a bigger guy that can come in and play in the middle again for you.
Let me go back to Dallas, Joe. They needed defensive tackles. They took the defensive end Ecubon. Would McGrew have been a better fit for the Cowboys, knowing Leon Lett's situation, knowing how desperate they are for defensive tackles?
Not necessarily, and the reason I say that is simply because it looks to me like Dallas is trying to go back with speed on the front. So you're basically not necessarily going with the bigger guys. You're going with the quicker, faster guys. So if it's a philosophical change which they want to get on defense, I think the choice of the smaller guy, quicker end is a better choice.
I mean, you saw the chart there a moment ago. I mean, you know, there's no Barker, there's no Dolman. Brian Young, I don't know, is going to be ready to go in the beginning of the year. So.
I don't think he will, Chris. I mean, it'd be a miraculous recovery if he could. I think he'll be back at some point during the season, but certainly I wouldn't expect him back before week 6 or 7.
And Steve Mariucci will take some rush, because rushing the passer will make your DBs, which was also a question for them last year, better players. Now let's go down to Miami, who was the other half of the trade, and Hank Goldberg. Hammer.
Boomer, you guys didn't think that Jimmy Johnson was going to sit there with just 5 picks, did you? Now he goes to 27, then he trades again with Detroit, picks up their 2nd, 3rd, and 5th round picks, number 39, number 70, and number 142. So effectively, what Jimmy has done now, combined with the San Francisco deal, is he got out of the 1st round where he was sitting at number 24, picks up a 2, a 3, and 2 5s. Let's send it back to Chris Mortensen in New York.
Well, Hank, I think there's another happy fellow, and that's Ray Rhodes right now, the new coach of the Green Bay Packers. Ron Wolf right here has always targeted Antoine Edwards, the Clemson defensive back, for this pick. Antoine Edwards, a big physical defensive back. Pass coverage was a weakness with the Packers last year. And I think that when you look at Emmett Thomas, the new defensive coordinator of the Packers, and Ray Rhodes, another great defensive coach. Philadelphia last year with these two men, #1 in pass coverage, Antoine Edwards, Chris Berman, adds to that depth, or it really makes this a better secondary, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can remember the two teams we were just talking about more, San Francisco and Green Bay, that marvelous playoff game. But if you really look at it from a defensive coordinator's point of view, neither could really stop the other's passing attack. So that would make sense. We'll try to make some more sense, and we return with the Packers on the clock late, round number 1.
For centuries, our kings were cursed. The sedans had narrow handrails, making them hard to control in the corners. Sadly, many kings lost their thrones. Eventually, it was learned, wider is better.
With its speed-sensitive steering technology, the White Track Grand Prix gives you precise control of the corners.
Ancient scriptures still read, Yo Yangbo Takido.
Wider is better. The White Track Grand Prix by Pontiac.
Lost again? I'm gonna call our manager. You got some change?
Change? I see you fellas ain't from around here. We down 1-800-CALL-ATT. We call collect. See, with 1-800-CALL-ATT, you pay one low rate all the time, no restriction.
Let's bounce.
Throw your hands up. Throw your hands up. It's your birthday. Go, Granny. 1-800-CALL-ATT for collect calls. One low rate all the time.
Edgar and I have so much in common. It's like we were long-lost brothers. We both have larger-than-average ears.
We both have pretty straight hair.
It's creepy. And get this. We both love the taste of Miller Lite because of the choice hops. It's like we were separated at birth.
Actually, George, I think Miller Lite tastes great because it's smooth.
Excuse me?
I like the smoothness.
Who are you?
Miller Lite, the great taste of a true Pilsner beer.
Welcome to the Super Lottery Drawing. This week's jackpot is $15 million, so let's get to it. The first number is
29.
The second number is
15.
the third number,
7.
the fourth number.
It's time for E-Trade, the #1 place to invest online.
The durable, authentic khaki. You'll wear out before they do.
Back in New York, late in the first round, the Packers on the clock. Mel, best players available. What's your reshuffled board?
Well, Jansen and Gibson, Chris, right tackles. Katz Moyer sliding down. Not a big-time year like he had as a freshman. Johnson, wide receiver return man. It could be a good late first, early second. Cecil Collins, be interesting to see if Jimmy Johnson has positioned himself in the early second round to acquire Collins. And Sean King, sixth best quarterback, but could be a late first, early second rounder. And Antoine Edwards, a kid I really like. He can play cornerback, he can play safety, versatile football player, and on the football field, Chris, he makes big plays.
The Packers on the clock with about 8.5 minutes to go on their pick. Then Jacksonville, now Detroit, as the trade reported by Hank Goldberg. New England, Minnesota, Atlanta, and Denver. And then we will be done with round number 1 of this, the 64th annual selection meeting. The Green Bay Packers, first year they really went a little bit backwards. And, of course, the new coach, Ray Rhodes, with the general manager, Ron Wolf, who built that team, along with Mike Holmgren. So now, not that they went backwards that far, but they were supplanted as division champs. They want to get it back. Here's maybe the first step. Let's go to the podium.
With the 25th pick, the Green Bay Packers have selected Anton Edwards, defensive back, Clemson.
Well, that makes sense, Mel, because, we talked about the DBs on both San Francisco and Green Bay.
Ron Wolf gets a heck of a player. We just
Yes.
mentioned him with the versatility to play corner or safety, and I think you watch him at the cornerback position, the reaction to the football, the hands for the interception. Here against North Carolina, look at the timing, the awareness in coverage. A very confident young man. Here against Florida State, another opportunity in coverage to break up the pass play. So you're talking about a kid who's gone up against big-time opponents. Here, making up ground in a hurry. Here's a return where you'll see some athleticism and quickness as well as a burst. And he applies that ability in coverage as well. This game was against Virginia. Here against South Carolina. Picks off the pass, takes it to the house. So you're talking about a kid experienced against Torrey Holt this past year. Had a real good first quarter and a half, then a little banged up. When he left the game, Torrey Holt had a heck of a performance. So Antoine Edwards, a cornerback or a safety, ran a 4.52 during an individual workout. Some teams thought that maybe he's just a safety, but with the pads on, Antoine Edwards, I think, has enough recovery speed to begin his career as a corner, then maybe move inside to safety. Nice pick for the Packers.
Well, it is a good pick because now all of a sudden you got a little flexibility with Darren Sharper. You've got your corners outside. Remember the division they play in. You've got the Minnesota Vikings out there. And then you start to take a look at the combinations they're up against. Carter and Moss, Moore and Morton, Conway and Ingram, Anthony and Emmanuel. You've got some wide receivers in this particular division that you have to be able to line up and have a good, solid corner with. But the other thing is, you start to bring in a Matthew Hatcher up in Minnesota. Now, all of a sudden, it's the 3 wide receiver set. And we heard one of the general managers talk about the fact you've got to have 3 corners today to line up in the secondary. You basically start 3 corners. If your free safety can't cover, you're really at a disadvantage on the defensive side of the football. So consequently, he becomes an excellent pick, in particular in this division.
Well, let's go to the guy that made the pick. Ron Wolf, general manager of the Packers, thanks to our Sprint video conference. And he joins us now from Packers headquarters. And Ron, good afternoon to you. Do you...
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
A lot of folks
It's
were
a long
wondering
day back
whether...
here, Chris.
It sure is. Hey, Antoine Edwards, can he play corner or safety in your evaluation, or is he just the safety?
He's a corner in our evaluation. Has only been a corner in our evaluation. I say that primarily because of what Joe Theismann was just alluding to, the fact of the size of the receivers in the NFC Central we had to get somebody that can take that away, and we need big people. It's a different game for us up here when you consider the receivers that we just mentioned. That's why Edwards is such a good pick for us, we think, right there.
Defensively, Ron, you know, it was the wild game. It was a great game for the fans against San Francisco at the end of the year. But defensively, is that where you're headed here primarily in this draft, or is that hard to say at this point?
No, it's not hard to say. We're going to stay on the defensive side. We don't have enough defensive backs. We're probably going to use maybe 4 more choices on defensive backs.
Wow, that would be a big number. Hey, meanwhile, Antonio Freeman, it could be a tough summer with him. Robert Brooks has been injured. Where do you stand with those guys, wide receiver, Ron?
Well, I really think it's important that we get the Antonio Freeman thing done, and we're doing everything in our power to do that. Robert Brooks is the consummate pro. We're going to let him tell us whether or not he can play. If he can't play, that's a serious blow to us. It's not looking that way, though, right now, Chris.
Ron, thank you very much, and we will talk to you a little bit later on. You're right, it is a long couple of days. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ron Wolf, one of the best at his trade, bar none. General manager, Green Bay Packers. He and Mike were a tremendous tandem, but he was making the call on the shots in these drafts. And, you know, they made that move with Vonnie Holliday last year, and that was one of the best moves made last year in the first round of the draft. Let's go up to Bristol and join Mark Malone and Ron Jaworski, guys.
Boom, thanks. Probably no surprise Green Bay goes after a big defensive back. Ray Rhodes, of course, a former defensive back himself. Ron Wolf mentioning that they're in a division there that has big receivers and throws the football down the field. It was what Ron Jaworski and I were talking about when the selection was made. And Ron, you're going to show us exactly why it's important you load up on defensive backs.
Mark, there's no question. Football is a game of matchups. And one thing you're seeing now in the NFC Central are the teams matching up with 3 and 4 wide receivers. You look at Minnesota and Detroit, and we'll take a look at the pre-play here. And here's what you get. You get a wide receiver, 1, 2, 3, and teams could even take the tight end out and make him become a 4th wide receiver. Very difficult to match up against this type of offense, and you need corners. That's why Antoine Winfield is a nice pick. He can match up with Sharper, Williams, Newsome, and Butler, and these are the guys that are critical right here. Your nickel and your dime back, and that'll give your safeties, which could be Butler or Sharper, they can give help on these people. Now your corners, they're the guys that usually get the matchup one-on-one right there. And even at times now, this linebacker in the middle becomes a nickel back. It's a guy, so you may line up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 defensive back against this offensive set. It presents some real matchup problems. And when you got a guy like Winfield, who's, again, 6 foot and 190 pounds against those big receivers, it's a real plus. But matchups are the key, and teams can't get enough of defensive backs, Mark.
And Jaws, at a 4.5 40, this is a guy that's going to play over the slot. Also a strong safety type, can blitz and cause problems for quarterbacks. And, of course, quarterbacks, a big story here on draft day 1999. We're going to come back, and we'll have a lot more here on ESPN as our draft coverage continues.
The Acura Integra, equipped with a race-proven 16-valve twin-cam engine. So it can take you just about anywhere. Quickly. The 1999 Integra from Acura.
The biggest websites, from Amazon.com to Yahoo. And the biggest companies, from British Airways to General Motors, use Oracle for e-business. Do you? The internet is revolutionizing business. From egghead.com to eBay. From E-Trade to Excite. The companies that know the internet best use Oracle for e-business. Do you?
All my life, I wanted to be the Korean Nolan Ryan. Now, I want to be the Korean Big Mac.
Hockey Night, Baseball Tonight, and Sports Center. On ESPN2, the 99 NFL Draft, followed by X in Concert and NHL Tonight. And on ESPN Classic, Behind the Fights and College Basketball Classics. Do you have all the ESPN networks?
We are back in New York at the 64th the NFL Draft. It's been an intriguing day, certainly at the top, and a lot of teams moving at the bottom and still getting players that they wanted. Jacksonville is on the clock now. Detroit now coming up because Miami has traded out of the first round. And then the four teams, well, then you have New England and then Minnesota, Atlanta, Denver, the heavy metal of last year's season in the National Football League. So Jacksonville is a team that really was looking pass rush here. Is that where they, well, we'll find out in a minute. The commissioner is back, so let's go to the podium.
With the 26th choice, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Fernando Bryant, defensive back, Alabama.
Surprise, Mel, no defensive line?
I think the corner was something they felt like they needed. Charles Fisher's name had come up. Bryant had come up. Chris Patrick Kearney as well. But Bryant is a technically sound cornerback. You know, good fundamentals, very experienced. You see him here in coverage against Florida, recognizing the pass play, coming off his receiver, making the interception. Here is a kick returner in the SEC against Tennessee, showing his speed and quickness there. Again, anticipation in coverage, anticipating the quarterback first to the ball. I think you're looking at a cornerback who played extremely well early in his college career at Alabama, maybe peaked a little bit early and tailed off some as a senior, played a little softer in coverage than he had as a sophomore and junior, but I think Jacksonville sees a receiver polished, veteran of the collegiate wars, that maybe can come in and help this team. Before, Jacksonville used to go with the big corners. Now they want a true cover corner, not as concerned with size. That's why Bryant comes into the fold.
Well, you know what? For a team that was as successful as Jacksonville, who supplanted Pittsburgh as champs of the AFC Central and were 11-5 and won a playoff game, look at their defensive ranks. These are not the ranks you would think of a team who would be thinking Super Bowl, Joe, so they got to help the defense.
Well, they're certainly not the ranks of a coach like Tom Coughlin. I mean, he's really cured his offense is set. You got the young running back, you got the terrific quarterback, two wide receivers. You're set on the offensive side of the ball. You got the big tackles. You're fine there. Defensively, Devon Darius, you bring in Carnell Lake at safety. Those are the people that you're counting on to lead your football team. Aaron Beasley plays one side. Now all of a sudden you got a corner to play the other. Now you're starting to put together the secondary that you need. Again, when you take a look at the National Football League and you look at the corners start to come up here, you're going to see a lot more corners taken. You heard Ron Wolf talk about the fact that, hey, we may take 4 corners in Green Bay. People want to start to focus on stopping the passing game in the National Football game. They want to be able to throw the ball, and they want to be able to stop people from throwing the football. This is a good pick by the Jacksonville Jaguars.
So that's Jacksonville. Let's go back out to San Francisco and revisit the 49ers, thanks to our Sprint video conferencing. And welcome the 2 years at head coach at San Francisco, hard double-digit wins every season. Steve Mariucci and Mooch. McGrew on the defensive line, you made a move to get in there. Were you afraid that if you didn't make a move up that you would not get a premier pass rusher in the early on in the draft here?
Well, our need was to get a defensive lineman, and we liked Reggie McGrew all along, and we felt that moving up would pretty much ensure that he was going to be available at that pick. We didn't want to take any chances with the next 2 picks.
Mooch, update us on Bryant Young, who had the horrific injury last year, and obviously this is one of the reasons you're drafting McGrew, albeit not the only one, and Garrison Hurst, who went down in the Atlanta playoff game. How are they doing, Steve?
You know, they're here working just about every day. I see them, and they're in the weight room and rehabbing with their legs properly. They're working their upper body. They're doing everything they can to be physically ready. It takes time. You know, it not only a lot of rehab, but it takes a lot of time. And that's not the only reason why we took Reggie McGrew early in the round, because of BY's health. BY, we believe, is going to be okay for us. We had a need at defensive line, whether BY was injured or not, but we're optimistic about both Garrison and BY, actually.
Steve, let's plug in the offensive side of the ball where you're a little more comfortable. Steve Young, of course, wants to play about 18 more years, but Jim Juckenmiller, there's a question whether he will stay or will he go. You brought in another young player Where does Ty Detmer is in Cleveland? Where do you stand if Steve Young goes down? What are the plans right now?
Well, you know, Steve Young was in our office yesterday. He came in the war room and he wanted to check and see what we were doing, and he called this morning too. And he's telling us that he would love to continue to play, and geez, he's in great shape, and who knows, he might play for a while, and we'd like that. Jim Druckenmiller's still on our team. He's here working every day along with Jeff Garcia, who we picked up from Canada, and they're doing a good job. And right now, that's our depth: Jeff Garcia and Jim Druckenmiller. And unless something changes, we'll go into the season with them.
Do you think quarterback is a position we might see you go in the next few picks? Could that happen today or early tomorrow?
Well, we don't have a pick now, Boomer, until the third round. So, you know, while everything's possible, and that is a possibility too, we do have some other needs on this football team, particularly on defense. So, you know, we've got to see what's available for us, and also consider our needs. And like I say, we still do have more defensive needs.
All right, Steve, thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you a little bit later. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
Certainly nobody more personable, and boy, you come into what was a tough situation, theoretically, when he became head coach. Hard to win more than he did in the first 2 years. We'll be back in a moment.
From the directors of Dumb and Dumber and Kingpin comes a love story.
History repeating. We got a bleeder!
Cameron Diaz.
It's too bad you don't live here, Ted.
Matt Dillon.
You hired me to find your girl, and I did. And the truth is, I started to like her.
Ben Stiller.
Would you mind letting the dog out of the bathroom?
There's something about Mary.
Playing this month on Direct Ticket, only on DirecTV.
The Truman Show.
Critics agree it's a great movie. You've never seen anything like it. You'll laugh. You'll cry. It's a breakthrough for Jim Carrey.
I'm onto something, Marlon. Something big.
A must-see.
You got it.
It's the year's most entertaining film. It's time to celebrate.
Say something. You're on television.
The Truman Show.
Playing this month on Direct Ticket, only on DirecTV.
We don't get many shots up there. We get one shot, we're on the ice. You gotta practice good. Let's go! Nice, nice. Breathe, boys, breathe. Hey, what if I was a fan? What are you gonna do? Very nice, very nice. Now do it again.
Ken Griffey Jr. 9 straight gold gloves, 1 dazzling bat. Watch one of the best swings in the game spark a long ball battle in Anaheim. Mariners Angels, the Sunday night game of the week. Tomorrow at 8 on ESPN.
Lots of big pressure coming in from the west. That's going to bring in all that great big sunshine. That's your big forecast. Now, get out there and make it a big day.
It's easy to spot someone who rides a Yamaha Roadstar. With its huge 1600cc engine, it's more than the world's biggest V-twin cruiser.
It's the big stuff.
It's perfect for those little rides into town.
It's the big stuff.
Welcome back to New York as the Detroit Lions are on the clock now, having moved down and then having moved up. So this is the spot that was San Francisco's, now it's Miami's. We have the pick in. Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 27th pick in the first round, the Detroit Lions select Aaron Gibson, tackle, University of Wisconsin.
So Detroit with 2 first-round picks, they get Claiborne, linebacker, USC, and now they go offensive side of the ball. And no one's larger in the draft than him, Mel.
A huge mountainous offensive tackle. You see Aaron Gibson with the split. He has a 20.5-inch neck, wears a size 19 shoe, 47.5-inch reach, squats 745 pounds, so he's powerful at the point. Here against Jared DeVries, defensive tackle, Iowa. Buries him at the point. DeVries held up pretty well in that game, although. You look at him here against Purdue. Another quick feet for a big man. Pass protection may need some work early on, but he's a dominator at the point. Like I said, quick for a 388-pounder. It's a decent job keeping that huge frame between the defensive end and the quarterback, but that's the area as a right tackle, Joe. Initially, he may need a little work, but I think they know right away as a dominating run blocker, he can be a right tackle or maybe even a guard.
Well, just think, with Barry Sanders, all he has to do is stand there and force people to run around him. He doesn't even have to hit anybody.
Well, here's a young man, Aaron Gibson, and they say he's pretty quick for 380, but he dropped from 430 to 380. I mean, that is the proverbial Queen Mary losing a deck chair.
What's quick from 380?
He has a helmet at 8 7/8, the largest made by Riddell, 18 Triple E shoes. Detroit got a big, big player. A man that can understand big players are Anthony Munoz.
Put a couple windows on Aaron Gibson, and he looks like a big building. In fact, I had a chance to talk to new offensive line coach Bob Wiley of the Chicago Bears, and that's the thing he likes about this guy is his size. He says a defensive lineman will have to take a cab ride to get around him. And we'll take a look at some of the things he does extremely well. You know, you look at him, he's 6'6", 388 pounds. With that size and strength, he just engulfs defensive linemen. Right here, Iowa defensive lineman Jared DeVries. The next thing we're going to look at is his punch. He has awesome power. He gets both hands in the defensive lineman's chest, and he just knocks him out of the screen onto the ground, and that's not enough. He wants to do it again. Let's knock him down again. And that's what it's all about, finishing the block. Here, this is the pass play. Look how gracefully he moves to the outside. The defensive lineman tries to come to the inside, but he's able to adjust, come in, finish the block. But I truly believe that he's going to struggle with the speed guys on the outside as a tackle. Therefore, they're going to move him to guard, and he's going to be an excellent guard in the NFL for a lot of years because he's going to be in closer quarters. He's going to have the defensive lineman closer to him, and he can dominate when they're right head up on him.
You know what's amazing? Thank you, Anthony. When Anthony played on that Bengals line in the early 80s, which went to the Super Bowl under Forrest Gregg, they were by far and away the largest line. They had Max Montoya. They were huge, and they were barely pushing 300 pounds. Now we have a guard who's 388 less than 20 years later. Wow. Speaking of heavyweights, let's go around the league and start with Sal Paolantonio. Sal?
Here in Cleveland, Tim Couch is already enjoying the perks of being the #1 pick. In New York, he hopped on the private plane of Browns owner Al Lerner and took a personal charter here to Ohio. He's already here in the Browns practice facility, meeting the VIPs, talking to the press, and hopefully soon we'll have a chance to chat with him. Now let's go to Sean Salisbury.
Here in Indianapolis, the Colts get their man in the first round, Miami Hurricane running back Edgerin James. I spoke to James a little while ago. He said he was just as surprised he was taken before Ricky Williams, but was glad a team had the guts to take him there. And he said with his versatility, he fits this system better than Ricky Williams. We'll soon find out. Now to Andrea Kramer.
Here in Minneapolis, new quarterbacks coach Alex Wood will pick his protege, 11th pick Dante Culpepper, up at the airport this evening. They'll start to work right away on the offensive terminology, go through that voluminous Vikings playbook. Wood told me, I'm a grinder. I got to get right to it. With the 29th pick coming up soon, the Vikings will look for the defensive side of the ball, get some help there. Now let's go to Ed Werder.
Here in New Orleans, I talked to Ricky Williams just a little bit ago. He's on a private plane headed down here. He'll be here in about 3 hours. And he said he appreciates the fact that Mike Ditka was brave enough to give up his entire draft and more for just one player. Said he's not insulted that he wasn't the first running back taken, and he appreciates the opportunity he has. Most rookies don't get to play for the team that wanted them the most. Let's go to Solomon Wilcox.
In Foxborough, the Patriots forgo their need for a running back, decided instead to take Boston College center Damian Woody with their first pick. Here you see inside the war room, the Patriots brain trust showing their elation as they jump ahead of the New York Giants, who they believe would have taken Woody at 19. The Patriots are now on the clock with the 28th pick. Here's Hank Goldberg.
In Miami, Jimmy Johnson doesn't just draft, he plays draft, and he does it very well. In a combination of deals, he traded out the number 24 spot in the first round and picked up 4 more picks, a 2, a 3, and 2 5s. There's Jimmy and Bob Ackles, his director of football operations. So they are now sitting at number 39 with their first pick, and they will probably get a good running back there. They're comfortable with that. Maybe not a good enough running back to get a private plane ride, though. Let's go to Tom Jackson.
Hank, yes, here in Denver, they still have 11 picks, but they're getting closer to that 31st pick. But I think as they do, we can look for Mike Shanahan to maybe look down into the second round to get more value for the pick. I think the thing we can safely say is that he does not want, as we speak, 11 more mouths to feed here in Denver. So let's just leave it at that. Let's go back to New York.
Tommy, thank you. Patient and dependable in Denver, Tom Jackson. A note on Aaron Gibson just taken by the Lions sport.
Well, exactly. I'll tell you what, they were picking ninth, and part of the debate that was going on in their draft room was, hey, we want to sign Marco Coleman to free agent defensive end. If we do that, Bobby Ross was very much in favor of taking Aaron Gibson with the 9th overall pick of the first round, but Chris Claiborne fell to them. They take Claiborne, and when they saw Aaron Gibson available at the bottom of the first round, they traded up. They've shown that they've done very well in the first 3 rounds. They're willing to trade up. This is a big pick for them.
And New England's on the clock?
with a running back. Hey, Kevin Falk, J.J. Johnson, even Cedric Irvin, all running backs. So they got to be picking one here.
New England, Minnesota, Atlanta, Denver, the final four from last year, picked to end round one. Hats on the clock when you come back.
As we return to New York, the New England Patriots and the final installment, if you will, for Bill Parcells' move. Before we discuss that, Robert Edwards, last year, 1,000-yard back with a draft pick. He was just at about this point of the draft. Suffered a horrific injury in Honolulu in a game, Joe, you were up front and center coaching. 4 knee ligaments torn and injured nerve damage, and really was life-threatening in a bizarre beach flag football game. Right. First of all, we wish Robert the best and understand that things are coming along given the situation as well as they could. It's not a question of will he play football again right now, certainly. It's a question of will he be able to just lead a normal life and walk, and we certainly wish our best to Robert Edwards. Now on to football. They thought they had the running back question with Curtis Martin gone, Edwards 1,000-yard back solved. They do not. So the New England Patriots with their second first-round pick, do they go with a back like Kevin Falk, LSU? Let's go up to New England and join Solomon Wilcott. Solomon.
Thanks, Chris. There are a number of different running backs in this draft, but most feel that only Ricky Williams and Edgerin James are really deserving of a first-round pick. I talked with the Patriots general manager just yesterday, and he told me that he said, hey, we believe there are some good running backs in this draft, but we want to add some speed to our defense. If you go inside the war room, prior to this next selection, Pete Carroll was making a strong case for trying to get a defensive player. I'm told it's going to be Andy Katzenmoyer with the 28th pick. Bobby Greer, the general manager, he said he wanted to get some speed on the defensive side of the ball, so look for them to select Andy Katzenmoyer, the linebacker from Ohio State, Chris.
Well, thank you, Solomon. And now, if that is the move, it's a very interesting move for New England, Bill.
Well, it is. I think linebacker was a position you could always use an Andy Katzenmoyer, but you would think running back with Kevin Falk or Rob Conrad or Patrick Kearney to add into the mix at defensive end. But I think when you look at value at this point, Andy Katzenmoyer was projected to be a mid-first rounder, did not have a big-time season in '98. Remember, this was his junior year. Phenomenal freshman season with those 23 tackles for loss, 13 sacks. But he tailed off as a sophomore, then not as productive this past season. When you look at the big cat, look at the productivity in '96 compared to '97 and '98, sophomore and junior year. The drop-off, very dramatic. And I think that's the fear factor now with Katzenmoyer. Will he revert back to that form, or will this decline continue? And I think when you look at Andy Katzenmoyer at this stage of the first round, he's certainly worth the risk if there is any at this point.
Well, part of the reason that if this is the move, Mel and Joe, is that, Todd Collins, a solid linebacker, not the great player that Ted Johnson is, who they've signed long-term, but he went on to St. Louis. They lost him. So it's a somewhat of a need position.
It is, Chris, but I think Bruschi can play outside. I think he moves outside for you. I talked to one of the defensive coaches in the National Football League. He said he's never seen a linebacker be able to take the punishment that Katzenmoyer has. He doesn't get engulfed by these big, huge offensive tackles. You talk about guys 360, 370, 380. He's big enough at almost 260 to be able to stand there, withstand the punishment, and take on blockers. I think which one of the things Mel mentioned, he may have gotten bored at Ohio State after his first year. He moved around in position. He wasn't real happy. I think that's all that has an opportunity to be behind him. Now he has to get interested again. Certainly, if this doesn't get him interested, having a chance to go there, then there isn't going to be an interest at all.
Katzenmoyer is an intriguing player, and of course, he's the Chris Spielman type, and they kind of have competed, weight room, etc. Mike Ditka reportedly was interviewing Katzenmoyer a month or two ago as perhaps someone that the Saints might draft. And he said, Andy, what is your favorite linebacker? Is there a guy that you look up to playing in junior high and high school and maybe college ball? He said, well, my favorite figure, he might be Dick Butkus or maybe Mike Singletary or Nitschke or somebody. Jack Lambert, the answer was Brian Bosworth. And Ditka kind of went back in his chair supposedly and said, well, why? So I like the way he came out of the tunnel. Andy Katzenmoyer is not a New Orleans Saint. I don't know if that's the only reason. And it's an intriguing story. Does he come out of the tunnel like Bosworth?
I tell you, he's the big cat. And I think, he had that ability as a freshman. He was talked about as eventually being a top 5 pick in the first round. And you look at the big cat, you see the size and phenomenal speed and strength. The physical computer numbers of Andy Katzenmoyer are that of a high first-round draft choice. The big cat. Look at the eyes of a middle linebacker. Katzenmoyer, watch this vicious hit against Corby Jones. That's as a sophomore back in 1997. Here, another opportunity to make a big hit, get to the flanks, and he has 4.49 speed. Here he gets cut. Blocker awareness, somewhat questionable for Katzenmoyer. Spent some time on the ground. Here, though, again, the speed to the outside. This kid can run in space and make plays. Again, on the tackle at the sideline. I think you see ability, sideline to sideline type speed for Katzenmoyer. Certainly the strength and the ability physically to take on those big centers and guards. He just has to learn to get off a block and stay out of traffic.
Well, let's go up to the traffic and the podium and the commissioner for the Patriots pick.
With the 28th pick, the New England Patriots select Andy Katzenmoyer, linebacker, Ohio State.
Certainly one of the most heralded college players over the last few years. So now the Patriots have one of the Katzenmoyer kids. Tom Jackson, you're old enough to remember the Katzenmoyer kids. He's a guy that you have watched play, I am sure, living in Ohio as you do. He's just a hard-nosed sideline-to-sideline player. You love him, Tom?
Well, I think he has tremendous lateral pursuit, and you love the attitude that he eats, sleeps, and breathes football. But what you saw in the highlight package is a player who runs from point A to point B, and that is great. He runs that 4.49, but at times he wasn't able to protect his legs, and so he couldn't get to places and make plays on the football field. So I think there is some technique work that he's going to have to go through. But, yes, he has the potential to be a good player, but I think that in the pros there's nothing that takes the place of making plays, and I think that's why he wasn't a top 5 choice this year, and that's why he fell a little bit in the draft. Back to New York.
All right, Tommy, thank you. Let's go up to Bristol now to Mark Malone and Ron Jaworski as the Patriots have gone one offense, now one defense with their 2 first-round picks. Guys?
Well, Boomer, I think Tommy Jackson's remarks are right on the button. Joe mentioned the fact that he's a guy that at 258 pounds can take on offensive tackles just fine, but what happens when he's got to take on one of the big fullbacks in that division? And if you have problems with people getting at your legs, that could be a problem in the ISO Bob, Jaws.
Yeah, clearly, Mark, when Tommy talked about going lateral point A to point B, it's real obvious that Katzenmoyer has that ability, but he's going to have to take people on in the hole, in the gauntlet, at the line of scrimmage with the ISO Bob. This is what Andy Katzenmoyer is going to face, the Sam Gash, the Howard Griffiths, the Moose Johnsons, and here's basically what will happen. There will be a double team from the guard in the center coming down on that tackle and just trying to blow him out of there and create a gap. You will see this tackle take on defensive end because he has an angle. The tight end will seal off this linebacker. Now, here's where the ISO Bob comes. The back, the fullback on the backer, the linebacker, in this case, Andy Katzenmoyer. The quarterback will turn and give the ball to the running back, hitting up into this hole. Here's where the collision takes place, right there on the big X. And there are talk about Andy Katzenmoyer maybe not being able to take people on. They can get to his legs. If in this hole where that collision takes place, if he can't take people on, he cannot play in the National Football League. And I will say this, in a 4-3 defense, the tempo setter of the defense is the middle linebacker. If Andy Katzenmoyer doesn't have the passion to attack the fullback in the hole, he will never play, Mark.
Josh, you got to have passion for the game if you're playing middle linebacker. Traditionally, that has been the leader on the defensive side of the football. The Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock. Of course, they selected Dante Culpepper earlier in the first round. Andrea Kramer is standing by. Andrea?
Hi, Mark. I think the Vikings now might turn to defense. I think the discussion in the Minnesota Vikings war room is about the best player still available that fits a need, and that could be defensive end Demetrius Underwood from Michigan State. Remember, they're not going to re-sign Derek Alexander. They want to move John Randall inside to his best position, which is under tackle. Demetrius Underwood did not play his senior year at Michigan State. He had a severe high ankle sprain. Danny Green thinks he's past that. What Underwood would do is compete with the newly acquired John Burroughs as well as Dwayne Clemens. He's what Danny calls a big base end. He's explosive coming off the ball. As I said, he's the highest rated player that they have. at a need position, and I think the Vikings are considering Demetrius Underwood. Mark, let's head back to you.
Andrea, that would certainly make sense. They need somebody out there to take some pressure off of John Randall. He, the one who gets most of the double teams on that Minnesota front seven. Well, our continuing coverage here of the draft will be back around here in just a short minute as the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock.
Continuing coverage of the 99 NFL Draft, one that will be remembered for the 5 in 12. 5 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks. And there you see where they ended up. The 5 quarterbacks. We'll talk more about our quarterbacks momentarily. Minnesota, which took Dante Culpepper, is on the clock with their latest selection here at the bottom of the first round. And Commissioner Paul Tagliabue's up with the announcement.
With the 29th pick, the Minnesota Vikings select Demetrius Underwood, defensive end, Michigan State.
As Andrea Kramer clued us in, they go with Underwood, the defensive lineman. That is 3 consecutive Big Ten players. The last 2 defensive, Katzenmoyer and now Underwood, Ohio State, Michigan State, respectively. He becomes the second first-round pick. The first one was, as we talked about, Dante Culpepper. In talking about the quarterbacks, Boomer Esiason and Jim Kelly have been breaking it down for us. Let's look ahead for these guys. What will be the biggest shock for the 5 of them come, let's say, August 8th, 9th, when they played their first preseason game?
You know, I think it's going to be the velocity of the game. I think it's going to be the ferociousness of the game and the all-around trying to understand what is happening to me on the football field. You know, it's got to be, can't be force-fed. It's just got to be taken easy. And a guy like Dante Culpepper sits in the greatest spot of all. He's got Randall, he's got Jeff George, he's got Denny Green, he's got Ray Sherman. There's no pressure on him. You know, the Minnesota Vikings, in my eyes, are the big winner here because they have a player that they don't have to throw out to the wolves right away.
The quickness of the game. I talked to Peyton Manning last year, and that was one of the big things Peyton said. He couldn't believe the quickness. I think going through training camp, you'll know how fast the defensive backs are. Through the preseason, you might think, okay, these guys aren't quite that good. But once Peyton Manning got into the regular season, he could not believe how fast those defensive backs were.
Crystal ball it for me. Given everyone has a little bit of a weakness that has been discussed throughout this draft and leading up to it.
Well, we all had weaknesses, Mike.
Right.
But everybody had flaws. Even Jim had a flaw now and then.
But everybody overcame them depending on how quick they got to play.
Right.
Who do you think will have the best 1999 when we're sitting here in April of 2000?
No, I could say this one. The guy that does not play.
Well, you know, it goes back again to the situations that each of these guys find themselves in. Sure. You know, you have McNown in Chicago. You know, it's going to be an interesting deal with Kramer there, but that's a good guy to be behind. I think.
Yeah, it is.
You know, Kramer's will be a good teacher for him.
And that veteran fit's important.
Right, absolutely. And you know, that's another new coaching staff there, so there's no pressure right there right now to win immediately. When you look at Tim Couch and his situation, I think that's a good situation for him. You know, the 2 guys that I have the most difficulty looking at right now are going to be Achilles Smith and Donovan McNabb. I feel bad for them because they're in tough situations. I think that they're terrific quarterbacks, but I also think that they're going to have trouble adjusting just because of the situations that they find themselves in.
Especially when you have the top pick in a draft. I mean, when you're 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, you know you're going to a team that's not very good.
And like it or not, fair or not, just like Manning and Leaf, these guys will be compared every pass they throw in every season they play
better believe
in the
it.
NFL.
Absolutely.
Guys, thanks. Boomer, see you on Monday Night Football during the year. Jim, see you later, buddy. Thank you, boys.
That's a child's table.
Our quarterback buddies, little quarterback round table. Demetrius Underwood was the latest selection, the Michigan State defensive lineman. Atlanta is now on the clock as we wrap up the first round, and we go back to Chris Berman.
All right, fellas, thank you very much for some intriguing insight. Minnesota went quarterback, the first pick in the first round with Dante Culpepper. And this, Mel, Demetrius Underwood. We didn't hear much from him last year, but I guess there was a good reason.
Good reason he didn't play, Chris. Yeah.
I knew there was a catch.
Great reason.
Yeah. High ankle sprain early on during fall practice back in August and did not play. Now, you're looking at the film from his junior year. He had an outstanding junior. He combined with Robert Smith, their other outstanding defensive end, for 20 sacks and 28 tackles for loss. Had 8 tackles against Ohio State, 15 against Notre Dame. So he made his presence felt against top-notch opposition. Productive player in the Big Ten as a sophomore and as a junior. And he's 6'6 1/4", 281 pounds. He was a wrestler at the prep level in North Carolina, so you're looking at a good athlete. The fact of the matter is he did not play this year. Had he played this season, you would have been looking probably the mid-first rounder. But I think because of the fact he sat out the season, a lot of people thought 3rd or 4th round. So you could say it's a reach, but the bottom line, especially taking him ahead of Patrick Kearney, bottom line is, though, the kid's a good football player.
All right. Atlanta Falcons, the NFC representative in the Super Bowl, now up. You would think maybe they need a wide receiver replacement for Tony Martin. To the commissioner.
With the 30th pick, the Atlanta Falcons pick Patrick Kearney, defensive end, Virginia.
Well, that's another dart that landed wrong.
Yeah.
Although Kearney is good value there, yes, Mel?
Yeah, he's great value. He goes one pick behind Underwood, who was projected to be a 3 or a 4. So you're talking about great value with Patrick Kearney.
It didn't take long for them to make it. They probably couldn't believe he wouldn't pick, right?
I think they were surprised that Underwood went ahead of Kearney. But I think when you look at Patrick Kearney, you see him here, 58, a former defenseman on the Virginia lacrosse team. Late developing player, 235, a rangy 235 early on. Now he's up to 265. Very destructive late in the year. 4 sacks against North Carolina. 2 in the Peach Bowl game against Georgia. So he really came on strong as a senior. 21 tackles for loss overall, 15 sacks. He needs some work from a technical standpoint. Added some weight, added some strength. So his best football is ahead, Chris. He really came on strong late this past year. I thought it'd be a mid-first rounder. At this point in the first round, this is a bargain-type pick for the Atlanta Falcons.
It's a bargain pick, not a position of need, certainly. This is the best athlete available situation, Joe, because you know, Atlanta's front 4, they were good enough, and part of the reason they got to the Super Bowl is that they didn't ask for help from the back 7. They handled things by themselves. So, best athlete available.
Best athlete available, plus the Falcons pick up Chris Callaway to plug the hole at wide receiver till they can come along. Lester Archambault there with 10 sacks. You see Travis Hall in and out, hurt a little bit. Shane Dronette and Chuck Smith having a terrific year at 8.5 sacks. The thing you have to look at, and we saw the Green Bay Packers do it, you see Mike Holmgren do it in Seattle. What you do is you start to add some depth to that defensive line. In Green Bay, they're doing it to the secondary. In Seattle, it's defensive line. Because you get a chance to get a lot more players on the field and you keep them a lot more fresh. That's why I think this is a good pick for the Falcons. They were great against the run. This gives them a little bit more of an edge.
So, there was only a team that did a little bit better than the Atlanta Falcons last year. And that's the 2-time defending Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos, who are on the clock with the 31st and final first-round pick. We'll go to Denver when we return. New York, where the Denver Broncos are on the clock, and now best athlete available board, Mel Kiper.
Well, some good offensive tackles, Chris. John Jansen, an outstanding right tackle. I think you look at Cecil Collins. Be interested to see if Miami can move into the second round, acquire his services. I like Mike Peterson. No, he doesn't have great size at 6'1", 233, but a great coverage linebacker and every down player. Sean King, Tulane, be a great second-round pick for somebody in Tampa Bay. Some other teams looking at him possibly. Peerless Price has some return skills as well as being a big play wideout. And Charles Fisher, big corner with some recovery speed, really came on strong as a senior. Cameron Spikes moved up after a great individual workout to seize that top guard spot. Poindexter have to see if he has to sit out the year or he'll be back with the knee injury. And Kevin Falk, running back, has also some kick return skills.
Those are the players that the Broncos are looking at, or maybe someone else. We'll go to Denver with Tom Jackson when we return. Back to New York, and, you know, they're punchy about 5 hours in. But the Denver Broncos, who picked Marcus Nash, wide receiver, first last year at the bottom of the first round, now have made their selection.
With the final pick in the first round, the Denver Broncos select Al Wilson, linebacker, Tennessee.
Well, Tennessee, 2 years in a row in the first round for the Denver Broncos. Al Wilson.
He's an experienced football player. See the productivity, 77 tackles. Form tackler. You watch his productivity, you see a lot of plays in the backfield. Number 27 here, not great size, so he could get swallowed up as a middle linebacker, but maybe as a weak side linebacker might be the best fit in the NFL. Here you see the range and pass coverage making the play. They'll play inside if you can protect them in maybe a defense that allows him to freelance a little bit. Here against Syracuse, coming on the blitz, gets after Donovan McNabb, creates the turnover. Here against Florida, Doug Johnson into the backfield, makes the play. Interception here. You're talking about a very active, alert football player who does an awful lot to help you win football games. Enthusiastic, loves the game. Question is, on the outside, is he big enough to hold up there, possibly at weak side? Middle linebacker could be a little too much. So I think you have to find the right spot, allow him to carve his niche. But Al Wilson, if you can protect him, Joe, he can make plays. He can move sideline to sideline, doesn't get caught up in traffic. And you know, late in the first round, he was productive at Tennessee.
It's the luxury that you pointed out. When you're the defending 2-time world champions, you do have the luxury to find players you can fit in to certain key situations, to specialize really and utilize their talents as an outside rusher, as a cover guy, a guy with good hands. It gives that linebacker core nice depth in Denver, and that And that's the thing I think Mike Shanahan wants to continue to do, is just keep on feeding and finding replacements for depth. Romanowski's getting a little older, so maybe a couple, 3, 4 years, you start looking at this guy coming in and playing.
You know, has a pretty good perspective on linebackers in Denver.
Tell us who.
Well, let's go out to the Broncos now and see. I want to see the smile now on the face of Tom Jackson. Linebacker, first-round pick. Tommy, it's you a generation later, perhaps.
Well, 5'11", 239, probably a few more pounds than I had. But, you know, we talked about Coach Shanahan wanting to add some speed and some depth to this unit. Al Wilson is going to do that. Certainly won't come in and start, but he will be a contributor on special teams. He has a high RPM motor, a high impact player, and I think that, as we heard earlier, sometimes got swallowed up a little bit on the inside, or there was the possibility of that in the pros, but you put him on the outside, you let him run and go hit people. I think he's going to be a high impact player for this team. Now let's go to Andrea Kramer, who has Dennis Green with her.
Thanks a lot, Tommy. Dennis Green has made his second selection of the first round. You get another big body in Demetrius Underwood, but who is this guy? A guy who didn't play last year because of the high ankle sprain. Some even projected him to be a 3rd or 4th round pick. How do you know what you're getting with this guy?
Well, I think you base it on how a guy actually played. His freshman, sophomore, and junior year, he played very well. He hurt his ankle this year. He didn't play, and he was actually going to come back for additional year. He's a big physical football player. I think there are some people that had him rated later, and some people had him rated earlier. We were clearly one that had him rated earlier, simply because we did not penalize him because of the injury.
Let's take a look at how your defensive line configures at this point. Where do you see Underwood fitting in or competing?
Left end. He's a 6'6", 280-pound player, so he comes in at left end and competes for a job against John Burrow or Stalin Cullinan. Dwayne Clemens' primary plays on the right side. The big thing this does, it enables us to keep Johnny Randall, the all-pro player, inside. Last year we had to move Johnny outside. He did a great job for us. He's clearly a warrior, but now we can keep Johnny inside, and we have enough players to play outside at defensive end.
What makes you feel confident that he does have the mobility to put his moves on?
Oh, because of his size and his quickness. He's a very quick player. He had, in fact, one of the most impressive workouts that you've seen. When you look at Dante Culpepper on the hoof, and you look at Demetrius Underwood on the hoof, these are two very physical-looking athletes, two of the best in the entire draft.
All right, Coach, thanks very much. Getting the 2 players you won in the first round. Now let's head to Sal Palantonio.
Andrea, in the war room, Chris Palmer and the rest of the Cleveland Browns Brain Trust were very upset when Patrick Kearney was taken off the board. But then Tim Couch came into the war room, started wandering around. He said, "Don't worry about it, Coach. Just get me another wide receiver." And it looks like that's the direction that the Browns are going with their 2nd-round pick. Kevin Johnson of Syracuse is somebody they very, very much like. They're intrigued by his speed, and they really need some help at wide receiver. Remember, they picked up Leslie Shepard in free agency from the Washington Redskins. They have a couple of picks from the Eagles, Mark Say and Freddie Solomon in expansion draft. But Chris Palmer really wants to run the kind of offense that he ran when he was the offensive coordinator in Jacksonville. So he sees Tim Couch as his Mark Brunell and maybe Kevin Johnson as his Jimmy Smith. Now let's go back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Sal, thank you. There's an expression in sport, let the big dog eat. Well, after a couple years off, the big dog is eating again. The Browns are on the clock, and the dog pound is ready. We'll be back with the 2nd round in a moment.
Zero pressure Michelin. So revolutionary it won't go flat, even with the puncture the size of a golf ball, letting you drive up to 50 miles at 55 miles per hour. Just what you'd expect from Michelin.
For great advice about digital technology, head for Circuit City. If you're looking for a DVD player, make sure you choose one with DivX. Only DVD players with DivX play both DVD and DivX movie discs. DivX lets you watch movies at home for about what it costs to rent, but you never have to return movies or pay late fees. This RCA DVD player with DivX is only $349.99, and get any 5 DivX movies free after rebate. Plug into DivX at Circuit City.
My big sister, Susie, was my idol. And when she was 33 years old, she was diagnosed with breast cancer. She looked at me and said, "You have to promise me you'll do everything you can to fight this disease." In our family, we were taught to take care of each other. I'm fighting for a cure. I'm doing it for Susie. Who will you do it for?
Second round, the Cleveland Browns top this round as they do all of them. A moment ago, Gene Washington with Cleveland's pick.
With the 32nd selection
In the second round, the Cleveland Browns pick wide receiver Kevin Johnson from Syracuse.
Well, Mel, he doesn't have to change uniform or helmet. I mean, they wear the same thing at Syracuse.
He'll look good in that brown uniform, Chris. You look at Kevin Johnson, the kid who was a quarterback coming into Syracuse, played as a backup to Donovan McNabb, then moved to wide receiver after McNabb seized the position. Here against West Virginia, adjusting to the poorly thrown ball, makes the catch. Here, Donovan McNabb puts it right on the money. Then after the catch, Johnson makes people miss, gets it into the end zone. Here, takes the option toss from McNabb, turns the corner against Michigan into the end zone again. You look at the hands. This is a kid, like I said, still a little limited experience at wide receiver, but good hands, very confident. Here's a kickoff returner. It's against the Miami Hurricanes. He's going to take it all the way and turn on the Jets here in the broken field. The defensive back's not going to be able to catch him. So it brings the versatility. If he struggles a little early because of that inexperience at wide receiver, you can work him in as a kick returner. Averaged 30 yards per kickoff return this past season. And despite that limited experience, he's still, I think, a very polished wide receiver coming out of Syracuse.
Listen to you do a highlight saying he could go all the way. What's the matter with you? Now they're cross-state rivals. The Cincinnati Bengals make a pick.
33rd selection overall, the Cincinnati Bengals select defensive back Charles Fisher from West Virginia University.
Good pick. Good pick, Mel. You talked about him a few picks ago.
Yeah, I thought for Jacksonville at that point, because he's 6 feet even, and he came on strong as a senior. You know, Fernando Bryant did it over the long haul at Alabama, but this season, I didn't think there was a better corner out there except for the top two. You know, Bryant, certainly had a good year, but I think overall, you look at Charles Fisher here, anticipation and toughness. 6 feet even, so he can hold up against those big wideouts that Joe was talking about. And I think certainly as a senior, stepped up from a technical standpoint as a wide receiver when he came to West Virginia. So needed to develop after you get past the top group of cornerbacks. And we had some outstanding players in Champ Bailey and Chris McAllister. Winfield because of his great productivity with those 214 tackles. Charles Fisher was in that next tier of corners. And early in the second round after Jacksonville went for Bryant. It's a nice choice for the Bengals who need help at that position.
Let's go back to Cleveland, Joe. And last year we remember Indianapolis, not an expansion team, but almost starting over.
Right.
Manning, Pathon, quarterback, wide receiver. Here's Cleveland. Couch, Johnson. It adds up, doesn't it?
It really does, Chris, and I think you have to take into consideration the job that Cleveland has done in free agency. When they had the free agent draft and the expansion draft, they really went after offensive linemen. They built themselves a nice veteran group up front, which allowed them now to go to skilled players. You get your quarterback, now you get a young wide receiver. When I watch Kevin Johnson run, I'm reminded a little bit of Tony Martin. Tony Martin was a quarterback coming out of college. Johnson with a little more polished skills because he's been at the wide receiver position just a little bit longer. Lanky, got some speed, got a good pair of hands, uses his hands to catch the football, is not a body catcher, and then has the ability to run with the ball after he catches it. So I see a little bit of a Tony Martin agility and speed in him when I see him at wide receiver. Certainly you love to get a quarterback and a wide receiver in together. Both of them learn, grow up together. Who knows, you might wind up with the proverbial combination of ever, Joe Montana and Jerry Rice.
Well, that would be terrible, wouldn't it?
That would break Carmen's heart, wouldn't it? To
It'll
see it
break
all over again,
Dwight's
and
heart,
Dwight's too.
He returns kicks, he returns punts, he's all around. Well, let's go out now to Cleveland and get the latest. Sal Paolantonio with the coach, Chris Palmer.
Thanks, Chris. Chris Palmer, you've had 2 successful picks. You started out with Tim Couch, Kevin Johnson in the second round. Let's start with Kevin Johnson. You wanted to get Patrick Kearney. That was the guy that you were looking for, and then he was taken off the board, and you were a little bit disappointed. What happened?
Well, we had our eye on Patrick, and we thought he may fall to us after Dallas passed on him. And then when Kevin was there, we were really excited. We thought he was a big play receiver that has played in the running back. He's been a quarterback, and we think he'll come in and definitely give us some help at our wide receiver spot.
Return some kicks as well?
I guess he's third in the Big East in returning kicks, so we're excited about that. And I guess he's got 4 touchdowns for a return for touchdown, 4 kickoff returns for touchdown. So we're excited about having him.
And your quarterback is Tim Couch. Take us through the final steps of you deciding between Tim Couch and Achilles Smith.
Well, I worked both guys out. I saw Achilles in the combine and then in a private workout. I saw Tim in his private workout, then his second workout, which was private for us. And at that time, I came away realizing he had a much stronger arm than he did in the first workout, and we were very pleased with it. We went back as an organization, sat and talked about it, and we came to the conclusion late in the week that we could take any one of 3 players, but our first choice would be Tim Couch.
And your hope is to get Tim Couch in here right after classes are done in May. to get him started on the offseason program, get him right into your passing game?
Well, the NFL and the American Football Coaches Association have agreed to allow the players that are done with their classwork to be in on May 16th, and Tim falls into that situation, and he'll be in here on May 16th.
Chris Palmer's got his battery set. Tim Couch and Kevin Johnson. Boomer, let's go back to you in New York.
All right, Sal and Coach Palmer very quietly. I mean, you ask Drew Bledsoe or Mark Brunell about Chris Palmer and their development at quarterback, and they will give you rave reviews. Great matchup with Tim Couch. And now, when we come back, Carolina on the clock. They did not have a first-round pick, so George Seifert's first pick as head coach of the Panthers. We'll be back. Of the second round, and for the first time, speaking of those that are back, George Seifert as head coach of the Carolina Panthers. And of course, with the 49ers, he became the fastest coach in NFL history to get to 100 wins. Won a Super Bowl in his first year as head coach, replacing a legend in Bill Walsh. Won another one in '94. George Seifert, he's back.
I was with a great organization. I was in a great situation, and it was you know, wonderful experience. I enjoyed it a great deal. And when I left, it was time for me to leave. It was time for me to leave San Francisco, and it was time for me to really, in fact, to do what I did. But at the same time, I think that I'm too young at heart, or have too many things I'd like to do yet. I mean, it's, you know, there's people that would kill to have the freedom that I had. But at the same time, there was somewhat of a hollowness to it at times. And I wanted to be involved in something else other than self-gratification. And maybe in a way this is a self-gratification, but I'm approaching it, you know, in a little bit different vein.
George Seifert is a gentleman, but beneath that visage, he's a fierce competitor. And now he gets a chance to make a pick. Let's go up to Gene Washington.
With the 34th pick overall, Carolina selects offensive tackle Chris Terry from Georgia.
Third Georgia player, Mel. And remember, they lost Blake Brockermeyer, so this is certainly a position of need.
Well, he's opposite Matt Stinchcomb at Georgia, former defensive lineman, Chris, who really developed. There is number 70. There against Leonard Little his junior year. And you're looking at a kid who made monumental progress in terms of technique and understanding of the position. You see that rugged approach that comes from playing on the defensive line. Big kid. Not the wide base frame a lot of teams may be looking for. And, of course, he played right tackle opposite Stinchcomb, but made a lot of improvement during the latter stages of his career. Really solid bookends for Georgia. It was hard to determine at that point early in the season who was going to emerge. Stinchcomb, because he's a veteran, can play left or right tackle. Terry, because he was inexperienced, you pushed into the second. But in 2 or 3 years, I think a lot of people felt like, hey, Chris Terry may develop into a solid bookend at right tackle in the NFL.
Well, the Carolina Panthers, you know, just as their second year got to the NFC Championship game, but really fell rock bottom last year. They had a great home field advantage at Ericsson Stadium, which went by the boards. They're 4-12, and so in a very short time, they're almost starting, I don't want to say from scratch, but for the second time around. And George Seifert's job, and he's a perfect guy for this, even though when he came into San Francisco, he won right away because he inherited a Super Bowl team. Joe, here's a team that George Seifert will give instant stability to, and they have to get an even keel before they got to walk before they can run. You agree?
Chris, I do agree, and I think you're a lot closer to right when you said they're almost like starting over, like a true expansion team again. Here's the comparison between Jacksonville and Carolina. You look at their records, 22 versus 11 wins, winning seasons 2 versus none, division titles, and playoff appearances. When Jacksonville and Carolina came in, Jacksonville said, we're going to go with the younger players. We're going to build that way. And that's been a very successful program for them. Carolina said, we want to get a little bit older players. We want to go the veteran route. Well, what happened? The veterans played very well for 1 year, and then all of a sudden, that whole team got old in a hurry. So in essence, this team, they let the wide receivers go because they wanted to get some faster wide receivers. They had to bring them back. Their running back situation has been up in the air. The offensive line has been just a turnstile move with people coming in, people coming back. It's a good place to start to build, again, your football team by starting on the offensive line. And I think it'll work out fairly well for them. But it is right. Chris, you're absolutely right. They really have just about started over again.
Well, they have, although, you know, offensively, they moved with late in the year with Berman, a quarterback. Once they got that situation figured out, they acquired Jeff Lewis, a youngster from Denver. And they have Steve, I got you, babe, Bono, George Seifert's old backup quarterback with San Francisco. So he is there as well. So they have some people that know what they are doing. Let's go around the league, and we are tied to the whip around. Let's start with Sal Palantonio.
Here in Cleveland, it didn't take Tim Couch, the #1 pick, long to go up to the Cleveland War Room and lobby for a wide receiver. Here he is talking to Chris Palmer and Dwight Clark and saying, hey guys, get off the defense. Let's get a wide receiver in here. In the second round, they go for Kevin Johnson, the wide receiver out of Syracuse. I just talked to Chris Palmer, and he says in his next pick in the second round, they're looking for defense. If they don't get quality on defensive side of the ball, they may go offense, maybe a running back, maybe another wide receiver. Now let's go to Sean Salisbury.
In Indianapolis, the Colts pass on Ricky Williams. Take the Miami Hurricane running back Edgerin James. Love his versatility. Say he's got magic. As they prepare to make their second-round choice, look for them to go secondary or linebacker. Gave up too many leads in the second half last year. They need defense. Now to Andrea Kramer.
Here in Minnesota, it is D-Day, as in Dante and Demetrius. With their 2 picks in the first round, the Minnesota Vikings at number 11 took the quarterback Culpepper from Central Florida, and at number 29 took the huge defensive end Demetrius Underwood from Michigan State. 6'6", 280, Denny Green loves that size and explosiveness. Later on in the second round, they hope to shore up their cornerback position. Now let's head to Ed Werder.
Well, here in New Orleans, it'll be interesting to see what the fallout is from the only one-player draft in recent memory, if not NFL history. General Manager Bill Kuharich said the team will be very aggressive, making sure that Ricky Williams isn't the only rookie in his class. They'll be out going after any players who are undrafted, who are high on the Saints board remaining out there. And in addition to that, they will get some more players, possibly getting back in the draft, Kuharich says, but probably not until tomorrow. Now let's go to Solomon Wilcott.
In Foxborough, with 2 picks in the first round, the Patriots go Damian Woody at center and the big cat linebacker Andy Katzenmoyer. Here you see inside the war room, head coach Pete Carroll lobbying for more speed on defense. He gets it with Katzenmoyer with the 28th pick. Look for the Patriots to address their need for a running back here in the second round. Now let's go out to Hank Goldberg.
Dolphins came into this draft looking to upgrade the running back position. They couldn't trade up to get Edgerin James. They did their second priority, which was to get an extra pick in the second round by trading out of the 24th spot and subsequently the 27th spot. So now with 3 picks to go, no running back has been chosen since the Dolphins traded out of number 24. So far, it's breaking their way. Let's go to Tom Jackson.
With the final pick of the first round, the Denver Broncos took linebacker Al Wilson from Tennessee, projects as an outside backer for the Broncos. Now they have 2 picks apiece in the next 2 rounds. Look for them to field some calls, make some deals. The possibility of the Broncos trying to move up again for Coach Shanahan to continue to refortify that defense with some more speed and some youth. Mortimer, your thoughts in New York?
My thoughts, I'm looking at the Philadelphia Eagles and new head coach Andy Reid. He took a quarterback in the first round and Donovan McNabb. In the second round, he just took what he thinks will be the quarterback of his defense, Barry Gardner, an inside linebacker from Northwestern. Andy Reid wants smart guys. He wants character guys. This guy, Gardner, scored a 35, very impressive 35 on the Wonderlic test. This is Andy Reid's type of guy, quarterback on each side of the football, leader on and off the field. Chris?
Mort, thank you. The second round rolls on. When we come back, a visit with the commissioner, Paul Tagliabue. Second round coverage on ESPN. Stick around. And welcome back to New York. We are joined by the man at the podium for most of the first round, and the man at the podium for the last decade, Commissioner Paul Tagliabue. And good to see you again, Paul.
Good to be back.
The draft is so exciting, and this year, quarterbacks, 5 quarterbacks in the first 12. Here's your influx flying into the next century. I mean, were you excited as a fan seeing the way it went with the young quarterbacks, 3 of whom happened to be black, but that has nothing to do with it? Times have changed, and maybe we're flying into the next century.
Well, I think as a fan, you get excited if you have the great talents coming into the league, and so it was exciting to see those top 3 up there, but Ricky Williams also, and so many good running backs, and I'm excited. And you had so many fans here today, too. That was one of the big things today. Eagles fans, Browns fans, Jets, Giants.
You're worried about attendance records here at the draft now. Come on.
They were standing outside.
I know. Speaking of the Browns, this has been a void that the league in general, and Cleveland obviously has missed. And they're welcome back, aren't they?
Well, the Browns coming back is a big story for the National Football League and for Cleveland fans. Those fans are all over the country, of course, most of them in Northeast Ohio. But it's the first time something like this is happening where a city loses a team, but it keeps the name, the tradition, the colors, and comes back. So we're very pleased it's happening.
Speaking of cities that have lost teams and want them back, L.A. is on the clock, to use the draft term, and Houston is waiting to see if there's a trade. What's the status of a football team in Los Angeles, the 32nd team? Is it till September? Is there a meeting coming up?
Yeah, we're trying to get something done by mid-September. We'll be out there next week meeting with people in the business community, meeting with public officials, trying to pick a site and get on with the selection of ownership so we can make that real. If we can't make it real, then we'll have to take another look at Houston, which also put a real attractive proposal in front of us. It's got some great fans.
They seem to be very lined up in Houston.
Very much so, and they have that tradition of Earl Campbell, and so they want the NFL, and we'd love to try to do something in both cities over the long term.
Paul, where does Washington stand now? What happens next with the Redskins ownership?
Well, the trustees are looking at their alternatives. They understand that they want to move quickly. We'll work with them closely. I spoke to one of their representatives last week, and we'll try to get a new owner selected in an expedited schedule. I think what they did today shows that the organization's not hurting in terms of getting ready for the '99 season. I spoke to Norv Turner out at our league meetings, and he was very confident that they're ready to turn it around. So we do need to get that ownership group in place.
Expedite, I mean, you need to. Is it possible next month or two?
Oh, yeah, I would think we would present something at our league meeting in May, if not before.
Speaking of an organization which is still doing business very well, but it's a little bit different, San Francisco. Where does Eddie DeBartolo stand? Where do they stand with the league?
Well, as you know, I suspended Eddie for a year, and I think it's critical that they have the people there like Bill Walsh, John McVay, Steve Mariucci. Of course, they got the Steve Youngs and the others, so I think they're ready to play. I spoke to Steve at the league meeting as well. Eddie and his sister are going to have to straighten some things out between them, and then we'll take a look at Eddie's status after the season's over.
Finally, it happened in March, but you were the guy that pushed kind of a compromise for instant replay. The last 2 minutes, take it out of the coach's hands and put it up in the booth. Are you genuinely excited, and are you really confident that replay is going to work under this system with a kind of half challenge, half review system?
I think it can. I think the technology's there, the zoom lenses, and I think we can take advantage of that, you know, across the board in the final 2 minutes of each half, then have the coaches challenge during the rest of the game, and we'll get at what most people want us to get at, which is the game-breaking play, the season-breaking play, not just, you know, oversaturation of replay reviews.
Can you believe you've been in this job decade and counting?
Decade and counting, and still having fun, and when you have a draft like today, you're real optimistic about the future.
Now, you've stayed a fan as long as I've known you. Thanks for joining us, Paul.
Thank you.
Commissioner Paul Tagliabue with us here. We'll return to second-round action, if you will, in New York when our draft coverage continues in a moment.
And 20th anniversary draft snapshots.
Indianapolis has selected Trev Alberts, linebacker from Nebraska.
But to pass up a Trent Dilfer when all you have is Jim Harbaugh, give me a break. That's why the Colts are picking second every year in the draft, not battling for the Super Bowl like other clubs in the National Football League.
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper? I mean, here's a guy that criticizes everybody, whoever they take. He's got the answers, who you should take and who you shouldn't take. In my knowledge of him, he's never ever put on a jockstrap. Mel Kiper has no more credentials to do what he's doing than my neighbor, and my neighbor's a postman, and he doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
Well, Chris, I'll tell you, I'm secure in my position. Obviously, Bill Tobin is not very secure in his position to have a response like that. I have a right to my opinion. He has a right to his. Obviously, the Pac-10, Big Ten, ACC is all this guy looks at. To me, it's a mistake. You cannot go with Jim Harbaugh and pass up Trent Dilfer. Forget it. That's why the Colts are the laughingstock of the league year in and year out.
We've had a little fun over the years, haven't we, Mel?
Same tie?
You just
no controversy there.
Is that the same tie?
No controversy, though, this year so far.
No, just the same tie.
Well, you can make your own controversy, you know that?
I think so. We still have time.
Mel, I don't agree with you. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care who the next guy picked is. I don't agree with you.
Okay, Jeff.
I just don't agree with your analysis at all.
Standing by with the new guy in Indianapolis, who, of course, is General Manager Bill Polian, is with our Sean Salisbury. And Sean, certainly Bill made an interesting move way up top in the first round.
He sure did, and we're going to find out just about that. Bill, you pass on Ricky Williams, the popular pick and the proven commodity, and you go for Edgerin James. Why him instead of Williams?
Well, we felt with Edgerin's ability in the passing game to catch the ball, catch it on the run, do something with it after he caught it, it was the right fit with Peyton Manning. Both players are excellent players. You could very well call it a tie on the board. We just felt that the superior hands, and not superior, but the more natural hands and the more naturalness in the passing game gave Edgerin a slight edge, and it was the right fit for us.
Now, is there a need to justify this pick to your fans?
Well, I don't think so. I don't know how you can justify it other than what happens on the field. Talk is cheap. What happens in the fall is what counts.
Well, with Marshall Faulk gone, you fill the need at running back. With your second-round pick, you take outside linebacker Mike Peterson. And when you watch Javon Kearse's teammates, it seems like Peterson is the one who jumps out on film.
Yeah, he's the one who makes every play. He's a run-and-hit guy. He's got great instincts. He can really run fast. He's a 5.45 player, 5.54, excuse me. And he can make plays all over the field. We badly need help at that position. We need to increase our team speed. So, we're happy with that pick.
So when you get to the third round, needs now, you stay on defense?
Well, in a perfect world, I guess we stay on defense, but who knows? We'll see what's available at the time.
Have you got the two guys you wanted?
Yes, we have. We certainly have.
Well, not only they got the two guys they wanted, Chris, they're on their way. Offense, defense have covered both needs.
All right, Sean and Bill, thank you. Mike Peterson is a heck of a player. Let's get caught up here in the second round. We gave you Kevin Johnson, Cleveland. We gave you Charles Fisher, defensive back, Cincinnati. We gave you tackle Chris Terry, Carolina's first pick. And then, while we were away a little bit with the commissioner, Philadelphia picked Barry Gardner, linebacker, Northwestern. And Mel, he and Peterson are really players that I thought might have snuck in the first round.
Well, productive players, Chris. I think you look at Andy Katzenmoyer, better physical ability, but Gardner, kind of like a Singletary, a little shorter, but very compact, and you don't see Barry Gardner on the ground that much. He sifts through traffic very well, stays on his feet, good blocker awareness, and here makes the tackle against Illinois. I think that's the key. When you're that size and that strong, you can get to the flank, so he can do that. And I think as far as staying on his feet, very instinctive football player. And I think when you look at Barry Gardner, came on strong this past season, had about 20, 22 tackles in just about every game. They were legitimate. He was around the ball a great deal this year for Northwestern, Chris.
Well, we heard Sean and Bill Polian just talk about Mike Peterson, linebacker from Florida. Here's another player that I really like. And you know he's an athletic type.
Well, Javon Kearse got the publicity, and in some games deservedly so. But you look at Mike Peterson, 6'1", about 233, 127 tackles, 12 tackles for loss, always around the ball. Number 29 there on the sack, and he's a tough kid, a formed tackler. Showed up big in every game, and Florida has a lot of big games every year in the SEC. He never disappeared from the action. He was always there making plays, and in coverage, you have an every down performer. And I think that's the key here for Mike Peterson. You can keep him on the field. He reminds me a little bit of John Mobley, Lee Woodall. Doesn't have the ideal size, not physically imposing, but I'll tell you what, he's tremendously instinctive, and like a Barry Gardner, 15, 20 tackles just about every game, Chris.
He's a high school quarterback, and he went almost 800 plays in college. Now, John Jansen in a Washington-Chicago trade, the Skins moved up 3 spots. It cost them a 5th, and they picked tackle John Jansen from Michigan.
Well, right tackle here against Tom Burke, the pass rushing defensive end from Wisconsin, does a good job keeping him at bay. Here against Michigan, you're looking at against the game against Indiana. John Jansen buries the defensive end. I think a consistent football player. They call him the Rock, who played in a ton of straight games at Michigan, never missed any time because of injuries, and was a guy that Lloyd Carr had in the starting lineup every game since he's been a head coach with the Wolverines. They're against Hawaii again, easily handling undersized defensive end. So a very steady player, not the tremendously physically gifted bookend, let's say a Tate or a Shelton or even a Gibson for that matter, but John Jansen, very steady and very solid in the Big Ten throughout his career.
In Carolina, with their second round pick, you knew George Seifert had to look at defensive line where they were really long in the tooth. Mike Rucker, Nebraska, to the Panthers.
Well, there you see him in the Senior Bowl against Derek Fletcher from Baylor. That's where he did his damage. Had a couple sacks in that game. Not tremendously productive during the season, although he did come on late. So you're looking at a guy 250 to 255 pounds, and the key will be how will he hold up against the run in the NFL without having ideal size. He's tall, he's rangy, may need to put on a little weight, but late in the season he came on, and that Senior Bowl effort moved him up from maybe a mid to late 2, early 3 into the early second round area, Chris.
And now, can you believe this? Jimmy Johnson has just picked Jimmy Johnson. Miami has just selected in the second round running back James Johnson. So the hair's a little different, but, you know, the name's the same.
Transfer from East Mississippi Junior College and gave Jackie Sherrill 2 great years of steady productivity. A big back who has all the way potential, has some speed. Although he doesn't have the 4.4 clocking, he can break at the distance, has that up over the top type leaping ability. And you see a kid here who can break a tackle and then turn it on. Had a lot of long runs, averaged about 6 yards a carry. So, you know, James Johnson this season, in last as a junior and senior, one of the most productive backs in the country, and he did it as well against SEC competition. Question is that upright style. Even though he broke tackles in the SEC, will he run into some interference with upright style that allows him to take a lot of solid direct hits? Then you wonder about, you know, durability over a 16-game period.
So that's a run there in the second round. And now let's go down to Miami where Hank, I mean, really, Jimmy Johnson's picked Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah. Is this town big enough for 2 JJs? Well, I'll tell you, the second JJ is big enough to fill the big running back need that Jimmy had. And yesterday when I talked with Jimmy, and there was a lot of talk about Cecil Collins, and he said, he's not the only guy we're looking at. And I said, how about J.J. Johnson? He smiled and he said, can you hold off on that until we're on the clock? This is the guy they really wanted. And look at what they did. They traded out of the 24th spot, and they were sitting in the exact same position in terms of choice 15 picks later because nobody took a running back in between. Look how happy Jimmy is, you know, just jumping up and down around the war room. He's thrilled with this pick, believe me. Let's go back to New York.
He just wants to see his name in lights a little bit more, Hank. I think that's what it is. So Miami has moved down a couple of times and still got a big running back, as you point out. So we're rolling now in the second round. Chicago, St. Louis coming up. Second round, and Mel, the top of your board for just ability is Cecil Collins, but his is a different story from McNeese State.
It is. You know, great talent, but off the field concerns push him down. We'll have to see who's the team that's going to pull the trigger. Larry Smith came out early as a junior. Had he gone back, may have been a top 10 pick. He presents good value. I like Sean King. I think he has the tools. If he were 6'2" instead of 6 feet even, probably be a top 10 pick. Rob Conrad, more a one back than a true fullback. That's why he's dropped into the early second round. And here, Joey Porter, combination defensive end, outside linebacker. Watch out for him. His workouts were very strong. He could be a mid to late 2. Gary Stills, an attack outside linebacker, questionable in coverage, but he's going to go in this general area. Reggie Kelly, Jimmy Kleinsasser, a lot of tight ends thinking about second, third, fourth round.
Second round rolls on. There's been a trade. We'll detail it in a moment.
Welcome back to ESPN's draft coverage. We are in the early stages of round 2, but to recap the first round, again, 5 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks, 5 corners selected in the first round, reminiscent of a couple of years ago when 6 were taken. 4 of those rookies ended up starting. Could be a similar situation. And the Saints trade with the Redskins, select Ricky Williams, who was there because Edgerin James went to the Colts. We're joined by Kirk Herbstreit here. The first of those 5 quarterbacks taken, of course, was Tim Couch in Cleveland. Jumped on a plane, got to the war room just in time to see the Browns take their second selection, somebody for Couch to throw to.
And Kevin Johnson, if you look first at Tim Couch, to me, he is a perfect fit for the city of Cleveland. Kind of a laid-back temperament, fits in well in a blue-collar town like Cleveland. Obviously, physically has all the attributes. There's been some questions about the arm strength. Forget about that. Has plenty of arm, has the touch, and is very accurate, and I love that second pick. Getting him somebody to go to in Kevin Johnson, a young man who's just still learning the position. I'm sure Chris Palmer will take his time in trying to get Kevin Johnson out there.
Well, Kirk, he arrived at Syracuse as a quarterback, and Marvin Harrison, the Colts wide receiver, worked with him on routes, and he's getting better and better as a wide receiver. At Syracuse, he did so many things for him. Return specialist, he's a good wide receiver. He's got very good hands. Take a look at him here against West Virginia. He's going to run a corner route. He's got good concentration on the football. Had 60 catches last year, and he'll catch the ball inside. Good concentration for a score. Versatility here. He's getting a pitch from Donovan McNabb as a running back in the wishbone offense for Syracuse. So he could be a running back in the pinch, return specialist, the third quarterback, and he can hold on extra points and field goals. Special teams. This guy has a feel for kickoff returns. He's done it. He sets up his blockers, hits the seam. And when I talked to him, Chris, A lot of times before ball games, he'd say, I'm going to return a kickoff for a touchdown. He did that. He has confidence in himself.
Another story of the first round, Miami Dolphins trading down twice, dropping out of the first round. Then they pick up with the 39th pick overall, James Johnson of Mississippi State. Not Cecil Collins, the troubled but talented running back, of course, who started his career at LSU. Basically played 4 college games. One was against Akron. One was against Vandy when he got hurt. But in those 2 other games, LSU's games against Ole Miss and Auburn, he was spectacular. You watched him play in person.
He's a special back. If he was clean, no problems, he'd be a top 10 pick. He's a strong back. He's a hard runner. He's a fast back. And somebody's going to take Cecil Collins and get themselves a good back.
4 major college games and 2 games at McNeese State where he tested positive and therefore violated his probation. But Cecil Collins may, because the Dolphins didn't take him in that spot, may drop down some. Now over to Mark Malone.
Thank you much, Chris. Of course, the Carolina Panthers drafting for the first time with their new head coach, George Seifert. He joins us now live via the Sprint video conferencing. And, Coach, this is a very interesting pick. You a defensive genius, so to speak, and you go on the offensive side of the football first. 3rd pick in the 2nd round, and you go after Chris Terry, the tackle. First of all, tell us what you're thinking there and why the need on the offensive side of the football.
Well, we felt that we were drafting a very good athlete and a tough football player as well. As far as overall depth on our offensive line is concerned, we haven't really contributed to that in the last few years, so it seemed like a logical move for us to make the quality of player that he is and that we believe he's going to be. And, you know, you say I'm a defensive genius. Now, you remember all those touchdowns our offenses were scoring when I was in San Francisco.
Well, that makes everybody look a little bit smarter when your offense scores those kinds of touchdowns.
Absolutely.
On the defensive side of the ball, 4 picks later, you go to Nebraska's Mike Rucker, a guy who can get after the passer, but from an NFL standpoint, maybe a tweener. Talk to us about where you expect to play him and what he'll do in your defense.
Well, it's, as with any athlete, I mean, he does appear to have very good movement and would be a good pass rusher for us until you really work with him. It takes a little bit of time to figure out where his actual strengths will be in the overall scheme of things, but we do have the ability to play either a true 4-3 or what we like to call an elephant defense, the type of defense we used when Charles Haley played for us in San Francisco. We can play that with Rooker, I'm sure, and then we'll see if he can actually play a true 4-3 style of end as well.
Coach, you don't have another pick until selection number 100 in the 4th round. Let's talk about the needs of your football team now. There's been speculation, perhaps a quarterback. You made a trade for Jeff Lewis, and of course you have Steve Berman. Where will you look as a team next?
Well, when we actually do get to our next pick tomorrow, we'll look to see who's the best athlete basically available to us, because as we look at the draft, we would say that Jeff Lewis was one of our draft picks this year, and then we gave up a 3rd to Denver, and he's a fine quarterback, we believe. And then as well, as far as Jeffers is concerned, who we just acquired from the Dallas Cowboys with our 5th round pick, we believe that he can be of help to us as well with our offense as a wide receiver.
So a lot of work to do between now and tomorrow as your pick number 100 comes in the 4th round. Head coach George Seifert of the Carolina Panthers, thank you very much for joining us.
Good, thank you.
And we'll have more coverage here on ESPN as draft day continues from New York and Bristol. The St. Louis Rams are on the clock.
Lose the camera and the lights. You know, it can happen tonight. You know, outfielders lose the ball and the lights.
We need those flip-down glasses.
Welcome. I need the eye block under here. Welcome back to the 2nd round of the NFL Draft here at the theater in New York, Madison Square Garden. And 2nd round picks, we've had a couple since we last spoke. The Oakland Raiders with a trade with Chicago have picked Tony Bryant, defensive end, Florida State. So they follow up a Stinchcomb on the offensive side, and they 2nd round for this young man.
Showed flashes of brilliance as a junior. He filled in for Greg Spires in 3 games, really looked like a star of the future. Had a good year, not a great year. I think what Tony Bryant shows is tremendous athleticism. 6'3.5", 273, 4.8 speed, 34.5 vertical. You watch him coming off the edge here in space, closing on the quarterback, getting after the ball carrier to the flanks. But in the NFL, he's going to need to get stronger and play a more physical, consistent brand of football. I viewed him as more of a boom or bust type. You knew with the natural talent, Chris, he'd probably go a little higher than maybe your ratings indicated, but he's the kind of kid in the NFL needs to get in the weight room and develop into a more physical overall performer.
St. Louis Rams just took a moment ago defensive back Dre Bly from North Carolina.
Well, you look at those INTs, 20 on his career, and you watch the anticipation and the tremendous hands and break on the ball. When he gets in a position to make a play, he comes down with the interception, almost like a wide receiver. Only dropped one potential interception his entire college career. Struggled a little early. They lost Ellis and Holiday, didn't get the pressure up front, but came on as a senior here against Torrey Holt and man coverage. Comes down with another pick. So, I mean, the kid was productive. He doesn't have phenomenal recovery speed, but watch his burst. He does make up ground in a hurry here for the pass breakup. And you look here against Virginia. INT steps in front, takes it all the way. So, I mean, you're talking about one of the more productive defensive backs. Will support the run despite not ideal size. Actually put on a little weight this year. Lost some quickness and speed. Dropped his weight late in the season. When he did, Chris, he became a better performer and started to play up to the level he did as a sophomore. So he comes out early, goes second round. If you get the pass rush, he has the anticipation, awareness, and instincts to do a job for you.
20 interceptions in college, that ACC record. Let's go up to Mike and Mort quickly, guys.
Thanks, Chris. Baltimore on the clock. They took Chris McAllister, DB, earlier. What's ringing in the Baltimore war room?
Well, the Ravens right now are talking to a lot of teams, and they're trying to get back a third-round pick they gave up in the Scott Mitchell trade with Detroit. One of the teams that's been calling up in this area of the draft has been the Atlanta Falcons, offering next year's #1 pick. And I don't know who they're looking at specifically, but I got to guess it's somebody like Peerless Price because they still have to replace Tony Martin's speed.
Get that receiver and the game breaker on their roster. Baltimore's on the clock. 10 picks through round 2. 2 skilled players, 6 defensive players. Ravens pick and more when we continue from New York.
New York, and as usual, Morton had it nailed right on the head. There was a trade, Baltimore and Atlanta. Atlanta did give their #1 next year to Baltimore for the right to make this pick. So Atlanta is now on the clock. Atlanta doesn't have a second-round pick to even deal with this year. So here we go. Here's Atlanta's move.
With the 42nd pick overall, Atlanta selects tight end from Mississippi State, Reggie Kelly.
Oh, so it's not Tony Martin's replacement at wide receiver, a speed guy. I thought Price was a good guess. What do you think of this? The first tight end we've heard of.
Well, you have O.J. Santiago. Now you bring in Reggie Kelly. You see that size, an outstanding blocker. And, of course, he wasn't utilized heavily in the pass offense, primarily as an extension of their offensive line, as an extra offensive tackle. Did a good job in the mid line. So his hands at the Senior Bowl seemed to be pretty good, even though he was somewhat underutilized. Big frame, has some quickness, certainly some power in the open field. He was the #1 tight end. After Reggie Kelly, really, Chris, there was a debate as to who the 2nd through 9th tight ends were because they were pretty equal in grade. So if you wanted the elite tight end, Reggie Kelly, in my opinion, was the best tight end overall in this draft.
Blocker, how is he? Good?
Very good blocker and very experienced. Now, you could say underutilized, but, you know, Jackie Sherrill's not going to air it out regularly. So, but when he did have the opportunity, Joe, to catch the football, he came down with the reception.
See, I think that's the key. I mean, Chris, you asked him the question that to me is really the difference maker. Is he a good blocker? He'd say absolutely he is. When you've got Jamal Anderson back there and you're a team that can run the football like the Atlanta Falcons can, if you get yourself a tight end who you can put out there and be an extra blocker for you, gives you a lot of flexibility with Santiago and allows him to get down the field a little bit more. The Falcons brought in Chris Callaway to fill in the spot for Tony Martin. I still think they're in the market for a wide receiver. And Tim Dwight, you know, he can play it. You just don't want to get him hurt because he's the kind of guy who runs out and runs into everything and winds up beating himself up. So you're a little bit leery of the fact that you may wind up losing him for a few games just because he's such an aggressive football player. This tells me more that Atlanta really wants to focus and concentrate on being able to even to run the football more effectively than they did a year ago. Chris Chandler will pick his spots and be able to go wherever he wants to go with the football. They don't lose that much in speed. I think Callaway's going to give him a good wide receiver, but the important thing is they're going to pick somebody up in this draft or as we move on in the offseason. I'm sure of it.
And when you look at Baltimore, the reason why they didn't want Peerless Price necessarily at this point, they want a bigger receiver to work opposite Jermaine Lewis and Patrick Johnson, Chris.
So the Atlanta Falcons will open up week 1 in a rematch of the NFC Championship game at home against Minnesota. Get a tight end for 1 next year. We'll be back. To the second round of the draft as Kansas City, Pittsburgh, Cleveland. Those are our next 3 picks. But let's join the head coach of the St. Louis Rams, Dick Vermeil. We are Sprint video teleconferencing. And, Coach, we welcome you back with us. It has been an interesting not only draft for you thus far, but an interesting week. And you certainly changed your offense over with a trade for Marshall Faulk the other day and then a draft pick today for Torrey Holt. So, I mean, you got to be jumping around a little bit.
Well, we're very excited. The trade allowed us to get 2 first-round pick caliber football players right into our offensive lineup, and we're excited.
Marshall Faulk, why do you think Indianapolis traded him, not only to you, but why do you think he was available? And if you know why, do those things worry you this coming year?
Well, I think it stems with contract, salary cap, negotiations, and I don't do negotiation work, so I don't worry about it. Our plan is to build a winning football team here, and we have the management and the ownership that want us to do that, and I don't think there's any risk, just some work to do.
Well, you get a new quarterback at Trent Green, a rollout, a flash outs, and certainly Falk can catch the ball. Do you find everything fitting? New quarterback, running back, and Torrey Holt, do you think that we'll see a totally new St. Louis Rams ball club this year?
Well, I think you'll see a team that puts some points on the board. I think we will be very explosive.
Well, let's go to the second round, Coach. Dre Bly, defensive back.
Right.
Ryan McNeil is a question for you keeping him. Where does that stand? And did Bly figure into that? Did McNeil figure into Bly's being drafted?
Yes, it did. You know, we need a corner, a young corner, and we feel that Dre Bly has the great pass interception instincts, 11 interceptions as a freshman. You know, he had 5 as a sophomore, 4 the senior year. I've watched him play, and I think he can really make a contribution and eventually be a strong starting and a fine player.
Dick, I know how much you enjoy young people, and Tony Banks was someone you really wanted to succeed, but I guess today also ends an era when he goes to Baltimore. Is part of you sad that it just didn't work out under your watch?
No question. Yeah, I was very disappointed because I feel it's my responsibility as a head coach to help people develop that have the talent. And we weren't able to get it done within the 2 years that he was here under me. And we invested the worst 3 years you can invest in a quarterback. His first 3 starting years and him starting as a true rookie. But I really think he's a talent, and I think they're going to love him.
I know you root for him. I know you like the young guys. Good luck this year. It'll be exciting to watch the Rams. Thanks for joining us, Dick.
Thank you.
Dick Vermeil, new juice in the offense. All right, now let's go up to the podium. What, Miami made a move here with Kansas City? Is that what I'm... Here's Gene Washington to explain it.
There has been a trade at this selection. Miami has traded for Kansas City's pick here, number 43. In return, Kansas City receives from Miami their second-round pick this year, number 54, their third-round pick this year, number 84, and Miami's sixth-round pick next year. With the 43rd selection, Miami picks running back Robert Conrad from Syracuse.
Well, Mel, Miami's taking 2 running backs here in the second round. At least one of them is going to be a hit.
And what Conrad gives Jimmy Johnson is some versatility. You know, he's a fullback, but he plays like a one-back. You're watching here number 44, quicker, a little more change of direction than your normal 6'4", 250-pounder. And when you look at Rob Conrad, adequate blocker, showed it there, but wasn't as consistent as a lead blocker as, say, a Darryl Johnston was at Syracuse. But quick, and has some ability to break the long gainer. Not normally seen from a fullback. Easily hauls in the reception, soft hands. And I think now you have that John Riggins-type big back who can certainly be a fullback. Remember, Jimmy drafted Darryl Johnston coming out of Syracuse in the second round a few years back. He also has James Johnson to help out as a true halfback, another big back. So you're talking about a backfield in Miami. What a change is going to take place there.
Here's their depth chart, Joe, and some new names and young names with Avery last year.
Yeah, it really makes a difference. When you talk to Jimmy Johnson during the season when we had a few games last year, he'd always talk about, I've got to get a big back. I've got to be able to convert first and downs on third and short. When you take a look at what he has Abdul-Jabbar. They get Wheatley in a trade from New York. That could be a big surprise if Tyrone works out. Avery is your little quick back. Bernie Parmalee has been very steady. Now all of a sudden you draft J.J. James Johnson and Rob Conrad. He's got the big backs right now. I think a big plus here for Jimmy Johnson. He's going to give Dan Marino a lot of support. The question is, can Yatil Green come back and play for him? Is Tony Martin going to be available for him on offense? Just with these 2 moves, he's got the ability to be able to pick up short yardage first downs to keep the ball and the pressure off of Dan Marino. These moves alone really show why he's such a terrific personnel man.
He's moved around and gotten players he needs, and he wants to move up the charts. And probably the toughest division in the AFC East, with almost everybody except the Colts making the playoffs last year. Up to Mike and Mort, guys.
Chris, thanks. Darryl Johnston, who, as Mel alluded to before, was selected by Jimmy Johnson a decade ago. Darryl was very high on Rob Conrad, thinking he's at the same, if not a higher level, coming out of Syracuse a decade later.
That's right, and Jimmy's kind of invoked the name of Darryl Johnston when thinking about Rob Conrad. A little bit of a comparison, probably a better runner, maybe even a little bit bigger. Not as good a blocker as Darryl Johnston, but in a way what's happened in this round with Jimmy Johnson is that he's taken Conrad and he's taken J.J. Johnson. Don't forget, in his very first draft, he took Stanley Pritchett and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And both players have kind of, I don't want to say they flattened out because Kareem's had a nice season, but maybe this is potential replacements for those guys.
And as Mel pointed out, Rob Conrad's ability to catch out of the backfield, which showed a lot in their game against Michigan earlier this year. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. Their second-round selection and much more as the draft continues after this.
We are midway through the second round here in New York. Let's go around the league and start with Cleveland, Sal Palantonio.
Chris, say hello to the new millionaire in the NFL, Tim Couch, the #1 pick out of Kentucky, the newest Cleveland Brown of the new generation of Cleveland Browns. In the second round, the Browns got Kevin Johnson out of Syracuse, and you can see by the big smile on his face, he likes that. Now let's go to Sean Salisbury.
Here in Indianapolis, the Colts filled their two biggest needs in the first two rounds. First pick, Edgerin James, running back from the Miami Hurricanes. They love his versatility, and he's a perfect complement to Peyton Manning. Second pick, outside linebacker Mike Peterson, University of Florida. Tony Dungy told me that when you go watch Javon Kearse's college teammate, Peterson shows up on film just as much. He's productive. Let's go out to Andrea Kramer.
Here in Minnesota, the Vikings' new offensive coordinator, Ray Sherman, who is their former quarterback coach, will be instrumental in helping to develop #1 pick Dante Culpepper. Sherman said he's reminiscent of Steve McNair, and he'll work along with quarterback coach Alex Wood on instituting the fundamentals of his new system. They also picked up in the first round the 29th pick, Demetrius Underwood. Next up, hopefully cornerback help. Now let's go to Ed Werder.
Here in New Orleans, Mike Ditka gets just what he wants, so one-player draft. The one player, Heisman Trophy-winning running back Ricky Williams. The organization compares him to Earl Campbell and Jerome Bettis, but with better speed. General Manager Bill Kuharich says he's on his way here. Contract negotiations could start as soon as tomorrow. Solomon Wilcox, to you.
Here in Foxborough, after missing out on Ricky Williams and Edgerin James, the Patriots will look to find a running back in the second half. After taking center Damian Woody with their first pick, the fans here at Foxborough Stadium were elated with the selection of linebacker Andy Katzenmoyer. Seems as though the fans are willing to wait to get their running back. Now let's go to Hank Goldberg.
In Miami, where the Dolphins wanted running backs, I'll see if I get this straight now. They made 3 trades that yielded 2 backs, J.J. Johnson and Eddie George type tailback, and also traded to get the rights to Rob Conrad, big fullback out of Syracuse. Short yardage shouldn't be a worry for the Dolphins from now on. You can see how excited they are about that move. Let's go to Tom Jackson.
Here in Denver, the Broncos added linebacker depth with Al Wilson from Tennessee, an inside linebacker for Tennessee who projects outside for the Denver Broncos. They have the 58th and the 61st pick in the second round. Right now, Mike Shanahan still has those picks. If he keeps them, look for them to add more youth and more depth to their defense. Let's go to Chris Mortensen in New York.
You know, a couple of years ago, Jake Plummer went in the second round and has become one of the most exciting quarterbacks in the NFL. Right now, Tulane's Sean King is still available. And I'm talking at Tampa Bay, picking about 50th in this round. That's 5 or 6 picks away. Even though they've gotten Eric Zaire, they love Sean King. And I've been told that no matter what happened with Zaire, that this draft, and maybe even Sean King, might go to the Buccaneers. Let's wait and see. Chris?
All right, Mort, thank you very much. We are midway through the second round. Pittsburgh, then Cleveland. As we roll on from the Big Apple on the big day in pro football.
ESPN's 20th anniversary draft snapshots.
Green Bay Packers, first round choice, California quarterback Rich Campbell.
I guess the fans really can't knock this choice, and you can't knock the Packers for picking Campbell.
Baltimore Colts select in the Rams spot on the first round, quarterback Art Schlichter of Ohio State.
The question of who the #1 quarterback is in this draft is answered. It is Art Schlichter.
St. Louis selects as the 6th choice in the first round, quarterback Kelly Stouffer, Colorado State.
Whoa. That's what you call a whoa pick. That's what the gallery said, and that's what a lot of us just said.
The Detroit Lions select Andre Ware. Quarterback, Houston.
Yes,
New England is up next.
Yes, baby.
6th pick in the draft. The Cincinnati Bengals select David Klingler. Quarterback, Houston.
The first curveball of the morning has been hit by the Bengals. So there's where David Klingler goes.
The Seattle Seahawks select Rick Meyer. Quarterback, Notre Dame.
The intangible about Rick Meyer is his great leadership ability, his great toughness. I think he's a great natural thrower.
With the 3rd pick in the 1st round, the Washington Redskins select Heath Schuler, quarterback, Tennessee.
Well, as you have just seen through the years, it is not an exact science picking anybody, and certainly quarterbacks. The reason we showed that here, because we've had a record-setting 5 quarterbacks go in the first 12 picks. How many of them will be big-time NFL players? How many of them will be good NFL players? We can have a little fun with you at home here. We're going to go back to the start of the common draft in the late 60s and look at all of the first-round picks. Now, the last first-round picks at quarterback, we don't know how well they're going to turn out. Peyton Manning looks good. You can't say yay or nay with Peyton and Ryan or Jim Druckenmiller, who hadn't had a chance yet, or McNair and Collins in 95. The Heath Schuler, obviously, that did not pan in 94. I'm going to start with 94. Trent Dilfer's been to a Pro Bowl. That's a yes. Heath Schuler is a no. 83. Bledsoe, a resounding yes. Meyer, Joe, a resounding no.
No.
Klingler in 92 along with Tommy Maddox, no, no. 91, Dan McGuire, Todd Marinovich ahead of Brett Favre, no, no. Jeff George, I'm going to say a yes. Andre Ware is a no. All right, we're going to 3 and 7, yes and no in the 90s. In the 80s, Troy Aikman, going to be a Hall of Famer. Vinny Testaverde had his best year last year. Stouffer, no. Miller, we're not sure because he was injured. Harbaugh still playing, so that's a yes. Jim Everett had some good years. Chuck Long, certainly a no in 86. Elway, yes. Obviously, Hall of Fame. Todd Blackledge, no. Jim Kelly, possible Hall of Fame, our compatriot. Tony Eason, went to a Super Bowl. Ken O'Brien had some productive years with the Jets. Dan Marino, we don't need to discuss it. Obviously, Hall of Famer. So 83 was more hit than miss, obviously. But Art Schleister, no. McMahon, yes. Rich Campbell, no. Mark Wilson, no. Mark Malone, he's our friend. We're not talking about it. 1979. Jack Thompson, no. Phil Simms, obviously yes. Steve Fuller, no. Doug Williams won a Super Bowl in Washington, yes. Steve Pizarkowicz, a great name for Scrabble, no. Tommy Kramer, had some very good years for the Vikings. I'm going to say yes for Richard Todd and yes for Steve Bartkowski. Keep going in the 70s. Burt Jones, yes. Jerry Taggy and John Reeves, I don't think so. Jim Plunkett with Boston, yes. Won Super Bowls with Oakland. Archie and Dan Pastorini, yes and yes. Terry Bradshaw, obviously. Mike Phipps, no. In the 60s, we're almost done here. Greg Cook was injured. He could have been good. Marty Domres, a Columbia Lion from the Ivy League, no. Greg Landry, UMass, yes. Eldridge Dickey, or is it Eldridge Cleaver? No. Steve Spurrier? No. Bob Greasy, obviously, yes. Don Horn, did you remember he was a first-round pick? No, you didn't. So if you look at my scorecard starting in the mid-90s, 3 and 7, yes to no. 80s, I'm going to be generous, 11 and 7. 70s, 10 and 6. 60s, 3 and 4. The reason for putting all this up, I think I'm pretty objective here, Joe. Barely over 50%, and these aren't all Super Bowl quarterbacks, but guys who had nice NFL careers. 5 guys in the first 12 picks, probably 3 yes, 2 no. Hard to tell which.
It sort of is hard to tell, but I got to tell you, Rick Myers really does throw a nice pass. I still believe that. As far as Tim Couch goes, here's a guy who threw a pretty good pass in college. I think he's going to throw a much better pass as a pro because Chris Palmer has worked with him just simply on a grip. But I want to take a look at Tim Couch as he came out of college. Does a nice job with ball position, keeps it up nice and high. You have to keep it up there because there's no is because they weren't taken by teams that had people around them. Quarterbacks, remember this, are the most dependent people on a football field. You can't win a Super Bowl without them, but you certainly can have a great one and not even get close to a Super Bowl.
That's why watching these quarterbacks develop, who develops wonderfully and who develops not so well, it's part of the drama that is the draft and is pro football. It'll be interesting to see how these 5 young men develop. And we, of course, are rooting for all of them. Hey, this is our control room in Bristol. What are they? They're behind the scenes with us already.
The War Room.
Now, just to get you caught up, we gave you Tony Bryant and Dre Bly to St. Louis, and we gave you Reggie Kelly, the trade that Atlanta made, and Rob Conrad to the Dolphins. Minnesota moved up and made a trade with Pittsburgh. They swapped seconds. We'll get the rest of the trade in a moment to take the second tight end, Jimmy Kleinsasser from the Fighting Sioux of North Dakota. And then, well, let's talk about him first, Mel. He's an interesting player moving up in class, obviously, from Division II.
As we say, Chris, the second highest rated tight end to the 9th. Not much different in grade. You see his hands here, goes down and gets the low reception. That's at the Senior Bowl. Blocking for a small college Division II player, solid. It's an area that will not hurt you. In fact, it'll help you in terms of the running game. Has good size, almost fullback type size. He can get deep. He runs about a 4.6 on a fast track. There he makes the catch in traffic. This is at the Division II level. Here, almost looks like a wide receiver pulling away. Weighs 273 pounds. You're looking at a kid 6'2" and change, 273, can catch the low ball. Looked a little stiff at times, but here adjusted to the poorly thrown ball. So what you saw in some games you didn't see in others. Coming from the Division II level, you have to think it may take just a little time, but at Minnesota he can be brought along slowly, as can Demetrius Underwood. Raheem Abdullah.
Now he's picked by Cleveland in their second pick of the second round, linebacker Clemson.
195 pounds when he signed on with the Tigers. Has room to grow, but he's always been productive. 89 tackles this past season. You see him coming forward as well as in reverse, dropping off into coverage, getting after the quarterback. Multi-dimensional in their scheme. There he is, number 53, coming in, getting almost a sack against an elusive Damian Craig in the bowl game 2 years ago. But what you like about Raheem Abdullah, Joe, is the versatility. See him here getting to the flanks, and as I said, has that frame to add weight. And I know, Joe, he reminds you of somebody in the NFL right now.
He does. He reminds me of Jason Taylor. Jason Taylor with the Miami Dolphins has great speed, great range across the field, and this is a young man that looks like he has the ability to put some weight on if he has to, but yet has the great range to be able to run around and make plays for you.
Well, we shall see. You know what Minnesota has done? They're great at Wheel of Fortune here, solving puzzles. Culpepper, Underwood, Kleinsasser. Andrea Kramer, did they need to buy a vowel up in Minnesota?
Have, Chris. Once again, they took the highest rated player that they had in Kleinsasser, who they said they had been trying to trade up the previous couple of picks to get. They really like this guy. Denny Green said he's a blocker with speed, one of the strongest players, benched 225 31 times at the Combine. Remember, they lost Greg DeLong to Baltimore. They didn't match the offer to Hunter Goodwin to Miami. Greg DeLong was their H-back. Denny Green said Jim Kleinsasser will become their H-back. They already have two tight ends, Andrew Glover and the newly signed Carlister Crumpler, but they see Kleinsasser fitting in as the H-back, just more options for this multi-dimensional offense. Chris, back to you in New York.
All right, Andrea, thank you very much. Didn't mean to throw you a Wheel of Fortune curveball there. The trade, by the way, Minnesota-Pittsburgh, they swapped twos, and Pittsburgh picks up for Minnesota a 3 and a 5. We continue to play Let's Make a Deal in New England. And let's go to Solomon Wilcots.
Thanks, Chris. We were just been told by the New England Patriots they have made a deal with the Tennessee Titans to move up from the 52nd spot and jump up to the 46th spot. They're looking for a running back. I'm told it will be LSU running back Kevin Falk. The Patriots are now on the clock. Look for them to take the running back from LSU, and it should be Kevin Falk, Chris.
All right, Solomon, they certainly need a running back, and we thought that he might take him late in the first round, and if that's the case and they get him second, it's good value, although it cost him a little bit to swap. He's a heck of a player. Let's go up and see if that's indeed their move with Gene Washington at the podium.
New England has traded for this selection, number 46. Tennessee receives from New England their number 52 pick in the second round and their fourth round pick, number 117 overall. With this selection, New England selects running back from LSU, Kevin Falk.
When you look at Kevin Falk, Chris, a 5'7", 205, compact. You see the rushing touchdowns and all that yards. Remember, he had a shared time with Rondell Mealy and Cecil Collins for a while at LSU. Little injured as a sophomore and junior, full strength this entire past season. Durable for a kid his size. 31 carries against Notre Dame, 30 carries for 201 yards against Alabama. You see vision, you see change of direction. You see him get behind those blockers, kind of gets lost behind the blockers. Tough for a defender to corral. Has the hands to be adequate to above average pass receiving threat. And is an outstanding kickoff returner. You watch him here. set up his blockers, then turn on the jet. Averaged 30.9 yards per kickoff return, also 11.5-yard average on 20 punt returns. You're looking at a kid that has a lot of versatility, and as a senior at LSU, was able to stay healthy the entire way. That certainly added to his value and elevated his grade.
Well, he's a guy that may have late first-round value that they got in the mid-second round. When we return, Green Bay is on the clock, and then the Bears. Stay with us.
McNown ending the 5 and a dozen quarterbacks. McNown coming off a senior season that statistically was better than Troy Aikman's last season at UCLA a decade ago. More on Cade McNown. Let's get a look at the former UCLA, now Bear quarterback in the crosshairs.
I'm Cade McNown from UCLA. I've played all sorts of different positions all through the course of my football career, starting when I was in 5th grade. So, you know, played on the line, played at middle linebacker and fullback, and, you know, played safety, and finally made it to quarterback. From an emotional standpoint, a guy that I grew up admiring was Joe Montana, and seeing how he handled all that, all the pressure, and I mean, he was just really cool, and that's how I try and be when I'm on the field, not get too emotionally high or emotionally low. Truth be told, I mean, I try and operate within the system that I'm in. You know, sometimes, you know, a football player will come out of it.
Absolutely unbelievable.
There's going to be knocks on everybody, and people are going to try and find anything they can to downgrade you. But really, I haven't had problems with balls being batted, you know, any more than any other quarterback. Because when you have, you know, some guys coming in that are 6'6" and 6'7" and have long arms, I don't care how tall you are, you're going to get the ball batted occasionally. The key is to find those throwing windows and throwing lanes and having a quick release and not telegraphing your passes and where they're going to be. Having been in Los Angeles and having dealt with a lot of scrutiny, there's a lot of media out there, I feel from that perspective that I'm very ready to go into the NFL. I hate to lose, and I love to win.
From LA to Chicago, from being a Bruin to being a Bear. Chris, this is also an important pick PR-wise. He's the first pick of a total new regime in Chicago.
Yeah, and the Bears really don't have an identity, unlike the Bears teams of the past. So Cade McNown gives somebody for the fans to get excited about. But they also have an offensive coordinator named Gary Crowton from Louisiana Tech, a guy that a lot of NFL clubs were high on, a guy that some people saw as the BYU successor to Lavelle Edwards. Very innovative guy. And I'll tell you this much, Cade McNown is a guy who bugged Bob Toledo when he was coming in from high school, wanted to have the playbook before he even stepped on the campus. I think he'll do the same with Gary Crowton.
Well, if they're going to go 3-4 wide receivers and pass it all over, they're going to need to add some wide receivers. Bears are on the clock after the Packers' most recent selection. We'll update you on all of that as the draft continues. Will he follow in Aikman's footsteps as an NFL star?
Second-round picks, Green Bay. This is the pick they got from Seattle as compensation for Mike Holmgren. They picked, Ron Wolf told us, defensive backs all the way through almost. Defensive back Fred Vincent from Vanderbilt, and then Chicago has come and picked defensive tackle Russell Davis from North Carolina. Mel, best available now.
Well, you'll see Cecil Collins right at the top of the list. You know, teams that have needed running backs have either taken other running backs or traded down. So they're passing on Cecil Collins so far. Larry Smith, great value at this point. Junior came out early. And Peerless Price, the big play, deep receiver out of Tennessee, still available. Jared DeFries, an injury-plagued senior year, he would have gone higher. Joey Porter, versatile, can be defensive end or outside backer. And Gary Stills, little injury-prone, durability a question, but he made a lot of plays at West Virginia.
Second round rolls on with the New York Football Giants on the clock, so we'll get some gallery gods in a moment. This whole draft, intriguing top, guys.
Oh, it really was. I think when you look at some of the teams that have had double picks, Arizona doing well so far, Joe. St. Louis, not as bad as well.
I like what Minnesota has done. I think Dennis Green continues to make a strong football team stronger, adding key people, adding some depth.
We've only been here for 7 hours. Want to go some more?
Why not?
Let's play the back nine, shall we? All right, little sandwich there at the halfway house, and we'll go on. We'll see you on ESPN2. Sports Center is next on ESPN. Going and interviewing coaches and GMs around the league, getting our reporters involved. And speaking of which, the Miami Dolphins did several trades and got a couple of running backs in the second round. James Johnson, drafted by James Johnson. And for the first time, the Dolphins have drafted a running back from Syracuse in '68. They had pretty good success when the guy's name was Larry Zonka. At that point, they've gone back and drafted Rob Conrad, running back Syracuse. Our Hank Goldberg with Jimmy Johnson about the additions to his offensive backfield. Hammer?
Thanks, Boomer. Well, we got a very happy Jimmy Johnson here. And yesterday, when we were chatting about running backs and the name of J.J. Johnson, you looked a little horrified.
Well, you know, we've been keeping it quiet all along. You know, of course, you know, we love the two running backs with, you know, with Williams and Edgerin James. But when you look at James Johnson, he had 15 runs over 20 yards. Edgerin James had 13 runs over 20 yards. This guy is a big back, 230 pounds. He breaks tackles. His psychological tests were, you know, at the very top. You know, we had him, and had we not been able to trade out of 24, we're going to take him right there at 24. I think a really, really quality back. And then the bonus, our second pick at 24 would have been Conrad. And we were able to get a couple of extra picks, move back up, and get Conrad, who I think just a quality football player.
Jimmy, when you traded out of 24, 15 picks came before you got to Johnson. Were you a little nervous as you sat there and watched no running backs being selected? And how did you know?
Well, no, actually, you know, we made the trade from 24 to 27, and we felt pretty comfortable about that we could still get Johnson. And then, you know, when I started making the trade from 27 all the way down into the second round, a couple of scouts behind me said, no, no, no. You know, and you know, I looked back and they said, hey, we'll never get him, you know, if we go that far down to 39. And so, you know, I had second thoughts about it and said, well, maybe I shouldn't have made this trade. You know, maybe I was trying to play it a little bit too close. And as it turned out, we sweated it out. I felt like after we got into the second round that those teams really didn't want running backs. And so I felt a little bit better. And then, of course, we were really excited when we were able to get him.
How will you use these two guys, and what does that mean to Kareem and Avery and your other running backs?
Well, you know, Avery, first of all, is going to be just like what we said when we drafted him last year. He is going to be a kick return guy, and he's going to be a big play, you know, third down type back. Now, Kareem, you know, he goes right into the picture. Kareem's rushed for right 3,000 yards in the last 3 years. But Johnson and Conrad, they give us the big backs that we've been looking for.
As we could say, Jimmy Johnson always gets his men. Back to you, Boomer.